Chapter 10:14. Li Zixuan understood why Han Lijing didn't come over often. It was mainly because he didn't want to disturb them, but he didn't think it was necessary. They were a family, so why did they have to make it seem like two different families? Besides, he and Han Yushi usually lived at night, so they couldn't be disturbed during the day. Han Lijing looked a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, "This girl's sigh, it's my fault that I don't come to Yunshan often. But in the future, even if I want to, I won't have the chance to come over." Li Zixuan asked curiously, "Why is that? Is father-in-law going on a long trip?" Han Tianhu said, "Let's not talk about this first. Manager Fu is looking for you. Let's talk about him first." Li Zixuan could only suppress the doubts in his heart and looked at Faubert. At this moment, Fu Bo said, "Young master, you asked me to pick 4 people to manage the mine in Yifang County. I've brought them here today. This is Ni Taifeng, this is Yao Jia, this is Yu Xingzhen, and this is Shang Ringguang. They are all old fellows in the workshop and can handle things independently." Faubert said as he pointed at the 4 middle-aged men he brought and introduced them. Li Zixuan knew Ni Taifeng. Ni Taifeng was the leader of the 5th Regiment of the Yanhuang College Construction Corps. This person had superb skills and was the technical backbone of the workshop. "Do you know the mission of this trip?" Li Zixuan nodded and gestured for them to sit down. Ni Taifeng said, "Marquis Manager Fu already told us before we came. We all know the mission of this trip. Then do you know that if you are busy there, you might not be able to make it back before the new year?" Li Zixuan asked again. The 4 people's faces froze. Finally, Ni Taifeng gritted his teeth and said, "Marquis' big matter is important. To me, it doesn't matter where I spend the new year." "Marquis, I don't care." "Me too." "Me too." The other 3 people also expressed their opinions. They knew that it was a rare opportunity to work for Li Zixuan face to face. "Good. Don't worry, I will remember your efforts and I will not mistreat you in the future." Li Zixuan nodded and praised. "Marquis is too polite." The 4 people said politely. Li Zixuan looked at Li Zixuan and said, "Xiao, how's your preparation?" There was a hint of excitement in Fu Bin's eyes as he said, "Young master, I'm ready. Biaozi is also fine, we can leave at any time." Li Zixuan, "That's good. The sooner the better, the better. You will leave tomorrow." "Xiao, I have something I need you to." "Wait, I want to get something I to get. Tea, my husband. I will go and get it." Coincidentally, Han Yushi came over with 6 cups of hot tea on a tray. Faubert, Han Lijing and Ni Taifeng, Yao Jie, Yu Xingzhen and Shang Ringguang each had a cup. Fu Bin was a junior and naturally did not have tea to drink. As for Li Zixuan, Han Yushi knew that he did not like tea and did not do anything unnecessary. When she heard Li Zixuan and Fu Bin's conversation, she quickly agreed to this task. After a while, she took out a stack of drawings and a map from the study. She then passed the map to Li Zixuan and said, "My husband, do you want this?" Not only did she know that Li Zixuan wanted Fu Bin to mine bauxite, but she also knew that Li Zixuan was going to hand over the drawings to Faubert. That was why she took them out. As for how she knew about these drawings, it was because Li Zixuan told her. "Yes, this is it." Li Zixuan took the map and praised it. He then turned to Fu Bin and said, "Come Xiaobing. Look here." Fu Bin curiously looked over and stared at the map for a while before asking, "Young master, why are you showing me the map of Shuazhou?" Of course it is to mine." Li Zixuan remembered that he was going to mine his old classmate's mine and could not help but laugh. He used a pencil to draw a circle on the map of Shuazhou and said, "Here. Yes, it should be here. Tomorrow the few of you will go to Shuazhou first. It should be near the place I drew. There should be some white or grayish-white soil. Dig some back for me as soon as possible." "Ah? Dig. Young master, did I hear wrongly?" When Fu Bin heard this he was dumbfounded. He asked again with uncertainty. The rest of the people in the room were also curious. They all looked at Li Zixuan wanting to hear an explanation. Li Zixuan said angrily, "You did not hear wrongly. This thing is very useful to me. As for what it is, you will know when the time comes. Here, take the map. Now go back and pack up. Tomorrow morning you will leave with Biaozi and the rest." Fu Bin had a stomach full of questions and replied in a muffled voice, "Yes, young master." Then he said goodbye to Faubert and left. Ni Taifeng and the other 3 also said goodbye when they saw that there was nothing else for them to do. Only the 3 of them were left in the room. "Young master, why are you so sure that there is a bauxite mine there?" Faubert finally could not hold back the questions in his heart and asked. At this time no one used aluminum. The history of aluminum use in China should have started in the late Qing dynasty. Therefore, Faubert naturally did not know the term bauxite. He could only use bauxite mine as a replacement. If I said that I dreamed about it, Faubert, you would definitely not believe me. Then I'll tell you the truth. I did dream about it. Li Zishuan pretended to think for a while, then he suddenly, mischievously. Faubert's mouth twitched. He really wanted to pinch Li Zishuan's ear and ask, "What kind of education did you receive? Why are you so mischievous?" Cough cough. The premise was that he had to know what mischievous meant. "Shaoxian, this time I will go with them to Yifang County, right?" Han Lijing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. "Father, you..." Han Yushi opened her small mouth in shock. Her face was full of confusion. When Li Zishuan heard this, he finally understood what Han Lijing meant when he said, "Even if this old man wants to come here in the future, I won't have many chances to come here." He hurriedly rejected, "Don't. Father-in-law. We already have enough people. You can just stay at home and enjoy your life. Why do you have to travel so far and tire yourself out?" Han Qianhu slapped his daughter's hand away and said, "Ha! I am taking advantage of the fact that I can still do some work to help my dear son-in-law reduce your burden. Besides, now that Iron Egg has entered Yanhuang College and Yushi is married to you, I have no more worries. I can go to Hudong Road to help you look after the mine." "What about the village?" Li Zishuan did not want his father-in-law to go so far to work, so he tried to find an excuse. Han Qianhu said, "You don't have to worry. I have already handed over all the affairs of the Han village to brother Han Yun. There will be no trouble." Chapter 10:15. Father. Your leg is not good, how can you go so far away? Yunshan Residence, Li Family Main Hall. Han Yushi heard that her father was determined to go to Hudong Road and couldn't help but speak up. Han Lijing smiled and said, "Yushi, your father is not so delicate. Besides, I'm going to Hudong Road to help Shaoxian manage the mine, not to fight. The old injury on my leg is not a problem." Li Zishuan also wanted to persuade him a little more, but he heard Han Lijing continue, "In the war between the Tang Empire and the Tujue, countless soldiers were buried in the Hudong Road. So many years have passed, this old man can still see my old comrades in my dreams. This time, this old man will also bring a few jugs of good wine to pay respects to my brothers." In the 5th year of Wuda, Shili Khan tore up the peace treaty with the Tang Empire and sent out tens of thousands of soldiers. Together with the exiled Lu Haida, they attacked the new city of Hudong Road. Li Yuan sent out 3 armies. Crown Prince Li Jianqing went to Changzhou Road and Prince Qin Li Shimin went to Qingzhou Road to resist the 2 armies of the Turks. In addition, he sent Yunzhou supervisor Guizai to Yunzhong to ambush Shili Khan's army. Left Wuwei General Duan Detzao went to Xiazhou to cut off the Turks' retreat. At that time, Qin Qiong was a general under Li Shimin and naturally went to battle with him. As Qin Qiong's personal guard, Han Tianhu naturally had to accompany him. It was also in that battle that Han Tianhu was shot in the thigh by the enemy in order to save Qin Qiong and completely became a cripple. Even so, he was considered lucky because in that battle, the Tang Empire lost thousands of soldiers. He was lucky to be able to keep his life in the end. In ancient times, when a war was over, it was impossible to transport all the bodies of the fallen back, and this was also unrealistic. In normal circumstances, the dead soldiers of one side would be collectively buried, and only the bodies of high officials and generals would be brought back to the imperial court. Thus, the soldiers who had died in battle had all been buried at the border between the Hudong Circuit and the Turks. Li Zishuan listened silently and finally stopped trying to dissuade him. In this world, other than family, friendship, and love, there was also a purer and hot-blooded feeling, and that was the friendship of a soldier. They were people who had been on the battlefield together, and they were closer than real brothers. They could truly trust each other with their backs without any scruples. After a pause, Li Zishuan looked at Han Yushi. Although the latter's face showed reluctance, there was more understanding and relief. He then turned to Han Lijing and said, "Father-in-law, you can go. As for the mine, I will instruct Nai Taifeng and the others to listen to your orders. If anything happens over there, you can look for Fu Bin. That kid is quite familiar with the local authorities in the Lan province." Hearing this, Han Lijing's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation and excitement. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. What have I not seen in my life? It's just a long trip. It's not a big deal." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Father-in-law, after you go to Hudong Road, remember to tell Nai Taifeng and the others not to treat the miners harshly. They are all people who dig for food in the fields. It's not easy." This sentence made Han Lijing a little confused, but in the end he nodded and replied, "Of course." In fact, he didn't know Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts. Since ancient China's use of minerals became more and more widespread, and mining technology became more and more mature, more and more mine owners tried to recruit people to mine. However, most of them liked to withhold the miners' wages and food, and they also squeezed the miners' strength too much. During the Ming dynasty, there were many miners' revolts in the mines. Li Zishuan's instructions were to prevent trouble before it happened. Han Yushi interrupted at this time, "Father, then you must come back before the new year. Your daughter, Iron Egg, and mother are all waiting for you to come back for the new year." Hearing Han Yushi mention his late wife, Han Lijing's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of gentleness. He nodded solemnly and said firmly, "Okay. Father will definitely come back before the new year." After that he got up and said, "Little Xian, you chat with Steward Fu. This old man will go back and pack up. Tomorrow we will leave together with Fu Bin and the others." Obviously he could also see that Li Zishuan and Faubert still had important matters to discuss. "This father-in-law, why don't you stay for lunch?" Li Zishuan urged him to stay. Han Yushi also looked over with eager eyes. However, Han Lijing said, no. This old man still has to go to Chang and to buy some things. You guys eat." After that he looked at Li Zishuan, paused and sighed inexplicably, "Little Xian, Yushi marrying you is this child's blessing. This old man will never tell you to treat her well, because this old man knows that you are a kind person. Even if this old man doesn't tell you, you will treat her well. This child is luckier than her mother in the past." With a sigh, Han Lijing waved his hand, turned around and walked out of the door. His back looked somewhat miserable. "Hubby?" Han Yushi felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. She looked at Li Zishuan with tears in her eyes. She wanted to say something but stopped. "It's okay. Father-in-law must be missing mother-in-law." Li Zishuan stroked Han Yushi's soft long hair and comforted her. Ahem. Seeing that this young couple had neglected an old man like him, Faubert quickly coughed. Otherwise, he didn't know what these two people in front of him would do. "Young master. Regarding the matter of the ironworks, I wonder if you have any ideas?" When Faubert saw that the couple had finally noticed him, he quickly asked. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and took a stack of blueprints from Han Yushi's hands. He handed it to Faubert and said, "I have an idea. Here, Faubert, take a look." A thick stack of blueprints suddenly fell into his hands. Faubert couldn't help but be shocked. "So many? Young master, did you start preparing for the steel-making matter a few months ago?" In his words, there was some admiration for Li Zishuan's foresight. To be honest, he did know that Li Zishuan drew blueprints quickly, but he never would have thought that Li Zishuan would draw so quickly. He had at least 200 or 300 blueprints in his hands. How could he have started preparing a few months ago? He only started drawing 2 or 3 days ago. He didn't sleep well for 2 consecutive nights. When Han Yushi heard Faubert's words, she couldn't help but say unhappily. Under normal circumstances, when Li Zishuan was talking about business with others, she rarely interrupted. This time, when she saw that Li Zishuan didn't care about his body, she was really angry. "What? 2 or 3 days?" Faubert was really shocked. The blueprints in his hands were almost thrown to the ground by him. Fortunately, he didn't have a heart attack or anything. Otherwise, he might have fainted by now. Even so, he was scared out of his wits. To be able to draw 200 or 300 such high-quality blueprints in 2 or 3 days, Faubert couldn't help but say to himself, "Is my young master a monster with 8 hands?" Chapter 10:16. Young master, you haven't slept for 2 nights? Then you should go and rest. We'll talk about the ironworks later. After recovering from his shock, Faubert finally caught the other layer of meaning in Han Yushi's words. It was also the most important layer of meaning. He hurriedly said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Of course not, I did take a nap halfway through. Let's not talk about this first. Faubert, you should take a look at the blueprint first. If there's anything wrong, we can discuss it together. The ironworks must be put on the agenda as soon as possible." Seeing that Li Zishuan was so insistent, Faubert knew that he could not persuade him otherwise. He lowered his head and began to look at the blueprint. Li Zishuan's blueprint was placed in a very particular order. First, the overall structure, then the specific structure. Faubert first saw the overall layout of the ironworks in the future, then the overall structure of each part, and then the specific structure of some of the key components. As he flipped through the blueprint page by page, a huge ironworks with a style completely different from this era gradually appeared in Faubert's mind. After doing engineering for a lifetime, Faubert still had the ability to visualize through drawings. A towering iron furnace stood in the middle of the factory. Pipes extended out from the furnace like the roots of an old tree, densely entrenched in the surroundings. Two large chimneys towered into the clouds as if they wished they could reach the clouds. They were constantly spewing thick smoke into the sky. The various machines in the workshop rumbled incessantly. Faubert was extremely shocked. Clearly, Li Zixuan's ironworks was not a small scale. Its scale was definitely one of the largest in the entire Tang Empire. But why did this steel-making method feel so familiar to him? Young master, why does this look a little like a shaft furnace? Faubert suddenly remembered and asked. China was the first country in the world to use shaft furnaces to make iron. In ancient times, our country mainly used shaft furnaces to smelt pig iron. The iron shaft furnace was developed from the copper shaft furnace. At the end of the spring and autumn period, the method of smelting pig iron with a shaft furnace appeared. However, this method was not fully popularized until the Northern Song dynasty. Shaft furnace smelting was an economical and effective method of smelting iron. Material was loaded from the top and air was blown from the bottom to form the relative movement of the furnace material falling and the gas rising. The high-temperature gas produced by the combustion passes through the layer of material and ascends to transfer the heat to the furnace material. The carbon monoxide contained in it also had a reduction effect on iron oxide. In this way, the heat and chemical energy of combustion could be fully utilized. The lower layer of the furnace material was gradually reduced and melted, while the upper layer of the furnace material was slowly lowered from the top of the furnace. The furnace material was preheated to a higher temperature. Blast furnace iron making was born out of shaft furnace iron making. However, due to certain structural optimizations, the efficiency and quality of blast furnace iron making were far superior to shaft furnace iron making. Li Zixuan said with a smile, "This is not completely a shaft furnace. Faubert, if you look carefully, you should be able to tell the difference. I call this furnace a blast furnace." Faubert closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and said, "There are indeed many differences. But this old man doesn't know whether these differences are good or bad." Li Zixuan confidently said, "Of course they are good." With that, he pointed to a drawing and said, "For example, the air inlet of this blast furnace. Before it enters the furnace, I put it together. There is a fire pool below that is separated from the air inlet. It contains coal. Before the air enters the furnace, it will be heated to a very, very hot temperature. It can even directly melt iron. In this way, the efficiency of smelting iron will be greatly improved." Air preheating was the most critical step in modern steel production to improve the efficiency of smelting iron. High air temperature was also one of the main technical characteristics of modern blast furnace iron making. First of all, the heat required by blast furnace smelting was partly from the combustion heat released by the fuel in the furnace, and partly from the physical heat brought in by the high-temperature hot air. The more heat brought into the blast furnace by the hot air, the less fuel combustion heat was required, and the lower the fuel consumption. Therefore, increasing the air temperature could significantly reduce the fuel consumption and production cost. In addition, increasing the air temperature could also help to increase the theoretical combustion temperature in front of the tuyere. This would increase the temperature in the convoluted area of the tuyere and increase the heat in the furnace. This would help to increase the combustion rate of the pulverized coal, increase the amount of coal injected, and further reduce the coke ratio. Therefore, air preheating was the key technology for the blast furnace to achieve large-scale coal injection. It was also an important technological advancement in the history of blast furnace iron making. In Li Zixuan's impression, no one in the world had mastered this technology before the Industrial Revolution. Faubert seemed to understand something. He thoughtfully nodded and said, "What young master said seems to make sense. Maybe we can give it a try." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Actually, the benefits of this blast furnace are more than this. Faubert, you will slowly realize it in the future. Now, the most important thing is to build this iron-making factory. As for the interior of the furnace, I intend to use the white earth ores from Shuazhou to make the refractory material. We will wait for Xiaobing to transport the earth back. Faubert, your main task now is to look at the blueprints and see if there are any problems with the iron-making factory." Li Zixuan did not intend to build the first blast furnace on a large scale. The effective volume of the blast furnace on the blueprints was only about 100 cubic meters. In modern society, the world's largest effective volume blast furnace was Shagong Huaxing's blast furnace in China. The effective volume was 5,860 cubic meters, and the annual production of steel was close to 30 million tons. So, his iron-making factory was only a small workshop in modern times. But in ancient times, it was definitely a giant. There should not be any big problems. At most, it will be a little troublesome. I will gather the craftsmen to plan this as soon as possible. Young master, you should have a good rest first. Don't tire yourself out. Faubert looked at the blueprints again and said after pondering for a long time. Li Zixuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, compared to most transmigrators, he was definitely considered lucky. This was because he had a workshop and had many excellent craftsmen by his side. Many new ideas, he only needed to draw out the blueprints, and the craftsmen behind him would think of ways to realize his ideas. He only needed to spend a little effort to draw the blueprints. Thank you for your concern, Faubert. My body is still fine. But you should also take care of your body. Don't tire yourself out. Li Zixuan smiled warmly and said. Faubert shook his head and got up. Young master, you don't have to worry about me. My old bones are getting stronger the more I move. If I lie in bed all day, I will fall sick. Young master, you should rest first. I will go back to the workshop to make arrangements. Li Zixuan hurriedly got up to send him off. After a moment, Faubert disappeared from the sight of the couple. Han Yushi said, Hubby, why aren't you resting? Do you want me to find? Before she could finish the words, Li Zixuan had already covered her mouth with his hand. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go. Let's go back. Sleeping alone is better than sleeping. No way. Chapter 10:17. Li Zixuan slept from noon until the morning of the next day. It was true that his internal strength was profound and his spiritual power was strong. It was also true that he could maintain high-intensity work for a long time. However, it didn't mean that he didn't like to sleep because everyone would feel tired. It was just that people like him who practiced martial arts were more resistant to fatigue. Cool. It's still better to sleep on the bed. Li Zixuan was awakened by the sunlight. He couldn't help but stretch and sigh at the top of his lungs. The person who slept next to him was no longer there. She must have woken up a long time ago. Husband, you're awake? Han Yushi heard the sound from the bedroom. She pushed the door open and looked at Li Zixuan with a gentle smile. Yes, I'm awake. Wife, what time is it now? Li Zixuan rubbed his numb face and asked. Husband, it's almost noon. I'll get you some water to wash your face. After washing up, quickly eat. You've slept for almost a day and a night. Han Yushi said and turned to get water. Li Zixuan wanted to stop her, but it was too late. After washing up, Li Zixuan asked, Wife, where's father-in-law? Han Yushi's brows furrowed slightly and she replied, Daddy set off with Fu Bin they all when it was daybreak. Iron Egg is still at the academy. He didn't even have time to say goodbye. It was obvious that she was very worried about Han Lijing. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's shoulder and comforted her softly, Don't worry, my wife. Father-in-law can be considered someone who has been on the battlefield for a long time. Now that he's just going on a long trip, he'll definitely be fine. As for Iron Egg, I'll bring him to Chang'an City. I heard that he has become the husband of Lin Wenyuan's eldest son. Bringing him to Chang, and will save him the trouble of going back and forth on the weekends. At the mention of her younger brother, Han Yushi's mood finally improved. She smiled and said, Husband, if I remember correctly, Iron Egg hasn't even entered the top 10 in this monthly exam, right? This brat hadn't even done his own homework, yet he was teaching others. When he comes back this weekend, let's see if this concubine, as his elder sister, will teach him a lesson. When it came to Iron Egg's education, Han Yushi had always been quite strict. Their mother had passed away early, so Han Yushi felt that she had the obligation to nurture Iron Egg into a talent. Most of the time, Li Zixuan couldn't even get a word in. As for how she found out that Iron Egg had become a tutor, wasn't it because Big Mouth Old who accidentally revealed it? Clean up. As long as you're happy. Li Zixuan didn't care about it at all. Anyway, with Iron Egg's thick skin, being hit 2 or 3 times was like being tickled. Han Yushi rolled her eyes at her husband and said angrily, Husband, what are you saying? What do you mean as long as I'm happy? I obviously want Iron Egg to focus on his studies and become a talent as soon as possible. Li Zixuan waved his hand and admitted defeat. Yes. My wife is right. Let's eat. Let's go eat. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan received news that the first batch of bean sprouts in his residence in Chang and had already grown. He naturally didn't bother to make a trip personally for such a small matter, so he directly ordered San Bao, who came to deliver the news, to send part of the first batch of bean sprouts to Zuaishan Restaurant and another part to Yanhuang College. San Bao accepted the order and left. Li Zixuan looked at San Bao's back with an inexplicable expression. My wife, when the bean sprouts become popular, Do you think someone in our residence will sell the method of making bean sprouts to other merchants for money? After a moment, Li Zishuan turned to look at Han Yushi and asked. Of course, he didn't care about the little profit that the bean sprouts could bring. In fact, his main purpose was to use the bean sprouts to test the loyalty of the servants in the residence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly told all the servants in the residence about the method of making bean sprouts. Han Yushi frowned and thought for a moment before saying, I don't think it's possible. We have always been kind to the servants in the residence, especially our father and mother. For so many years they have rarely been harsh to the servants. The hearts of people are made of flesh. If we are good to them they will certainly not betray us. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't deny it. I hope so. After saying that he turned and walked down the mountain. He had given all the drawings to Faubert before, so he had to go and see if the blast furnace had started. Oh, if this old man's eyes are not blurry, there is a new dish today. Brothers are connected by heart. Why is the name of this dish so strange? The next day at the Drunken Immortal Inn. After receiving a batch of bean sprouts from the Li estate yesterday, Manager Lu asked the chef to try this dish overnight. This morning he immediately added a new dish name to the menu of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Brothers are connected by heart. Soon the regular customer of the Drunken Immortal Inn, Feng Jihua, noticed the new addition to the delicacies in the restaurant, so he asked with interest. When Manager Lu heard this, he was very proud because the name of this dish was something that he had thought of for a long time last night. No matter what, it was more vivid and more elegant than stir-fried bean sprouts, right? Boss Feng has good eyesight. This is the new signature dish of this restaurant. You must have never eaten it before? Why don't you try it today? This old man guarantees that this brothers are connected by heart will absolutely not disappoint you. I guarantee that after you eat the first plate you will want to eat the second plate. Manager Lu narrowed his eyes and started to promote with all his might. Feng Jihua laughed and said, then let's have a plate first. In any case, the dishes of this Drunken Immortal Inn have never disappointed this old man. Now that he had become a righteous merchant personally conferred by Li Er, his life was even more carefree. Searching for delicacies everywhere could be considered as one of his usual hobbies. As for the price of these delicacies, he didn't care in the slightest. Alright. Moneymaker, quickly go and instruct the kitchen to give Boss Feng a plate of brothers' hearts. Manager Lu smiled and shouted at the waiter. Alright, manager. The waiter responded and went to the kitchen to instruct. After approximately 7 minutes, the waiter came out with a plate of sparkling and translucent bean sprouts that emitted a faint fragrance, and then walked towards Feng Jihua's location. Boss Feng, your brother's hearts. This? Why does this look like bean sprouts? No. It's winter, how could there be bean sprouts? After Feng Jihua saw clearly what was on the plate, he spoke in surprise. Boss Feng, this isn't bean sprouts, you'll understand after you try it. Don't worry, you absolutely won't regret it after you eat it. Manager Lu was afraid that Feng Jihua would misunderstand. After all, a plate of bean sprouts was sold for over 600 copper coins, so he hurriedly came over to explain. Chapter 10:18. Since Manager Lu praises such a delicacy, this old man naturally has to give it a try. In the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Feng Jihua chuckled as he glanced at the sparkling and translucent bean sprouts on the plate. Finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and directly picked up a small handful of bean sprouts without waiting for the other dishes. The pure white bean sprouts were suffused with a clear oily sheen, causing Feng Jihua to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. He didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly put the bean sprouts into his mouth. Fragrant and juicy, crispy and sweet, with a trace of sour taste, causing one's appetite to be greatly aroused. I didn't expect to be able to eat such fresh and tender vegetables in this harsh winter. Too unbelievable. Too delicious. The moment the bean sprouts entered his mouth, Feng Jihua couldn't help but squint his eyes in comfort. After swallowing all the bean sprouts in his mouth, he opened his eyes and praised to Manager Lu who was beside him. Eating vegetables in the winter had always been the patent of the imperial family. Some ministers who were in the emperor's favor, if they were lucky, might be able to get some vegetables as a reward from the emperor. But in any case, merchants like them would never be able to eat them. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, there were many things that couldn't be bought with money. Being able to eat vegetables in the Drunken Immortal restaurant today made Feng Jihua extremely surprised, and he thought in his heart, the Drunken Immortal restaurant is truly a magical place. They actually sell vegetables in winter. It's fine as long as Boss Feng is happy eating. You can eat first, this old man won't disturb your meal. Manager Lu said with a grin. Ah. Manager Lu, take care, this old man still has something that I don't understand. Feng Zhihua hurriedly put down his chopsticks and urged him to stay. Boss Feng, please speak. Cough cough, this old man is just curious, why is this dish called Brothers Connected by Heart? Feng Zhihua pointed at the bean sprouts on the plate and asked. Yeah. Manager Lu, in my opinion this is only bean sprouts, how can it be related to Brothers Connected by Heart? But this thing is rather delicious in winter. Yes. I'm tired of eating pickled vegetables, fish and meat in winter. It's rare to encounter such a refreshing and delicious dish. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is indeed amazing. The other customers had already noticed the commotion over here and came over to join in the fun. Shopkeeper Lu explained with a smile. Hee. Everyone please take a look. This brotherly bond is actually made from the sprouts of soybeans. The soybeans are the elder brother, and the newly grown sprouts are the younger brother. If the two of them are connected together, what else is it but brotherly bond? Smack smack smack. Feng Zhihua clapped and laughed loudly as he said, Ha! Wonderful. Wonderful. What a good name. Manager Lu, this name is good. Of course the taste of the dishes is even better. The rest of the diners echoed, Interesting. Interesting. Shopkeeper Lu is really talented. This brotherly bond is not bad. Shopkeeper Lu, give us 2 plates. There were also some customers who caught some clues from Manager Lu's words. They asked, Manager Lu, you just said that this dish uses soybeans to sprout. But how can soybeans sprout in winter? Don't tell me it's soaked in water? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at this person as if they were looking at an idiot, causing this person to feel uneasy. Shopkeeper Lu's old eyes flashed, and then he said to that person indifferently, Wuzhu Liuli, this is a secret of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Obviously, this was a barbarian merchant who didn't know much about the ways of the Central Plains dynasties. Hey, what is this person thinking? Didn't he ask around to find out who owns the Drunken Immortal restaurant? How dare he come here to ask for the secret recipe? That's right. He's overestimating himself. Alright, let's eat. These bean sprouts are a rare delicacy. We must eat our fill today. I didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious and tender vegetables in winter. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is too amazing. That barbarian merchant's face turned green and white when he heard everyone's discussion. In the end, he apologized to shopkeeper Lu and left. After a while, Feng Zhihua had eaten his fill. He stood up and prepared to pay the bill, but he couldn't bear to part with the delicious bean sprouts he just ate. He walked to the counter of the restaurant and asked shopkeeper Lu in a low voice, Shopkeeper Lu, other than selling these brotherhood-linked hearts in the restaurant, can this old man bring back some raw ones? Shopkeeper Lu narrowed his eyes and glanced at the diners in the hall. Then he said in a low voice, Others naturally can't, but since Boss Feng requested it, this old man will naturally give face to Boss Feng. When this old man returns, this old man will have someone send 5 caddies of freshly soaked brotherhood-linked hearts to Boss Feng's residence. Feng Zhihua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said excitedly in a low voice, Many thanks, Shopkeeper Lu. Yanhuang College's cafeteria also released a new dish today. However, unlike the elegant name of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, there were only 4 words added to the menu, stir-fried bean sprouts. At first, the students who came to the cafeteria to eat after class didn't notice that there was a new dish in the cafeteria today. The main reason was that the same meat was served every day. No one would have thought that fresh vegetables would suddenly appear. Moreover, even if someone noticed the words stir-fried bean sprouts on the menu, they wouldn't know what kind of dish it was, so they wouldn't order it. However, there was one person who did know, and that was Li Tai. The little fatty came to the cafeteria after school. When he saw the new stir-fried bean sprouts on the menu, he was shocked at first, then ecstatic. He didn't hesitate at all and directly ran to the window that sold bean sprouts. Master, give me 3 servings of stir-fried bean sprouts and 2 bowls of rice. Li Tai hurriedly said when he arrived at the window. He was afraid that the dishes would be snatched away by others if he was late. In fact, he had ordered too many dishes. Until now, he was the only one who was willing to buy bean sprouts. Okay. It's a total of 900 copper coins. The waiter said as he finished ordering the dishes. The bean sprouts were sold at the Drunken Immortal restaurant for 666 copper coins a plate. At Yanhuang College, it was only 300 copper coins. As for the rice, it was free. Here you go. After the little fatty paid, he immediately carried the tray and planned to find a seat to enjoy the meal. Li Ku, Ching Chumo, and a few others who followed behind him surrounded him. Ching Chumo said, "Wow. Qingke, your appetite is so good today? You ate so much? What kind of dish is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Oh, it smells so good. Qingke, where did you get this dish? What's its name? Tell us quickly." Li Ku sniffed with his nose and immediately said with a face full of excitement. Sun Zifan licked his lips and chuckled. "That's right. Qingke. Tell us quickly, we can't enjoy the delicious food alone." Li Tai placed the tray on the empty seat beside him, pointed at the window where he had just gotten his meal and said, "Here. It's at that window. The dish is called stir-fried bean sprouts. Chonyo, you guys go quickly." Chapter 10:19. Damn. Delicious. Delicious. I didn't expect to be able to eat vegetables in the academy during winter. It's so good. At Yanhuang College, Ching Chumo and the others each bought a serving of bean sprouts and sat beside Li Tai. After tasting it, Ching Chumo immediately opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. I've been eating pickled vegetables and fish recently. This stir-fried bean sprouts came at the right time. It's really delicious." Sun Zifan's mouth was stuffed with food as he mumbled incoherently. The other students couldn't help but be curious when they saw that these typical second-generation officials of the academy were actually crazy over a dish. After hearing the name of the dish, they also went to buy bean sprouts because they believed in the taste of these second-generation officials. "Oh, delicious, delicious. How did you make these bean sprouts? They're crispy and refreshing. It's really delicious. So fragrant. It's better than meat. 300 copper coins for a serving. It's really worth it." "What do you mean it's really worth it?" "It's really worth it. No, I have to buy 3 more servings. It's really good to eat this. I want to go too. Brother Zhou, wait for me. 300 copper coins for a serving of bean sprouts. Logically speaking, it wasn't expensive. At least, that was what the students thought in their hearts after tasting the bean sprouts. After all, vegetables in the winter had always been priceless. Since when could commoners eat vegetables in the winter? Many of the students who were rich really wanted to take out 1,000 copper coins and directly buy all the bean sprouts in the academy. Of course, this idea was unrealistic because they simply couldn't carry that many copper coins. In short, the moment the bean sprouts appeared in the academy, they quickly became popular. The previously deserted window that sold bean sprouts was instantly filled with long queues. In order to increase the efficiency of the meal, the cafeteria manager had no choice but to let all the windows start selling bean sprouts, which slightly relieved the pressure of the meal. However, not everyone could afford to eat stir-fried bean sprouts that cost 300 copper coins per serving. For those poor students, spending 300 copper coins on a meal was really too extravagant. Fortunately, Yanhuang College provided many part-time jobs for them, and the salary was quite good. Overall, they could afford to eat bean sprouts once a week. And it wasn't just bean sprouts, it was enjoyment. After all, in the past, only the royal family could eat vegetables in the winter. For this lunch, the 200 caddies of bean sprouts prepared by the academy's cafeteria were all snatched by the students' tea. In contrast, the popular meat dishes in the past such as gnawed chicken, dongpa meat and so on were difficult to sell. In order to avoid wasting ingredients, the cafeteria manager had to reduce the price of all the meat dishes. Therefore, this strange scene appeared. The rich students were eating vegetables while the poor students were eating meat. It was the complete opposite of what they used to be. Tsk. Let me tell you, the only reason you can eat bean sprouts today is all because of me. If I didn't strongly recommend Yamacho to provide bean sprouts to the academy's cafeteria, you might not be able to taste such delicious food in your lifetime. After lunch, on the way back to the classroom, Li Tai began to brag to Ching Chumo, Li Ku, and the others. "Damn. Based on what you said, Qingke, you've already tasted bean sprouts. I say, aren't you a little too disloyal? You don't even share the good stuff with us and you actually eat it alone." When Ching Chumo heard this, his face was filled with indignation. Li Tai said unhappily, "I'm disloyal? If I'm disloyal, the academy wouldn't even have bean sprouts. It's Yamacho who eats alone, not me. Ugly ox, if you have any dissatisfaction you can go and find Yamacho." Ching Chumo's old face fell and he immediately admitted defeat. Who's dissatisfied? Well, no matter what, it's good to have bean sprouts. These bean sprouts are really delicious. After saying this, Ching Chumo's face revealed an expression of reminiscence. He could eat, drink, and talk, but asking him to find Li Zishuan to reason, wasn't this looking for excitement? He wasn't stupid, of course he wouldn't go. The few of them immediately burst into laughter. If the academy's cafeteria was like this, then the Drunken Immortal restaurant was even crazier. Have you heard? The Drunken Immortal restaurant released a fresh vegetable today, called Brothers Linked Hearts, and it's only 666 copper coins per serving. What? Fresh vegetables? How is that possible? Isn't fresh vegetables only available in the soup department? Brother Lu, have you been deceived? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The juicy, crispy, and tender vegetables are definitely fresh. The world's righteous merchant Feng Jihua just ate it, and he couldn't stop praising it. Hey, Brother Lu, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. 600 copper coins per serving of fresh vegetables, it's a waste not to eat it. That's reasonable. Let's go quickly. Don't lose it in a while. The news of a fresh vegetable appearing in the Drunken Immortal restaurant spread throughout the entire Jianghu and city in the shortest time possible. At first, people did not believe it, but later on, more and more people spread the news. Furthermore, each and every one of them swore solemnly, as if they had eaten in person. Finally, regardless of whether they had eaten lunch or not, whether they had money or not, everyone rushed madly to Shi City, to Drunken Immortal restaurant. Some people thought that even if they didn't have the money to try it, smelling the fragrance would be considered a profit, right? How could the small Drunken Immortal restaurant accommodate so many people? Thus, Manager Lu decisively launched a takeout service for bean sprouts, and temporarily opened 5 sales windows, so that customers could directly buy from the window and bring it home to eat. Yo, it's really fresh vegetables, not pickles. The Drunken Immortal restaurant is indeed extraordinary. To actually be able to get fresh vegetables in the middle of winter. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Fragrant and refreshing, crispy and juicy. To be able to eat such delicacies in the middle of winter, it's really not easy. Shout on quick. Quickly go and buy another serving for this old master. And a bowl of rice while you're at it. Some people even brought utensils with them when they went out. When they smelled the unique fragrance of the bean sprouts, they couldn't help but start gorging themselves on the streets of the West City without caring about their image. In an instant, the fragrance drifted through the air, making those who came to watch the fun gulp their saliva. 600 copper coins per serving. I'll buy it. Today, I want to have a taste of the vegetables in winter. Yes, yes, yes. In the past, we couldn't even eat it in the winter. This year, it's rare that the Drunken Immortal restaurant is selling vegetables. It'll be a pity if we don't try it. Many people who had a small amount of money but weren't extremely rich and extravagant couldn't resist the temptation when they saw others eating so happily, and one by one they began to donate generously. Chapter 10:20. Yesterday afternoon, the Drunken Immortal restaurant received more than 600 caddies of bean sprouts. Shopkeeper Lu thought that it would at least last for 3 to 5 days, but the result was out of his expectations. Because the 600 caddies of bean sprouts only lasted for 4 hours in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. It only lasted for 4 hours. From the time when the first plate of bean sprouts was served to the time when the bean sprouts were all stir-fried, it really only took a little more than 4 hours. All of the chefs in the Drunken Immortal restaurant's hands were sore from cooking. No, Shopkeeper Lu. It's only 3 in the afternoon and your brother's heart is already sold out? Some of the people who heard the news late were told that the bean sprouts were already sold out when they finally got in line. They couldn't help but ask Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu bitterly smiled and said, "Old Master Zhu, I'm really sorry. There are too many people buying brother's heart today. If you come early tomorrow you will definitely be able to buy it." Old Master Zhu sighed and said regretfully, I miscalculated. In the morning I went to the farm outside the city. When I returned, I heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant was selling fresh vegetables. I immediately rushed over, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't make it in time. I say, Shopkeeper Lu, you must prepare a lot of things tomorrow. Don't sell it out again. If you really can't, you can sell it at a higher price. That way it won't be sold out. When these words came out, many people who didn't lack money but didn't buy brother's heart today echoed, "Yes, Shopkeeper Lu. You must prepare more brother's heart tomorrow. You can sell it at a higher price." That's right. 666 copper coins for a set is really too cheap. In my opinion, these fresh vegetables should at least be sold for a set amount of money. When these people said this, those commoners who didn't have rich family backgrounds and just wanted to buy a plate of bean sprouts to taste immediately became anxious. However, in front of these rich people, the poor like them didn't have the right to speak. Thus, they could only look at Shopkeeper Lu anxiously. Shopkeeper Lu repeatedly waved his hand and said, That's not right. That's not right. The price of brother's heart is set by my family's marquee. I don't dare to arbitrarily change it. Moreover, my family's marquis has always been kind-hearted and hopes to do something for the people. Now, even my marquis feels that the price of 600 copper coins is a little expensive. If not for the cost, the price might have been even lower. How could this old man dare to go against my marquis's wishes and lower the price without permission? Once this was said, the commoners all cheered, "The Marquis of Yong, and is truly a kind person. First he made plows for us commoners. Then he lowered the price of books and set up an academy to take in children from poor families for free. Now he wants us poor commoners to taste fresh vegetables in the winter. He's really a great benefactor sent to us by the heavens." That's right. My brother-in-law's family is one of Marquis's farmers. According to him, Marquis treats them very well. Not only did we lend them money without interest, but we also waived a lot of rent for them. What do you mean? My neighbor Lu Lauer's son got into Yanhuang College this year. Not only did he not need money, he even earned 30 strings of coins from the college. Whoa, there's such a thing? Is that true? Why would I lie to you? I heard that the child got into the top 10 in the monthly exam. The 30 strings of coins was a reward from Marquis. This child is really promising. He should be thanking Marquis for giving those children a chance to learn. Shopkeeper Lu was a crafty person. He used this small detail to boost Li Zishuan's reputation in front of the commoners. The commoners were simple and talkative. They were grateful for Li Zishuan's kindness from the small matter of the price of the bean sprouts. As they chatted, they brought up the recent scholarship incident at the college. Li Zishuan's image in their hearts instantly improved by a few notches. What? More than 800 caddies of bean sprouts were all used up today? Evening, Yinshan residence. When Li Zishuan heard the news from Sanbao, he asked in surprise. More than 800 caddies of bean sprouts. According to the serving size of Zuaxian restaurant's dishes, 1 caddy of bean sprouts could be used for 2 plates. 800 caddies meant 1,600 plates. 1,600 plates of bean sprouts were sold out in one meal? Even those big restaurants in his previous life didn't have a dish that sold so well, right? Moreover, the price of these bean sprouts wasn't cheap. Sanbao said excitedly, "Yes. Young master. Shopkeeper Lu came to our residence to ask for more, so old madam gave him 500 caddies of the bean sprouts we collected today and sent the remaining 200 caddies to the college. Young master, your decision back then was really wise." Sanbao is truly in awe. Most of the bean sprouts in the Li residence were distributed by the servants. Now that the bean sprouts were selling so well, old Madam Li and old Madam Li would definitely not mistreat these meritorious people. Thus, Sanbao was very excited and her hands were trembling. She was also Li Zishuan's bootlicker. Li Zishuan slapped the back of Sanbao's head and said, "What do you mean by prostrating? Is prostrating okay? You should read more books when you're free. Do you understand?" Yes. Young master, you're right. I'll definitely read more books when I'm free. Sanbao nodded hurriedly and giggled. Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and said, "Ask the servants to distribute more bean sprouts and use up all the beans in the warehouse as soon as possible." Yes, young master. Sanbao nodded subconsciously, but then felt that there was something wrong with Li Zishuan's words. Puzzled, he asked, "Young master, you mean that you don't want to buy more beans?" Yes. Li Zishuan was thinking about other things and only replied with a faint yes. Sanbao found it hard to accept. He asked anxiously, "Young master, why don't you buy more beans? Bean sprouts are so profitable. I've already calculated that 1 caddy of beans can produce about 10 caddies of bean sprouts, which can be sold for more than 10,000 copper coins. But 1 caddy of beans only costs 8 copper coins. How can you just give up on such a profitable business?" Li Zishuan came back to his senses and saw Sanbao's pitiful look. He couldn't help but find it funny. He teased, "Ha! Your math skills are not bad. Where did you learn it from?" Sanbao didn't look happy at all. Instead, he lowered his head and replied, "Young mistress taught me when she was bored." Li Zishuan was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Then he looked at the dejected Sanbao and kicked the latter's leg. He said, "That's enough. One must be content with what one has. We can't be in the bean sprouts business forever, right? Look at how useless you are. Go back to Chang'an now." Chapter 1021. Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't be in the bean sprout business for the rest of his life. What he wanted to do in the Tang dynasty was to become a technological powerhouse, not to develop the country through commerce. The so-called commerce was just a tool in his hands. As an engineering nerd, what he valued was technology, not small profits. Thus, he definitely wouldn't continue relying on bean sprouts to get rich for long. He was just eating the fish head market. As for the fish body and fish tail, he intended to let others eat them. As for who he would give them to, that would depend on the situation later on. The popularity of the bean sprouts had only just begun. On the second day, the 1,000 gene of bean sprouts prepared by the drunken immortal and were sold out in a single day. Because those who had eaten the bean sprouts and came from well-off families all became repeat customers of the connected brothers. As for those who hadn't eaten the bean sprouts, after hearing the praises of the connected brothers for the entire day, they naturally came over to try it. Thus, the number of customers who came to buy the bean sprouts on the second day was much more than the first. It was worth mentioning that the head eunuch in charge of purchasing in the palace had specially come to the drunken immortal inn to purchase a batch of bean sprouts. The bean sprouts he purchased were naturally raw. After all, it was food that Li Er ate, so how could he hand it over to someone outside the palace to cook? The street in front of the drunken immortal inn was bustling with activity. Many people were buying and eating on the spot. Those who had carriages sat in them, while those who didn't had carriages found a place to eat on the street. Upon seeing this, the shopkeepers of the restaurants and shops beside the drunken immortal inn decided to clean up their shops. They placed some empty tables and chairs inside and outside the shop to provide a place for those who were eating bean sprouts on the street. Of course, there was a charge for this. Outside the shop, it was cheaper at 5 copper coins per seat. Inside the shop, it was more expensive at 20 copper coins per seat. They even provided free tea. If those customers took a fancy to the items in the shop and bought them, they would earn even more. Because the drunken immortal inn knew the secret to growing bean sprouts, they ate the meat at the front. Even though the surrounding shops didn't know the secret, they still had to follow behind to drink some soup, right? On the second day, the 1,000 gene of bean sprouts of the drunken immortal inn were all sold out. Even if the surrounding shops followed behind to drink soup, they still earned a fortune. Every shop earned at least 5 strings of coins more than usual. The third day, the drunken immortal restaurant once again exerted its strength and prepared 1,100 pounds of bean sprouts, but it was still unable to hold off the crazy diners. As the only restaurant that could provide fresh vegetables in the winter, it was difficult for the drunken immortal restaurant not to become popular. Through this matter, it had once again established its position as the overlord of the restaurants in Jianghu and city. As for Yanhuang College, the supply of bean sprouts had been increased to 300 caddies. However, the students still finished the 300 pounds of bean sprouts. After all, there was no lack of rich second generations in the academy. It was common to see one person eating several portions of bean sprouts. For example, Li Tai and Cheng Chumo. On the fourth day, the drunken immortal restaurant prepared more than 1,500 caddies of bean sprouts, and they barely managed to last until the restaurant closed at 5 p.m. Although this had not reached the daily consumption limit of bean sprouts for the people of Jianghu, and it had already reached the physical limit of the chef of drunken immortal restaurant. They were really too tired these few days. After manager Lu promised to double the salary for this month, the chefs felt a little better. The drunken immortal restaurant continued to become popular because of the bean sprouts, which naturally attracted the envy of others. After all, the daily consumption of over 1,000 caddies of bean sprouts was close to 200 strings of coins. Although the cost of bean sprouts was unknown, it should not be too high. This was truly a profitable business. How is it? Is it still not working? In Yunlai restaurant, a middle-aged man with a full beard had his hands behind his back and an ugly expression on his face as he asked the servant in front of him. Looking at his face carefully, it was the barbarian merchant who had asked manager Lu how to distribute bean sprouts. Wuzhu Lu Lin. Master, it's still not working. Beans are basically rotten after being soaked in water for a day and night. They can't be eaten at all, let alone sprouts. The servant said with a bitter expression. Hearing this barbarian merchant already knew that the drunken immortal restaurant's brotherly connection was soaked in beans. In fact, this barbarian merchant was not the only one who knew that the brotherly connection was soaked in beans. Basically, anyone with half a brain would be able to figure it out. There were even more people who secretly distributed bean sprouts. This was also one of the reasons why Li Zishuan did not expect the bean sprouts to make a lot of money. Because this kind of low-tech thing could be easily understood by others. It was just a matter of time. Take the nibbled chicken for example. 2 months after it was released, there were already imitations on the market. If he did not want others to imitate it, he could only raise the technology of the product. This was why he had always paid attention to technology. The workers in the workshop were currently receiving the best treatment in the entire Great Tang. Bastard. This old man has spent so much money to raise you, but you can't even do such a simple thing. You're all a bunch of trash. The middle-aged barbarian merchant roared. With a paw, he smashed the vase on the table beside him. At this moment, a beautiful barbarian woman with a seductive figure and revealing clothes walked over. That barbarian woman walked over and grabbed the barbarian merchant's hand. Then she placed it on one of her peaks for warmth and said coquettishly, "Master, don't be angry. It's not like there's no other way." After saying this, the barbarian woman turned to the manservant and said, "You can leave for now." "Yes, madam." The manservant hurriedly withdrew as if he had been pardoned. The barbarian merchant's interest had already been piqued. At this moment, seeing that there were only the two of them in the room, he hurriedly asked, "Madam, just what kind of brilliant plan do you have? Hurry up and tell this old man." The barbarian woman smiled sweetly, her smile bewitching as she said, "Master, if we can't make it ourselves, we can steal it." "Steal? How do we steal it?" No matter how bewitching the barbarian woman's smile was, the barbarian merchant remained unmoved. This was because at this moment he only had eyes for small amounts of money. The barbarian woman coquettishly said, "Master, you've been intelligent all your life, so how can you be so foolish now? The drunken immortal Inn's Heart-Linked Brothers sells an astonishing amount every day. There must be a lot of people involved in the production. Snow Cherry has already asked around for master. These Heart-Linked Brothers are soaked in soybeans by the servants of the Eternal Peace Marquis estate. As long as we can get in touch with the servants of their estate and entice them with benefits, we won't have to worry about not knowing how to soak soybeans, right?" The barbarian merchant's eyes darted around, and then he was overjoyed. "Ah, wonderful, wonderful. My Snow Cherry is really exceptionally intelligent. Madam, you've done a great service this time. Once it's done, this old man will definitely dote on you." Even though there were risks in stealing secrets, especially when they were stealing secrets from Li Zishuan's estate, many merchants were willing to take risks in the face of enormous benefits. "Master, you're so hateful." Chapter 1022. Miss Lien, are you really not going to reconsider? In Shi City, in a room of a tea house, a young woman in a thick dress said to a little girl. This little girl was the Li residence's maidservant, Lien. No. I will never betray young master and young madam." Liener shook her head fiercely and replied. Today she had come to the pharmacy in Shi City to get some medicine for her mother. However, a woman stopped her halfway and said that she had a way to treat her mother's illness. She was overjoyed and followed her to this tea house. However, she did not expect that woman to actually want to use 100 strings of money to exchange for the Li residence's bean sprout secret formula. Lan subconsciously rejected it in her heart because the 2 strings of money in her purse to buy medicine were lent to her by Han Yushi yesterday. With that, Liener turned to leave. However, the 2 burly men guarding the door took a step forward and blocked her way. "Miss Pingxiang, what do you mean by this? I'm from the Marquis's residence, and this is the foot of the Emperor. Do you want to commit murder?" A hint of panic flashed in Liener's eyes, but when she remembered that this was the capital, she calmed down slightly and forced herself to remain calm. "Impudent. All of you leave. Don't scare the guests." The woman waved her hand and scolded the 2 burly men at the door. Then she went forward and grabbed Liener's hand. She smiled and said, Lien, you might have misunderstood what I meant just now. I didn't ask you to betray the Marquis of Yong'an. I just want to know how these soybeans are soaked into bean sprouts. Don't worry, after I know, I will definitely leave Chang and immediately and go to other counties to sell bean sprouts. Naturally, I won't harm the Marquis of Yong'an's interests. And you can't be considered as betraying the Marquis of Yong'an. Don't you think so? Lien frowned slightly and remained silent. Seeing this, the woman continued to persuade, "Besides, your mother is sick now. You definitely don't have enough money, right? Sister Lien, as long as you tell me the bean sprout recipe, not only will I give you 100 strings of cash, I will also help you find the most famous doctor in the world to treat your mother. Think about it, when your mother recovers, you will still have 100 strings of cash. Why would you still need to be a maidservant in the Marquis's residence? At that time, you will become a rich family's young miss. Don't you think so?" Liener's expression finally changed. She opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment and then said, Is what you said true? Will you really leave Chang'an? Will they really find a doctor to cure my mother's illness?" The young woman was overjoyed. She pointed to a black package on the table and smiled sweetly. "Of course. Why would I lie to you? Here is the 10 strings of coins. As long as you tell me the secret recipe, I will give you the 10 strings of coins immediately. After big sister verifies your method, I'll give you the remaining 90 strings of money. As for the doctor, I can send the doctor to your house tomorrow to treat your mother's illness. What do you think, Miss Lianer? Lianer's little face was instantly filled with conflict. Under the young woman's overbearing gaze, she thought for a long time and still refused. I can't say. I don't know if you're lying to me. Let me think about it. It's getting late. I have to go buy medicine for my mother. With that, she hurriedly ran out of the door. The two men outside the door wanted to stop her, but they didn't hear the woman's order and could only let Lianer leave. In the side room, after Lianer left, a Hu woman with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out from behind the screen. This was none other than the concubine of the Hu merchant, Wuzhu Liushi. Madam, she didn't agree. This servant has failed. Madam, please punish this servant. The young woman bowed and said. The Hu woman called Snow Cherry waved her hand, and then she lifted the young woman's chin and chuckled. Ah, Lingmeng, this isn't your fault. Besides, that girl has already been tempted. Whether she succeeds or fails is still unknown. Think of a way to ask her out tomorrow. If 100 strings of coins isn't enough to move her, then 200 strings of coins. If 200 strings of coins isn't enough, then 500 strings of coins. If this matter is done well, I will let the old master favor you well. Yes, it was she who had ordered her maid to tempt Lianer into revealing the secret recipe for bean sprouts. She had not personally appeared because she was a Hu. Most Tang people looked down on Hu, and Lianer was from a marquis estate. There was a high chance that she would also look down on Hu. Moreover, she was hiding behind the scenes. Once the matter was exposed, she would be able to escape unscathed. Thank you, madam. The young woman softly thanked her. Mother, the medicine is here. I'll help you up to drink it. South of Chang'an City, Don Square. In a small rundown courtyard, Lianer held a bowl of medicine as she spoke to an old woman lying on a bed. Lian, how many times has mother told you not to waste money? Mother has lived long enough. I can't be a burden to you. The old woman looked at her daughter, whose face was still covered in ash, and sighed. Mother, what are you saying? You gave birth to me and raised me. No matter what, your daughter will take care of you for the rest of her life. How can you call me a burden? Lian, hurriedly said. The old woman sorrowfully said, Lian, mother has let you down. You lost your father when you were young. Mother couldn't raise you, so I could only sell you to Master Li as a maid. Mother only gave birth to you, but I didn't raise you. Now, mother can't be a burden to you. Mother. If you say such things again, Lianer will get angry. Lianer stomped her feet and said, Besides, it was fortunate that you sold me to the Li estate back then. Old master and old madam are both kind people, and young master and young madam are also good masters. Moreover, young master is favored by the emperor and will definitely have a bright future. Who knows how many people want to be a maid in the Li residence? It's a pity that they don't have this fortune. The old woman agreed with Lianer's words. She said with a face full of joy, Lianer, you're lucky to have a master like Marquis. Otherwise, I would really regret it for the rest of my life. Mother prays for the Marquis of Yong, and every day. I pray that he will be healthy and live a long life. I pray that his family will prosper for generations. This way, Lianer, you will have someone to rely on. Enough, mother. Don't say such things. The medicine is getting cold. Quickly drink it. Lianer hurriedly said with some complicated feelings in her heart. All right. But Lianer, you're not allowed to secretly buy medicine behind mother's back next time. Mother's illness is actually almost healed. I understand, mother. Only then did the old woman drink the medicine in the bowl. Then she muttered to herself, this Marquis of Yong'an's wife is really kind. She lent you money and actually didn't set a time limit for you to return it. She and the Marquis of Yong'an are really good people. If anyone dares to harm such good people, mother will definitely turn into a vengeful spirit and seek revenge after death. Lianer's body couldn't help but tremble. The face of the young woman who came looking for her during the day involuntarily appeared in her mind. Almost instantly, she made a decision in her heart. Chapter 1023. Marquis, Yunshan Residence, Li Family. Pang Feiji whispered something into Li Zixuan's ear. Li Zixuan's face darkened and his eyes flashed with a cold light. He muttered, 12? There are so many people who don't want to be left out. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said, Marquis, do you want me to capture all these servants and send them to the imperial governor's office? Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. No need. Give them one more chance. Let's see if they can rein it in. Today I will return to Chang'an with you. Pang Feiji did not understand, but he still cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir." Not long after, the master and servant rode towards Chang'an city. As for Han Yushi, she returned to Chang, and on the first day of the bean sprout sale to take charge of the situation. "Young master, you're back." The little bootlicker, San Bao, who was guarding the entrance of the Li residence, said excitedly when he saw Li Zixuan return on his horse. "Yes. Have you been reading a lot lately?" Li Zixuan threw Whitey's reins to San Bao and asked casually. San Bao took the reins and scratched his head. "I've been studying." San Bao is still studying when he's in the toilet. Li Zixuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and went straight to the front hall. Little Xian is back. Although Chang'an was not far from Yunshan residence, as long as they did not see each other every day, Madame Li was still worried about her son. When she saw Li Zixuan return, her face immediately revealed a look of warmth. "Yes." Li Zixuan agreed and sat down to chat with his parents for a while. At this time Yi Guozhong happened to pass by the door. After glancing at Li Zixuan in the room, he stopped in his tracks and said, "Yo, little Xian is back." Li Zixuan stood up and said, "Yes. How are grandfather and grandmother recently?" After getting along with Yi Guozhong and old Madame Yi for a long time, Li Zixuan found that they were not bad people. Old Madame Yi, needless to say, had always been very kind. Although Yi Guozhong was a bit extreme, Li Zixuan asked himself what had happened in the past. If he were in Yi Guozhong's position and knew that his daughter's sweetheart was destined to be a jinx, he would probably do something to break up the couple. Now that this old man had stepped down from his position as the patriarch of the Yi family, his personality had also become more open-minded. After all, he had once managed a large family clan. His vision and experience were still very sophisticated. Many times, he could give Li Zixuan a lot of pertinent suggestions which benefited Li Zixuan a lot. "Yes, everything was good. Little Xian, come out. Grandfather has something to say to you." Yi Guochan nodded and waved his hand. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. After informing his parents, he followed Yi Guozhong to an old ginkgo tree in the northwest corner of the courtyard. "Little Xian. Recently, our family's bean sprouts have been selling very well in Chang'an. You should know about it, right?" Yi Guozhong asked Li Zixuan with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Zixuan understood and roughly understood why Yi Guozhong called him out. He replied, "Of course I know." Yi Guozhong nodded and said with a heavy heart, "Little Xian. Although the Li family is small in number with your position in the imperial court, it's only a matter of time before you become a powerful family that dominates a region. Now that you're in charge of the Li family, you have to consider the interests of the family. For example, bean sprouts are a profitable business, but once others learn how to make them, you'll be in a passive position, little Xian. In recent days, this old man has noticed that some servants in your residence have been leaving the residence very frequently. I reckon that it's very likely that other restaurants, merchants, or families want to get the secret recipe of bean sprouts through them. But you actually turned a blind eye to it and hid in Mount Yunshan to live a leisurely life. You're really. At the end, Yi Guozhong's old face was a little red. Obviously he was angry. If the person in front of him was his own son, he would have slapped him. Li Zixuan was happy in his heart. He secretly thought that the old man's vision was quite shrewd and ruthless. He could actually see the hidden danger in the residence. Seeing Yi Guozhong's angry face, Li Zixuan quickly cupped his hands and said, "Grandfather, please calm down. In fact, I've already expected this. But in my opinion, the Li family can't monopolize the bean sprout's secret recipe forever. This method isn't difficult to learn. During the process you just need to pay attention to changing the water and air of the bean sprouts. Even if the servants in the residence don't say it out, the people outside will definitely be able to figure it out within a month or two. Grandfather, don't you think so?" Yi Guozhong pondered for a moment and sighed. He nodded and said, "According to what you said, it's really possible. But if you strictly ordered the servants not to leave the residence at will from the beginning, perhaps the Li family could earn a few more months' worth of bean sprouts. But now, I estimate that in less than 5 days, other restaurants in the city will definitely start selling bean sprouts. It's obviously you who thought of this thing, but it's benefiting others so quickly." Alas. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha, Grandfather. This matter hasn't reached the end yet. It's still uncertain who will benefit from who. You just watch carefully. Let's see who will have the last laugh between your grandson and those secret thieves." Yi Guozhong was startled. He, who was old and experienced, instantly understood that Li Zixuan definitely had a backup plan. He sighed and said, "Ha, Looks like grandfather has underestimated you. Fine, this old man won't meddle in other people's business. I'll wait outside for your good news. After saying that, the old man hummed a tune and walked away. Li Zixuan was just about to go to the drunken immortal inn to take a look when he saw Han Yushi walking over with a servant girl following behind her. Husband, are you free now? This concubine has something to tell you. Han Yushi's expression wasn't very good. After coming in front of him, she opened her mouth and said, Wife, if there's anything just say it. But, husband, why don't we go inside and talk? Han Yushi turned her head and glanced at the servant girl, feeling troubled. Plop. Young madam, there's no need. Lian did something wrong and should be punished. Young madam, you and young master don't have to give Lian any face. Before Li Zixuan could speak, the servant girl knelt on the ground with a plop and then kowtowed to Li Zixuan with tears in her eyes. Lian? After Li Zixuan heard the name, his heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. He pretended to be surprised and said, Madam, what does this mean? What did she do wrong? Han Yushi looked around and wanted to say something but hesitated. Lian cried and said, Young master. Lian has let you down. I'm sorry, old master, madam. Lian betrayed the Li family. I beg young master to send Lian to the authorities for punishment. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, Quickly get up. What kind of nonsense is this? Let's go. If there's anything, let's talk in the study. Although there were very few people who came to the place where they were standing now, it didn't mean that there weren't any. At the very least, Li Zixuan had already heard footsteps approaching, which was why he said that. Chapter 1024. Young master, that's what happened. Yeah. Lian has let young master and young madam down. In the study, Lian told Li Zixuan everything that had happened in Shi City the day before. When she was done, her tears began to flow uncontrollably again. Li Zixuan said solemnly, That's enough. Stop crying. From what you're saying, you haven't told that person the secret recipe for bean sprouts. Lian shook her head and said, No. At that time, Lian felt sorry for young master and young madam and hoped that woman would help find a doctor to cure my mother's illness. At that time, Lian's heart was in a mess. I really didn't know what to do, so I ran out. They didn't stop you? Li Zixuan asked again. Lian looked up and replied, No. No, when Lian wanted to leave at first, two men wanted to stop Lian, but they were scolded by that woman and left. But later, Lian was confused by that woman's words, so they didn't stop her. Old master, old madam, young master, and young madam usually treat Lian so well, but Lian's heart wasn't strong enough and almost betrayed young master. I beg young master to send Lian to the authorities for punishment. Han Yushi hurriedly pleaded with Li Zixuan, Husband, Lian hasn't leaked the secret, so don't punish her. Besides, the reason why she was greedy was because of her filial piety to her mother. Don't send her to the authorities, okay? Well, young madam, don't say any more. Lian doesn't have the right for you to plead for mercy. Lian deserves to die. Lian kowtowed to the ground and cried bitterly. Han Yushi lent her money yesterday to buy medicine for her mother, but for a moment she wanted to betray the Li family. From last night until this morning, the more she thought about it, the more she blamed herself. In the end, when she saw Li Zixuan return from Yunshan, she finally mustered the courage to surrender. Li Zixuan patted his wife's shoulder and looked at Lian, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, All right. Get up. Since you can rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, what reason do I have to punish you? Get up. But, young master. Enough. Say no more. Just get up when I tell you to. Don't tell me you won't even listen to me? Lian still wanted to say something, but Li Zixuan reprimanded her with a straight face. Thus, Lian hurriedly got up from the ground. Han Yushi's face lit up and she hurriedly said, Many thanks, husband. Li Zixuan waved his hand and shook his head as he said, Lian, although you didn't commit any major mistakes, you should also be punished for minor mistakes. I cannot expel you from the mansion, but you must do something for me to make up for your mistake. Do you agree? Lian said with a look of joy, Lian agrees. As long as young master doesn't chase Lian out, Lian will agree to do anything. Han Yushi looked puzzled, but Li Zixuan smiled and whispered, How about this? I heard what you said just now. That woman clearly wants to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Go to Shi City again tomorrow and tell that woman that you've thought it through and can give the secret recipe to them. Lian covered her mouth in shock and shook her head desperately. No, don't. Even if I die, Lian won't betray young master. This silly girl thought that Li Zixuan was deliberately testing her. Li Zixuan said helplessly. Stupid girl. I, young master, naturally have my reasons for letting you do this. Just do as I say. I have a backup plan. You can give the secret recipe to them, but they must give you 1,000 strings of coins in one go. If they don't agree, then you can sell the secret recipe to others, understand? Lianer saw that Li Zixuan said it in a serious manner and didn't seem to be bluffing her, so she was slightly relieved. However, after hearing Li Zixuan say 1,000 strings of coins, she couldn't help but say, Young master, if you ask them for 1,000 strings of coins, I'm afraid they won't agree, right? Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, this secret recipe is definitely worth 1,000 strings of coins. If they aren't willing to pay you so much money in one go, just say that our manor has been very strict recently. This young master has already sent several spies to the authorities. You plan to take this money and immediately leave this place, so they have to pay you all at once. This way they should believe you. Liana listened and felt that Li Zixuan's words were very reasonable, so she said, Then young master, Lianer will tell her like this tomorrow. When the time comes, Lianer will bring all the money back and give it to young master. Li Zixuan laughed and said, Ha! Don't worry, if you do it well, I will reward you handsomely. Lianer doesn't ask for a reward, I just want to make up for my mistakes. Young master, young madam, Lianer will leave first. Lianer wiped her tears and then left. In the study, Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan and finally asked the question in her heart, Husband, I don't understand why you want Lianer to deliberately leak the secret recipe? Li Zixuan stroked his wife's long hair and said with a smile, Ha! I have a backup plan. Wife, just watch carefully. Seeing that Li Zixuan was keeping her in suspense, Han Yushi was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. However, she said worriedly, But there is a loophole in what husband taught Lianer to say just now. If those people go to the authorities to investigate and find out that we haven't sent any servants to the authorities recently, then wouldn't Lianer's words be exposed? Li Zixuan's gaze turned cold and said, Who said that we haven't sent any servants to the authorities? We'll send them out before dark today. Han Yushi was stunned and immediately understood the meaning in Li Zixuan's words. Her face couldn't help but turn cold. Husband, you mean? N. That's right. There is more than one spy in our residence. After dealing with Lianer's matter, Li Zixuan waited for another 2 servants and 3 servants to surrender in the afternoon. For those who surrendered, Li Zixuan gave them the same instructions as he had for Lianer previously. However, according to the information provided by Pang Feiji, there were a total of 12 servants in the residence who had recently been in contact with the outside world. In other words, there were still 6 people who wanted to get away with it. At 5:15 p.m. in the study room, Li Zixuan was half leaning on the armchair. He was resting with his eyes closed, but he suddenly opened them and said to Pang Feiji, Go, arrest them. Pang Feiji's spirit was lifted. He was finally going back to his old profession. He bowed and cupped his fists, saying loudly, Yes, Marquis. After saying that, he strode out of the door. Not long after, the entire Li residence was in chaos. Where is Zhao Si? Feeding the horses in the backyard. Go. To the backyard. That's Zhao Si. Go. Arrest him for me. Hey. Brother Pang, why are you arresting me? Then you should ask yourself. Look after him. The rest of you follow me to arrest Han Xiaoyang. Chapter 1025. The next day. The news of the Marquis Yong, and sending 6 servants to the capital office for investigation spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir in Chang'an. Many people did not understand why the usually easygoing Li Zixuan would suddenly make things difficult for a group of servants. This was against the rules, but there were some who had ulterior motives. When they thought of what they had done recently, their hearts sank. Those with backgrounds quickly destroyed the evidence and cut ties with Li Zixuan. Those without backgrounds planned to quickly liquidate the restaurants under their names, pack up their valuables and flee Chang, and before Li Zixuan came looking for them. However, no one noticed that Han Yushi had brought a few servants and maids back to the Han Manor under the escort of Pang Feiji. Sigh. What should we do now? The Marquis Yong, and is now in the royal court, and the military officers in Chang, and are all familiar with him. If he really wants to investigate, it won't be long before he finds me. This is bad. In Yunlai restaurant, Wuzhu Luhui sat on the couch with a frown and sighed. Obviously, he had also heard about the Li residents sending servants to the capital office last night. Old master, you don't have to worry too much. You didn't show up from the start. No matter how powerful the Marquis Yong and is, he won't find you in a short time. Wu Jingxue consoled. Wuzhu Luhui shook his head and sighed, This is a matter of time. Just because he didn't find out now doesn't mean he won't find out in the future. I have to consider moving the restaurant to another state capital. What's hateful is that after all our efforts, not only did we not get the bean sprout recipe, we even offended the Marquis Yong and Sai. Old master, madam, the maid from the Marquis residence called Lien is here again. At this moment, a woman in a long dress walked in and bowed. This Han Chinese woman was Ling Meng, who had come in contact with Lien. A trace of panic appeared on Wuzhu Liuhui's face. He subconsciously thought that Liener had brought the Marquis residence's guards to capture him. Hu Jingxue was rather calm. She turned and asked, "Is she alone?" Ling Meng replied, "In reply to madam, she came alone and is currently at the tea house next door. She said that she has something important to discuss with this servant." Snow Huji's eyes lit up as she said excitedly, "Old master, this maidservant might have thought it through. As long as we get the secret formula from her, we can leave Chang and immediately and head to other counties. We can still make a fortune." Wuzhu Luchu closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "All right. Ling Meng, go and get in touch with that maid again. You must get the bean sprout recipe. Since we've offended the Marquis of Eternal Peace, then we can't return empty-handed." "Yes, master." 1,000 strings of cash? Miss Lien, are you joking with me? A quarter of an hour later, in a tea house not far from the cloud-gathering wine shop, Ling Ming heard Liener's request. She couldn't help but stare at Liener as if she was looking at a madwoman. "I'm not joking." Liener frowned and said, "Elder sister, think about it. This bean sprout can bring my young master close to 200 strings of cash every day. If you get it, then it won't be long before you have tens of thousands of strings of cash. I took the risk to come and tell on you. Isn't it reasonable for me to take 1,000 strings of cash? Besides, elder sister, you should have heard about it, right? My young master sent all 6 servants who might have leaked the secret to the authorities yesterday. Fortunately, I came out to buy the medicine that day with young madam's permission. Otherwise, young master would definitely suspect me. But I definitely don't dare to stay in this Marquis residence. I plan to sell the secret formula and then take the money to escape Chang'an. So if you want the secret formula, not only do you have to give me 1,000 strings of cash, you have to give it all at once. I don't have the time to wait for you to verify the secret formula in Chang'an City. Of course, if elder sister thinks it's too expensive, I can find other buyers." After saying that, Lien actually turned to leave. It was obvious that she had nowhere else to go and was in a hurry to cash out and leave the house. Miss Lien, wait. Ling Ming was shocked and hurriedly said, "Elder sister sympathizes with Miss Liener's experience, but 1,000 strings of cash is really too expensive. I'm afraid it's difficult for elder sister to make the decision alone. So Miss Lien, please wait for a moment. I will discuss with my lord, my husband, before we make a decision." Liener frowned and made a very difficult expression. After a while, she finally nodded and said, "All right then. Elder sister, hurry up. I must leave Chang'an City today." And then, "Don't worry, Miss Lien. Elder sister will be back soon." 1,000 strings of cash? This girl really dares to ask for an exorbitant price. Wuzhu Luhui and Hu Ji Snow Cherry were actually in another wing of the tea house. After Ling Ming reported Liener's request to them, Hu Ji sneered and then looked at Wuzhu Luhui and suggested, "Master, why don't we capture this girl and torture her? When the time comes, we don't have to be afraid that she won't tell us the secret formula." Wuzhu Liuhui's face darkened and he waved his hand and said, "This is not the time to complicate things. If things get out of hand, I'm afraid we won't even be able to leave Chang'an City. Besides, this secret formula is indeed worth 1,000 strings of cash." Hu Ji Snow Cherry could not help but say, "Master, what if the girl tells us a fake secret formula?" Wuzhu Liuhui's eyes flashed with a cold light and he sneered, "Then if she's heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. But looking at her current situation, it's unlikely that she will come out to deceive others and cause more trouble for herself. Ling Ming, go and promise her that in the afternoon, you will send the money to her house. Hand over the money and the secret formula." Ling Ming bowed and said, "Yes, master." Similar scenes were happening in different parts of Chang'an City today. In the afternoon, around 5 in the afternoon, the 2 servants and 4 maidservants that Li Zishuan sent out all returned with a full load. On this trip, the 6 of them had cheated nearly 8,000 strings of cash because one of them, Wang Xiaojiang, was secretly invited by the Chui family. Towards his old enemy, Li Zishuan showed no mercy and directly asked Wang Xiaojiang to ask for 3,000 strings of cash. The Chui family's duke hated Li Zishuan to the core and wanted to disgust him. Moreover, the income brought by the bean sprouts was indeed considerable. They could earn at least 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash in a month. Although the Chui family had a large business, if 4,000 to 5,000 strings of cash were to fall on the ground, it was impossible for them not to pick it up. The most important thing was that Wang Xiaojiang was an actor. He even acted as the duke, so he was able to cheat the Chui family of 3,000 strings of cash. According to the information from the 6 servants, Li Zixuan immediately asked Pang Feiji to secretly bring back the 8,000 strings of cash in a carriage from their houses. At this point, the operation to clean up the leakers had finally come to an end. But the operation to punish the leakers had just begun. Chapter 1026. The Chui family was the most influential force in the operation. The rest of the thieves were mostly self-employed people like Wuzhu Lulin who wanted to make a fortune overnight. Compared with the Chui family, they were nothing more than a bunch of rotten shrimps. But no matter if they were big fish or small shrimps, to Li Zixuan, as long as they provoked him, they would have to pay the price. Not only would these 6 families have to pay a fine of thousands of strings of coins, they would also face a trade blockade from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in the future. The next day, Wuzhu Lulin and the other secret thieves took the gold and silver that they had packed up yesterday and fled Chang'an City. Although Li Zixuan knew about it, he did not stop them. Something worthy of mentioning was that the price of the bond of brothers in the Immortal Indulgence Inn had suddenly dropped greatly from 666 copper coins per serving to 333 copper coins per serving. The extent of the price drop was so great that it caused everyone to be astounded. The number of diners heading to the Drunken Immortal restaurant suddenly increased. When the rich people saw this, they all complained that Manager Lu did not know how to do business. It was fine if he did not raise the price, but he lowered the price instead. This caused more and more people to come to eat, causing them to have to line up for a long time. As for Yanhuang College, the price of the bean sprouts continued to drop from 300 copper coins to 150 copper coins. This time, the children from poor families did not hesitate anymore. They all ran to the cafeteria to order a serving of bean sprouts for themselves and slowly enjoyed it. South of Chang'an City, East Duke's residence. When Chui Junchuo heard that the price of the Brotherhood connection had dropped, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. With a gloomy face he asked, "Has the secret recipe started to be tested yesterday?" A servant beside him replied, reporting to Grand Duke, "The secret recipe has been handed over to our restaurant's manager Wang. They have already started to follow the secret recipe yesterday. It is estimated that it will take another 4 to 5 days for the beans to sprout." Chui Junchuo's heart calmed down. He thought for a while and asked, "Where is that Wang Xiaojiang who came yesterday? Is there any news about him?" "Grand Duke, I've sent someone to check Wang Xiaojiang's residence today. There's no one inside. It must be as he said. He fled Chang'an yesterday because he was afraid of the Marquis of Yong'an's revenge. Actually, the 6 people who turned themselves in yesterday and were sent out by Li Zixuan to cheat money had all been hidden. Naturally, the Chui family couldn't find them." "Yes. We have to keep an eye on Li Zixuan's movements." "Yes, great-grandfather. This group of people will definitely not have a good ending. Li Zixuan is not an easy person to deal with." Chang'an City, Yanshou Square, inside a house. Feng Jidai stood on the red attic, looking at the houses in the distance and sneered. "Second young master, it is clearly the Marquis of Yong'an who is in a passive position. Why do you favor him?" The black-faced guard cupped his fists and asked in confusion. Feng Jidai couldn't help but recall the night when Li Er led the civil and military officials to the Cloudy Mountain to see the moon, and the first time he met Li Zixuan face to face. After a long silence, he said with a complicated expression, "Ah Mu, never underestimate Li Zixuan. How can a bunch of mayflies shake this big tree? Others may be narrow-minded, but he is a man who has the universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars in his heart." Feng Jidai added in his heart. Mu scratched his head. He didn't understand why his young master, who was fearless in Lingnan, would immediately cower when he came to Chang'an. "Help me by some brothers-linked hearts. Lingnan really can't compare to Chang'an. This is called living. I've even put on some weight recently." Feng Jidai let out a long sigh and said contentedly. Although he was a hostage, he didn't have to worry about food and drink here. As long as he didn't leave Chang'an, no one would restrict his freedom. He had good food and wine every day and he was so happy that he forgot about home. "Yes, young master." On the first day of the bean sprouts price reduction, Yanhuang College and Drunken Immortal sold a total of 2,500 jin of bean sprouts. The Li family's remaining soybeans could only produce 7,000 jin of bean sprouts. In other words, it could only support the consumption for 3 days. However, Li Zishuan still didn't have any intention of buying soybeans. But if someone paid attention, they might notice that many farmers had entered the city to buy large amounts of soybeans. On the second day, the price of bean sprouts was slightly reduced again. At Drunken Immortal, it went from 333 copper coins to 300 copper coins. At Yanhuang College, it went from 150 copper coins to 130 copper coins. There was no doubt that the number of customers at Drunken Immortal was even greater. The road from the Drunken Immortal into the entrance of the Western Market was completely packed. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had opened a few branches of the Drunken Immortal in Chang'an City. Otherwise, the main branch of the Drunken Immortal would have been overcrowded. On the third day, the price of bean sprouts at Drunken Immortal dropped to 280 copper coins. At Yanhuang College, it went down to 110 copper coins. The once glorious bean sprouts that only the rich could enjoy suddenly became not so unattainable. Ordinary people could still squeeze out enough money to eat a plate of bean sprouts. However, while the commoners were happy, East County Duke Chui Zhenchuo couldn't be happy. Bastard. This bastard lowered the price of bean sprouts so low. How can the Chui family make money when the bean sprouts are released? When will we be able to recoup the cost of 3,000 copper coins? When Chui Zhenchuo heard the news, he couldn't help but smash vases and teacups in his residence. Everyone in the Chui family was in danger. Li Zishuan couldn't care less about the Chui family's situation. He was leisurely carrying out his plan. On the fourth day, the price of bean sprouts at Drunken Immortal dropped to 200 copper coins. At Yanhuang College, it went down to 100 copper coins. The people of Chang'an couldn't help but feel happy. In the past, only the imperial family could eat fresh vegetables during winter. Now they could eat a serving for 200 copper coins. This was too happy. However, on this day the Li family's bean sprouts were all used up. If Drunken Immortal wanted to sell Brother Connected Heart in the future, they could only buy it from elsewhere or ask shopkeeper Lu to make it himself. When shopkeeper Lu first heard the news, he couldn't help but be anxious. However, Li Zishuan only said one word to him: buy. At that time he really wanted to cry. Because where would he go to buy something like that? But on the second day a miracle happened. Shopkeeper Lu, I have more than 50 kilograms of bean sprouts. Do you want them? If you do, I can sell them to you at a cheaper price. That morning, when the door of Drunken Immortal opened, a burly man carrying a basket came in. It was Hu Hanyun from the Han family village. Shopkeeper Lu recognized him and was shocked. He said in disbelief, "Old Hu? It's you? No, why do you have so many bean sprouts?" Chapter 1027. Shi City Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Oh, shopkeeper Lu, you don't know? I thought you knew. Hu Hanyun scratched his head and chuckled at the shocked shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu's face darkened. What do I know? Is there something I should know? Hurry up and tell me. Old Hu you, shopkeeper Lu was about to ask when a few more villagers came in. Some were from the Han village, some were from Plum village, and some were unfamiliar to him. Shopkeeper Lu, do you want bean sprouts? I have more than 25 kilograms here. They're fresh. I have 70 kilograms here. Shopkeeper Lu, do you want some? While listening to the villagers shouting and yelling, shopkeeper Lu seemed to have understood something. He looked at Old Hu and asked uncertainly, Old Hu, did young master teach you all the methods of growing bean sprouts? At this point, it seemed that this was the only reasonable explanation. Old Hu nodded and said, yes. Young master told young madam to teach us the method of growing bean sprouts 4 days ago. After the villagers bought the beans, they didn't go anywhere and just stayed at home to grow bean sprouts. As soon as the bean sprouts grew, we sent them to you. No matter what, we're young master's villagers, so we have to prioritize the needs of Drunken Immortal Restaurant and Yanhuang College. Shopkeeper Lu suddenly understood. No wonder Li Zishuan was so calm when he looked for him yesterday, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Good. This old man was worried about where to buy bean sprouts. Old Hu, you guys come in. Drunken Immortal Restaurant wants all these bean sprouts. Shopkeeper Lu stroked his beard and laughed. Old Hu and the others picked all the bean sprouts and brought them in. These villagers knew how to repay kindness. They knew that Drunken Immortal Restaurant was the Li family's business, so they only sold the bean sprouts to shopkeeper Lu for 25 copper coins per kilogram. Shopkeeper Lu felt bad about it and raised the price by 5 copper coins per kilogram. According to their original plan, they only sold the bean sprouts for 20 copper coins per kilogram. Old Hu, Marquis really treats us well. Just by selling this batch of bean sprouts, I'll be able to make at least half a year's worth of money. On the cement road back to the Han village, a villager from the Wuxia village couldn't help but sigh to Old Hu. Old Lu. Of course, young master treats his family's farmers well. After you've been with young master for a long time, you'll naturally know how good young master is. Old Hu smiled faintly. How much do you think the bean sprouts would fetch if they were sold to other restaurants? Someone in the crowd said this and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Hu Hanyun's expression changed. He stopped in his tracks. Seeing that there was no one else around, he said with a sullen face, "A person must have a conscience. I, Old Hu, had only moved to the Han family manor over 20 years ago. Previously, I had experienced who knows how many main families in other places. But which main family didn't King think about how to suck everyone's blood? I, Old Hu, dare to say that there isn't a main family that treats us as sincerely as young master. You may not know how valuable this method of growing bean sprouts is, but I heard 2 days ago that the Chui family offered 3,000 strings of cash to buy this secret recipe. But what about young master? Young master didn't ask us for a single copper coin and directly taught us this method. Now that we've distributed the bean sprouts, other restaurants may indeed buy them at a higher price. But Marquis treats us like this, yet you want to sell the bean sprouts to others just to earn a few copper coins. Don't you feel guilty? I, Hu Hanyun, will put the ugly words out here today. If any of these 8 villages dare to sell bean sprouts to other restaurants without permission, I, Old Hu, will be the first to go to their house and break their legs. Whether you report it to the authorities or ask someone to take revenge, I'll accept it. But if this kind of situation happens again in the future, I'll definitely beat you up. Unless the Drunken Immortal House and Yanhuang College get enough bean sprouts, then we can sell them to other restaurants. But the price can't be lower than what we sell to the Drunken Immortal House. Old Hu's words were powerful and resonating. The dozen or so villagers in front of him all became serious after hearing this. Second Master Lu stepped forward and fiercely hammered Old Hu's chest. Then he shouted to the crowd. What little Hu said is correct. There are some things that young master doesn't care about and he won't tell us. But since we've received young master's kindness, we can't disappoint young master. I, Lu Wanshan, will definitely not allow anyone to go back on their word. Right? I, Lu Mang, will definitely not allow anyone to go back on their word. Marquis brought us to live a good life, so we must repay Marquis. As a person, we can't lose our conscience. Second Master Lu was a well-known figure in the surrounding villages. With him saying this, who would dare to not believe him? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Mang of the Liujia village quickly stood up and agreed. He sold more than 100 caddies of bean sprouts today and earned more than 2,000 copper coins. After deducting the cost of buying soybeans, his net profit was more than 2 strings of coins. When Li Zishuan encouraged the villagers to build greenhouses, he couldn't afford to build greenhouses. Now, he didn't expect that just selling bean sprouts once would be enough for him to build 3 or 4 greenhouses. Happiness came too quickly. He was planning to first return the 500 copper coins he borrowed from Li Zishuan and then build 2 greenhouses. Next year he would definitely have enough money to send his children to school. Therefore he had now become one of Li Zishuan's staunchest supporters. Old Hu and Second Master Lu are right. In the future, our bean sprouts must be sold to the Drunken Immortal House and Yanhuang College first. I agree. This is a must. The rest of the villagers followed behind Lu Mang and voiced their agreement. Second Master Lu nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Also, all of you, when you go back, keep your mouths shut. Also, keep your wives' mouths shut. Although the young master didn't tell us to keep it a secret, the less people from the other villages know about the bean sprouts, the more money we can earn. If everyone knows about it, the bean sprouts will definitely be sold at a cheaper price. Old Hu agreed and said, Yes. Keep your mouths shut just like the greenhouses. No matter who comes to the village, don't let them see it. Also, don't mention this to the other villages. If you do, you'll be destroying everyone's rice bowls. That's right. Whoever says it will feel bad for all of us. Yes. We must keep it a secret. Under the mobilization of Old Hu and Second Master Lu's propaganda, the villagers of the 8 villages smoothly formed an alliance of interests and agreed to keep the secret. In Chang'an, the Drunken Immortal House's brotherhood connection continued to be popular. But today there was a disruptor. The Chui family's restaurant in the Eastern Market also introduced a dish similar to the Brotherhood connection. They directly called it stir-fried bean sprouts. The price was still reasonable, 190 copper coins per serving. It was 10 copper coins cheaper than the Drunken Immortal House's Brotherhood connection price yesterday. Why was it yesterday's price? Because today the Drunken Immortal House's Brotherhood Connection price was lowered by 10 copper coins. Therefore the two prices were the same. It wasn't that the Chui family didn't want to lower the price, but the price they paid for the secret recipe was too high. They had to get the original price back first, right? Otherwise, when the bean sprouts were overflowing in the future, the price would be even lower, and the profit margin would be even smaller. Obviously, after experiencing Li Zixuan's indiscriminate bombardment these days, Cui Junchuo had already predicted the future trend of the price of bean sprouts. However, he didn't expect that Li Zixuan would secretly teach the method of making bean sprouts to the farmer. As a result, the price of bean sprouts in Chang and city would fall at an even faster rate. What? There are people selling bean sprouts in the western market and the eastern market? In the eastern duke's mansion south of Chang'an City. When Cui Junchuo heard the news, his heart sank. At this time he completely understood that he had been tricked by Li Zixuan. Yes, great-grandpa. They should be villagers outside the city. Each of them has a lot of bean sprouts. The servant of the Cui family bowed and said, "Villagers? How could they know the secret recipe of bean sprouts? Did you find out which village they came from?" Cui Junchuo's face was gloomy. Although the Cui family was rich, they wouldn't ignore such a profitable business like bean sprouts. Moreover, the current situation was very obvious. The Cui family had been cheated by Li Zixuan for a whole 3,000 strings of coins. As a top aristocratic family, how could he tolerate this? "I think I saw a villager from Plum Village. I don't know the rest," the servant replied. Today, shopkeeper Lu had bought more than 2,000 caddies of bean sprouts from the villagers. If he bought more, the Drunken Immortal restaurant wouldn't be able to eat it all. Therefore, the remaining villagers were either sent to other restaurants to sell or brought to the western market and the eastern market to sell. After the other restaurants bought the bean sprouts, they hurriedly asked their chefs to study the method of making bean sprouts. They planned to join the ranks of selling bean sprouts tomorrow. When the people of Chang and city saw the villagers selling bean sprouts, they would usually buy 2 caddies of bean sprouts so that their wives could try it. If this continued, the number of people eating bean sprouts in the restaurants would decrease greatly. The sales of bean sprouts in the restaurants would definitely not be as prosperous as in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. It could be said that the most popular stage of the bean sprouts business had passed. All that was left was the soup, and the meat in the soup had all been scooped up by Li Zixuan. Bam. Plum Village, Plum Village. Damn it. This brat is so ruthless. He actually resorted to a life-and-death struggle move. This is so infuriating. Cui Junchuo immediately understood when he heard Plum Village. He slammed the teacup on the table onto the ground and said angrily, "Life-and-death struggle? No. Grandfather, you might have misunderstood. This is not called a life-and-death struggle. It should be called a courageous retreat." Yongla Lane, Li Residence West Courtyard. When Yi Guozhong heard that the Hanjiazwang, Plum Village, Lijiazwang and several other villages had started selling bean sprouts in the east and west cities today, he subconsciously felt that Li Zixuan was using the method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own men, to take revenge on the Cui family for stealing the secret. In the end, both families would not be able to earn any money if they fought to the death. Therefore he came to the west courtyard to ask Li Zixuan what he was thinking. Li Zixuan laughed when he heard that. "What do you mean by a courageous retreat? I think you're just being stubborn. Sigh. You youngsters are so impetuous and easily let your emotions affect your decisions." Yi Guozhong shook his head and sighed. Li Zixuan could only patiently explain, "Grandfather, think about it carefully. Since the first day the Drunken Immortal restaurant started selling bean sprouts, our residence has earned a total of more than 2,000 strings of coins. Together with the 8,000 strings of coins that the Cui family stole from us, it adds up to more than 10,000 strings of coins. The little bean sprouts brought in more than 10,000 strings of coins in less than 10 days. Grandfather, do you really think it's a loss? Previously, I've already said that even if the servants in the residence did not leak the secret recipe, the people outside would definitely be able to figure out the method to grow bean sprouts in 1 or 2 months. At that time, we might not even be able to earn 10,000 strings of coins. Now, not only have we maximized the income of the bean sprouts in the shortest time possible, but we have also cleaned up the disloyal servants in the residence. No matter how you look at it, I don't think I've suffered a loss." Yi Guozhong secretly nodded when he heard that. In the end he laughed and said, "Ha, you really are a sly fox. Those people in the Cui family provoked you. They're really unlucky." After saying that, he smiled comfortably and turned around to leave. At the gate of the courtyard, Father Li suddenly understood. He patted his chest and quickly left before Yi Guozhong came over. He had also heard the news and wanted to come over to ask his son what he was thinking. However, when he walked to the gate of the courtyard, he found that Yi Guozhong was also there. He stopped and stood at the gate of the courtyard to eavesdrop. Although Yi Guozhong was usually kind to Li Zixuan, that was because of the generational gap effect. Grandfathers usually doted on their grandsons, but for his son-in-law, it was already good enough that he didn't reprimand him. This stinking brat, he likes to hide things from his old man now, causing this old man to worry for nothing, Li Jingma muttered. Although there was a reprimand in his words, why did his tone sound like he was happy that his son had become more mature? Whether it was a life-and-death struggle or a courageous retreat, it was just a small business, worth a few tens of thousands of strings of cash. Li Zixuan didn't take it to heart. He had always been concerned about how his technology tree was growing. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan left Chang and went to Chichugu workshop in Mei Village. The first thing he saw was a bustling scene. There were people coming and going in the workshop, and the west side of the courtyard had already been set up. There were many pipes on the ground, and in the middle of the pipes, there was a prototype of a furnace. Faubert was gesturing with a group of blacksmiths about something. Li Zixuan stood a distance away and did not disturb them. After a while, Faubert finished talking to the blacksmiths and walked towards Li Zixuan. "Young master, you are here?" "Yes." "Faubert, the progress is not bad. I estimate that in less than a month the ironworks will be able to start smelting iron, right?" Li Zixuan looked around and said with satisfaction. "Ah, almost there. We have a lot of experienced blacksmiths in our workshop, and the construction of the furnace will only be faster. Now we just need to see when Xiaobing will be able to transport the platinum ores back." Chapter 1028. Is there still no news from Xiaobing? Strange Taste Pavilion's new workshop. Li Zixuan looked at Faubert and asked. Speaking of which, as the owner, he was not responsible at all. A few days ago, after he gave the blueprint of the ironworks to Faubert, he basically did not ask about it anymore. It was not because he was lazy but because of the sprouts and the spies in Chang, and which took up a lot of his energy. "Young master, that guy sent a message back 2 days ago, saying that he had found the bauxite you wanted in Shuo province. He should be sending a batch back in 2 days. Faubert replied with a smile. He had received the news from Fubin and wanted to report it to Li Zixuan, but he had heard about the recent turmoil in Chang'an City, so he gave up the idea. He wanted to wait until Li Zixuan was free to tell him. Li Zixuan was happy to hear that. He was secretly glad that his memory was not wrong, but he felt sorry for his old classmate. He had dug up his family's bauxite more than 1,000 years in advance. Just take it as a continuation of the glory of the Chinese people in the world. Old classmate, the bauxite that your family contributed is very meaningful. Li Zixuan muttered in his heart and then said to Faubert, well, after the bauxite from Shuo province is shipped back, we will start firing the refractory cement that Faubert and I talked about previously. If there are any problems, send someone to call me at any time. The so-called refractory cement could be divided into aluminate cement, low-calcium aluminate cement, calcium-magnesium aluminate cement, and dolomite refractory cement. At present, the easiest cement to fire was aluminate cement, which was mainly made of bauxite and limestone. It was calcined to produce a clinker with calcium aluminate as the main component and alumina content of about 50%. After that, it was ground into a hydraulic cementitious material, which was called refractory cement. The refractory temperature of refractory cement was generally more than 1,580 degrees Celsius, so in modern society, refractory cement was often used as the lining of some high-temperature kilns and some high-temperature projects that were eroded by the atmosphere and rain for a long time. Faubert nodded and replied, no problem. When he had asked Li Zixuan for the blueprint, Li Zixuan had already told him the formula and production method of refractory cement. The workshop was no longer the same as before, and had accumulated a lot of technology, so Faubert felt that it should not be difficult to fire refractory cement. Li Zixuan took out 2 blueprints from his arms and handed them to Faubert. He said, Faubert, I want to make 2 things recently. One is a furnace and the other is a mold. The structure is not very complicated. You can just ask the craftsman to help me make 2 of them. Faubert took them suspiciously and roughly glanced at them. He roughly understood what Li Zixuan wanted to make. He couldn't help but ask, young master, this furnace is very delicate, especially the ventilation performance of this thing. It's better than the furnaces we use now. But this mold, if you use this mold to make something, won't it be like a hornet's nest with holes everywhere? What do you want to use it for, young master? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Faubert, What do you think of using it to shape coal powder? The coal mold that he provided to Faubert was the kind of modern handmade honeycomb coal mold that was used for pressing connecting rods. Many children in the city might not have seen this kind of thing before, but Li Zixuan in his previous life had not only seen it but also used it. When he was young, his family was poor. His father tried all kinds of ways to earn money in order to provide for him and his sisters to go to school. There was no need to talk about the way to earn money. Other ways included fishing, selling dried fish, helping others build houses, and even going to the streets to sell his art when he was not in the fields. When he was 6 years old, his father bought 2 trucks of raw coal from somewhere. It was the kind of coal that was the size of a football. It was probably just dug out from a coal mine. After that, his family began to rely on making honeycomb coal to earn money. At that time he was still quite sensible. Every day after school he would help his parents make honeycomb coal. The children in the countryside were not so delicate. Those handmade honeycomb coal molds were almost as tall as him. But at that time he also knew that his family was poor. If he did not work, he might not even be able to go to school. So even though his hands were blistered, he continued to work. Later, after making honeycomb coal for 2 years, his family did not continue to do it. Because the efficiency of manual labor was too low, they did not earn much money. But it was also because of that experience that Li Zixuan was very familiar with the honeycomb coal mold. He could even draw it with his eyes closed. To put it simply, it was a bit similar to a syringe without a needle. Ground coal mixed with yellow mud was stuffed into the mold, compacted, and then pushed out by the piston, and dried to form the mold. The only difference was that the piston, at the end of the honeycomb coal mold's push rod, was very different from the piston of a syringe. The piston was made up of 2 parts. One part was about 12 iron pillars of equal diameter and height. The other part was an iron plate with the same number, diameter, and distribution as the iron pillars. The iron plate with holes was embedded in the iron pillars, and the push rod was connected to the iron plate. In this way, when the slime was stuffed into the mold, it would cause the iron plate to move up with the connecting rod. And because of the existence of the circular iron pillars, there would be holes in the slime. Finally, when the connecting rod pushed out the slime in the mold, the honeycomb-shaped coal would be obtained. The principle was very simple. Faubert was considered an expert in engineering. When he heard this, he frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he shook his head and said, "I understand. Young master wants to make the shape of the coal into a honeycomb shape so that the coal can burn more easily. This is indeed a very good idea. But has young master ever thought that even if the coal is ground into coal powder, there is no adhesion between them? It is very difficult to stick together." Li Zixuan gave a thumbs up and praised, "Faubert has good eyesight. Ah, this coal powder is indeed as you said, there is no adhesion. But we can add something sticky to it to make it stick together. In this way we can create honeycomb-shaped coal. Together with the stove on the other paper, Faubert, do you think it will be very convenient for us to boil water in the future?" Faubert couldn't help but be startled. He finally understood that the 2 drawings that Li Zixuan gave him were actually used together. He thought for a while, and after a while he said with a face full of admiration, "Young master is really a genius. This kind of wonderful idea, even if I were 40 years younger, I am afraid I would not be able to come up with it." Chapter 1029. Actually, if Fubin had not discovered the coal mine in Yifang County, Li Zixuan would not have thought of making honeycomb briquettes. At the very least, he would not have done it in the short term. But now that he had a big coal mine, he could not just take the coal from the coal and not use the coal inside, right? That would be a waste. The coal content in the coal mine was the majority, and the coal that could be directly used for combustion was relatively small. Following the principle that waste was a great crime, Li Zixuan decided to create the modern coal furnace with a furnace and honeycomb briquettes. In the modern era, on October 1, 1950, Guo Wendi's Household Industry Society was established to produce the new fuel developed by Guo Wendi, honeycomb briquettes. In 1956, during the socialist transformation of capitalism, Guo Wendi's Big Briquettes Processing Industry Society changed from a private operation to a state-owned enterprise. Honeycomb briquettes became popular throughout the country. According to the records of that year, burning normal coal needed to be shaved and added a few times a day. But burning honeycomb briquettes did not need to be lit every day, nor did it need to be heated and shaved. Thus, the annoying phenomenon of black smoke and flying ashes was completely eliminated. A family of 5 or 6 people burned normal coal every month, but burning honeycomb briquettes only required about 200 kilograms, and it also saved the wood used to guide the coal. The result of promoting honeycomb briquettes in the capital in the first half of 1958 was that the city and the suburbs did not have complete statistics. They saved about 7,000 tons of firewood and 70,000 tons of coal. Thus, in terms of saving resources, Li Zixuan felt that it was necessary to make honeycomb briquettes. Although the consumption of mineral resources in this era was far less than in the modern era, it was better to save as much as possible. He had to leave some resources for the future generations, right? Actually, the main reason was that Li Zixuan still missed his parents and family in his previous life. He did not want his family to have no resources after 1,000 years. Li Zixuan planned to use the raw coal from the coal mine to make honeycomb briquettes, and also to use a portion of the coal to make coke. The so-called coking of raw coal refers to the process of heating coking coal to about 1,000 degrees Celsius, high-temperature dry distillation, under isolated air conditions. Through thermal decomposition and coking, it produces coke, coke oven gas and other coking chemical products. In terms of craftsmanship, it was not difficult. The burnt coal could be used as a reducing agent to smelt iron. Faubert, you must be joking. Since that's the case, I won't delay your work any longer. The furnace and molds aren't that urgent. Let's focus on the ironworks first. Hearing Faubert's praise, Li Zixuan did not feel proud. Instead, he felt a little sad. Perhaps it was because he thought of his parents in his previous life. Alright then. Actually, these two things aren't complicated. I'll get someone to make a few for you later. Faubert nodded. Li Zixuan didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands at Faubert and left the western courtyard. Sister Wire, did you encounter any difficulties when you were making the telescope? Yes. Of course he did. For example, that idiot little Ning. He's so clumsy every time. He broke a few of my lenses. Yamacho, you're here? Li Zixuan originally planned to sit in the workshop's office for a while, but he didn't expect to meet little Yu and Mo Lingwei in the hall on the first floor. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that there was something else going on. When Mo Lingwei saw him coming, she quickly stopped talking and greeted him. Sir. Little Yu had a booklet on her lap and a pencil in her hand. When she heard Mo Lingwei say that Li Zixuan was coming, she put the booklet on the chair and stood up to greet him. Yes. What are you guys doing? Li Zixuan responded and asked with a smile. Mo Lingwei turned to look at little Yu and replied, Yamacho, I heard that there was a big movement at the workshop recently. I was curious, so I came to take a look. It's okay if I can't help, but it's even better if I can help. I didn't expect to meet little Yu so we chatted for a while. Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask, what? The Mahists also have research on iron smelting? He knew that the Mahists were good at building mechanisms, but he didn't know that the Mahists had research on iron smelting. Mo Lingwei said proudly, of course. There are many records of iron smelting in the Mahists' ancient books. I even gave a lot of suggestions to improve the blast furnace that Faubert is building now. China had mastered the technology of smelting iron and steel from iron during the spring and autumn warring states period. It was as easy as drinking water for the Mahists. Not only were they good at smelting iron, but the Mahists were also good at forging swords. The Mahists' master's personal sword, the Ink Snow Sword, was extremely famous in China's history. So no matter what, it was impossible for the Mahists not to be proficient in the art of smelting iron. Then I have to thank Ink Girl. Li Zixuan saw that Mo Lingwei was serious, so he smiled and said politely. Mo Lingwei waved her hand and said, Hee. Yamacho, you don't have to be so polite. Now that I'm a member of the academy, it's only right for me to do something for the workshop. Li Zixuan smiled and looked at Li Yu. Without waiting for him to ask, Li Yu took the initiative and said, Yamacho, a few days ago I heard that Sister Wei became a professor at Yanhuang College. I met her today, so I wanted to write about her in the newspaper. It's a good thing for us girls. Just now I was asking Sister Wei about the details of how she made the telescope. Li Zixuan was stunned and thought that little Yu's thinking was quite modern. Wasn't what she was doing now equivalent to the reporters in modern times interviewing famous people and then using the content of the interview as news? This little girl really had the talent to be a reporter. She was self-taught. Ah, I see. Then you guys continue to chat. But little Yu, you have to be careful when you write the news. The production of the telescope is a secret of the college and the imperial court. Any technical things can't be mentioned in the newspaper. Otherwise there will be big trouble. Li Zixuan didn't object to little Yu setting Mo Lingwei as a role model for Tang Empire's women. But in terms of principles, he had to make it clear to Li Yu in advance. This was because the technology of the telescope was too important. If it fell into the hands of an enemy country, who knew how much trouble it would bring to Tang Empire? I understand, sir. When the time comes, I'll write the news and show it to you again. Little Yu still knew the importance of the matter. She immediately replied solemnly. Eh. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at Mo Lingwei and said, Ink girl, many of the things you know are related to Tang Empire's interests. So in the future you have to be careful with your words and actions. Don't casually reveal things that you shouldn't reveal to others. Mo Lingwei stuck out her tongue and said, I know Yamacho. I don't usually go out of the college, so I won't reveal any secrets. That's the best. You guys continue chatting, I'll go up first. Chapter 1030. The next day, Datong Daily's headline attracted everyone's attention. How did a strong career woman become Professor Mo Lingwei of Yanhuang College? Well, since when did Yanhuang College have a female professor? Professor? What's a professor? Diske. Wang Anfu, if you don't go to the Fengyue brothel more often, you won't be like this now. You don't even know about a professor of Yanhuang College. Ah, that's right. This brat usually spends all his energy on prostitutes. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop talking nonsense. Tisk. Let me put it this way. Being a professor is the highest honor in the Yanhuang Academy. Those who obtain the title of professor will receive the best treatment in the academy. Needless to say, the generous salary will not be a problem. In addition to the salary, the professors of the academy will also receive an additional courtyard in the Cloud Mountain. That's really impressive. A villa on Mount Yunshan? Oh, I saw it from afar before. It's really impressive. Speaking of which, being a professor gives you a villa on Mount Yunshan? That's really worth it. Should I give it a try another day? To hell with you. Don't insult the word professor with your ignorant and incompetent behavior. Ah, I just didn't expect that a woman could become a professor of Yanhuang College. That's really surprising. But it makes sense. Look, this girl participated in the construction of the astronomical telescope. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's a professor. Astronomical telescope? Brother Peng, can you tell me what an astronomical telescope is? Astronomical telescope. I heard an old man mention it before. Most of the ordinary people were talking about how generous the treatment of a professor in Yanhuang College was. It was shocking that a woman like Mo Lingwei could become a professor of the college. However, some scholars were unhappy after reading the newspaper. What an insult to the educated, what an insult to the educated. The Marquis of Yong, and is too much. A mere woman actually dares to call herself a professor? How can we, the disciples of the saints, continue to study the world? In the Imperial College of the Imperial College, a Confucian scholar couldn't help but slap the table and stand up angrily after reading the headlines in the newspaper during class. Uncle Huai, are you talking about today's news from Datong Daily? Another Confucian scholar asked as he stood up. The Confucian scholar named Uncle Huai stood up and said indignantly, That's right, that's the news. The Marquis of Yong, and is really disgraceful. How can he compare a woman to the disciples of the saints? I'm so pissed off. In fact, his full name was Zheng Huaibua. He was a concubine-born son of the Zheng family of Xingyang. Although he was born of a concubine-born son, he carried the name of the Zheng family of Xingyang. No matter where he went, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. I saw the news just now too. I'm furious too. Me too. The Marquis of Yong, and has really gone overboard this time. Why don't we all go to the Marquis of Yong, and Manor to demand an explanation? Zheng Huaibua saw that the students in the classroom were all furious. He gritted his teeth and suggested, Okay, let's go and demand an explanation from the Marquis of Yong on. Let the Marquis of Yong, and revoke that woman's position as a professor. Yes, it must be revoked. Uncle Huai, if you want to go, I'll go with you. The classroom that was previously noisy suddenly became lively. After a while, a student weakly said, Uncle Huai, I think we shouldn't go. Last time, the students of our college went to the Marquis of Yong, and Manor to demand an explanation. In the end, they were almost stripped of their academic status. The leader, Cui Yunhan, was even sent to Cheongzhou. These words woke everyone up from their dream. When these words came out, the few people who were arguing fiercely earlier were all jolted awake. They immediately recalled that a few months ago when Li Zishuan officially mentioned on the newspaper that the Marquis of Yong and Cui Yunhan brought a group of students to the Marquis of Yong and Manor to cause trouble. In the end, they were wiped out in one fell swoop by the Imperial Guard sent by Li Zishuan. After that, Li Zishuan ignored the pleas of the Cui family's old grandfather and actually sent Cui Yunhan to Cheongzhou. This was a real lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. Furthermore, from the previous incident, it could be seen that Li Zixuan's current imperial favor was very high. It wasn't something that ordinary people could shake. Scholars like them who didn't have any scholarly achievements were even worse. Qichang's words are reasonable. This matter needs to be discussed at length. We can't just go rashly. After a while, someone betrayed. This was the traditional Confucian students. They advocated, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Once they discovered that there might be danger ahead, they would usually run faster than anyone else. Yes, Uncle Huai, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Otherwise the gains won't make up for the losses. Why don't we go find Professor Cui? He has the right to write a letter to advise against it. Let's ask him to help us advise His Majesty on this matter? Zheng Huaibo despised his stupid teammates in his heart. After hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but nod and say, okay. Professor Cui is an upright person who abhors evil. Let's go find him together. He definitely won't sit by and do nothing. Speaking of Cui Shanyu, this fellow was actually quite miserable. Previously, he had joined forces with the 7 great professors of the Imperial College to impeach Li Zixuan. Although he had forced Li Zixuan out of the Imperial College in the end, he didn't get any good results. Not only did he fail to run for the position of the Imperial College's secretary, but he was also called by Li Er in the Imperial Edict as a teacher who only knew how to fight for power and profit. As a result, his political career in the Imperial College had basically come to an end. In the following period of time, Cui Shanyu kept a low profile. It was likely that he didn't expect that while he was peacefully sitting at home, someone would deliver the opportunity for revenge to him. Wow! This ink girl is so amazing. Despite being a girl, she can actually achieve her current status. She is truly too amazing. The scholars were indignant that Mo Lingwei had ridden on their heads. The women of Chang and were looking up to Mo Lingwei's glorious achievements and sighing that a woman could actually not lose to a man. Within the Changle Palace, after Princess Changle saw the news in the newspaper, she let out a similar sigh. According to Brother Qingke, the ink girl is from the Mo family and is proficient in arithmetic and construction. It is only natural that she can achieve such accomplishments. If only Changle had the same intelligence as the ink girl. Sitting alone by the window, Changle gazed at the ginkgo leaves drifting in the wind. She couldn't help but sigh. Everyone envies me, the princess of the Great Tang, but they don't know that I envy the ink girl, a free person who can do what she likes and pursue her true love. Chapter 1031. Wow. Hanli, is this Mo Lingwei a professor at your college? South of Chang and City, in Le House, Lin family's backyard. Today was Yanhuang College's Saturday, so Iron Egg came to tutor Lin Hao. After Han Lijing went to Hudong Road, Iron Egg couldn't live alone in the Han village, so he was now living in Chang and City's Li Mansion. Although his sister Han Yushi reprimanded him for the results of the monthly test, he still came to the Lin family to fulfill his promise. Lin Hao took the opportunity to read today's Tang Daily while he was squatting in the latrine. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets when he saw what it was. He quickly wiped his butt and limped out of the latrine. Then he walked to Iron Egg's side, widened his eyes, pointed at the newspaper and exclaimed. Iron Egg frowned and said unhappily, "She's a professor at our college. Young Master Lin, please don't call her by her name." Respect for teachers was a rule that every student of Yanhuang College must abide by. Ahem, sorry. Lin Hao coughed and touched his nose embarrassedly. He then said, "What I mean is, why is there a female professor at Yanhuang College?" Iron Egg's expression relaxed. He replied, "My master said that Yanhuang College is a place to educate people, develop their wisdom and promote engineering. Here it's all about talent. As long as one is talented and capable, no matter if he or she is male or female, old or young, he or she will be put in an important position." Professor Mo used her talent and knowledge to do hundreds of experiments in the workshop over the past few months. Finally, she created a telescope that can break through the limit of ordinary people's vision, so that even ordinary people can observe the stars in the sky. With such talent and achievements, my master said that she is worthy of being a professor. Lin Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He praised, "This Professor Mo is really a heroine. It's hard to imagine that your college's telescope was made by her." Tai Dan chuckled and said, "The Flame Yellow Academy is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many capable teachers and students here. Wait until you enter the academy in the future and you'll truly experience it." Lin Hao said with anticipation, "Don't worry, I will definitely get in next year. But your master is really a bold man. He actually dared to appoint a woman as a professor in the college. Isn't he afraid that other scholars will be dissatisfied? Iron Egg frowned. Yinhuang College was founded by my master. He can appoint whoever he wants to be a professor. Professor Imo. Is it a matter? Lin Hao chuckled and said non-committally, haha, maybe. Li Zixuan didn't care about what other people were saying about the Datong Daily headline. As long as the content of the news wasn't confidential, other people could say whatever they wanted. In the afternoon, he received news that the first batch of bauxite that Fu Bin had brought back from Shuazhou had arrived at the workshop. It was earlier than Li Zixuan and Faubert had expected. Since he had nothing to do, Li Zixuan went to the new workshop of the Chitsu Pavilion to confirm whether Fu Bin was digging bauxite or not. Young master, look, these are all here. Faubert pointed to a pile of gray stone-like ores in the front yard of the workshop and said, take a look and see if these are the bauxite ores you want. Li Zixuan went forward and picked up a piece. He looked at it carefully for a while and finally nodded. Yes, Faubert. This is the bauxite ores that I want. Faubert was relieved when he heard this. He let out a sigh of relief and laughed. I heard from Xiaobing that the local miners thought that he had lost his mind. If he was a normal person, why would he pay someone to dig up these seemingly useless stones? The bauxite that Fu Bin was digging was mainly bauxite. The main component of bauxite was alumina, which was hydrated alumina with impurities. It was a type of earthy mineral that was usually white or gray in color. It didn't look any different from ordinary stones, but the texture was very different when you held it in your hand. Bauxite was very soft and its hardness was only 1 to 3. Ordinary stones, on the other hand, had a hardness of 5 to 6. The difference was still very big. It wasn't until the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Republic of China that someone discovered the technology to extract aluminum from bauxite. Not everyone would be able to discover good things. Faubert, follow the method that I told you before and make a batch of refractory cement. Li Zixuan said with a smile. These were all things that had been agreed upon before, and they had already been prepared. Uncle Fu naturally agreed. Li Zixuan saw that there was nothing else for him to do here, so he returned to Chang'an. Recently, he had been returning to his home in Chang, and every weekend. In the evening, Pang Feiji found Li Zixuan and cupped his fist. Marquis, someone from the palace said that the emperor wants you to attend the morning court session tomorrow. Morning court session? Li Zixuan was puzzled. Why is he asking me to attend the morning court session so suddenly? Is there anything important that is related to me in the court session? Pang Feiji scratched his head and said, Marquis, this? I don't know. Alright, you can go now. Li Zixuan had only asked subconsciously. He didn't expect Pang Feiji to answer. After all, with Pang Feiji's connections he might be able to get some information, but in the imperial court, he was far from being able to do so. I'll take my leave. After Pang Feiji left, Li Zixuan thought for a long time but could not come up with anything. He could only eat and rest early, feeling a little depressed. Early the next morning he rode on Big White and led Pang Feiji and a group of guards to the palace. Outside Tai Chi Palace he chatted with Qing Yaojin and the others for a while. Then he realized that there was a familiar yet unfamiliar person in the crowd. He walked up to take a look and smiled. Oh, isn't this Professor Cui? Why are you here today? Cui Shanyu knew that he was no match for Li Zixuan when it came to insulting others. He snorted and said, the emperor summoned me, so I had no choice but to come. Li Zixuan thought about it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Perhaps the reason why he was summoned by Li Er today had something to do with this guy. Not to mention what the old man was up to behind his back. Just the fact that he couldn't sleep in this morning was enough to make Li Zixuan feel very displeased. Thus, Li Zixuan did not show it on his face. He turned around and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Professor Cui, I advise you to be kind. Otherwise, you will learn from Cui Shanfu's mistakes. You. Cui Shanyu's expression changed drastically. He turned around and wanted to scold Li Zixuan, but Li Zixuan had already walked back to the group of generals. He could not make it in time. Go to court. All officials, go to court for an audience. At this moment, a eunuch at the top of the stairs shouted in a high-pitched voice. The officials immediately quieted down and lined up. They carried the imperial edict and walked up the stairs toward Tai Chi Palace. Chapter 1032. Cui Shanyu, are you the one who impeached the Marquis of Yong, and for insulting the teachings of the saints and misleading the students? Inside the Taiji Palace. Halfway through the morning assembly, Li Er suddenly called out Cui Shanyu's name and asked. Cui Shanyu was still thinking about the words Li Zixuan said outside the Taiji Palace to persuade him to be kind. When he heard Li Er call out to him, he was startled at first, then quickly went forward and bowed. Your Majesty, it's not that I want to impeach, but that I represent the thousands of disciples of the saints to seek an explanation from the Marquis of Yong'an. Li Zishuan, who was resting on the coiling dragon pillar in the main hall, was shocked at this moment. It was finally his turn to go on stage. As expected, Li Er said, Marquis of Yong'an, come forward. Professor Cui wants to seek an explanation from you. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan responded and walked in front of Cui Shanyu. He asked with a smile, Professor Cui, I wonder what kind of explanation you want from me? Oh no, it should be the thousands of disciples of the saints that you speak of. What kind of explanation do you want from me? Cui Shanyu swallowed his saliva and mustered his courage. The saints have taught us that the heavenly sovereign is inferior to the earth, the universe is fixed, the inferiority is superior to the inferiority, the position of nobility and inferiority is determined, the way of heaven becomes a man, the way of earth becomes a woman. The universe knows the beginning, the Kuan creates things. But today the Marquis of Yong'an allows a woman to steal a professor of Yanhuang College. Isn't this an insult to the teachings of the saints, a disgrace to the culture, and misleading the students? The heavenly sovereign is inferior to the earth, the universe is fixed. From the Book of Changes, Li Zishuan frowned, because he was not used to Cui Shanyu's previous words. Fortunately, he inherited the memories of 2 lifetimes. After pondering for a while, he finally understood that this old fellow wanted to use the mouth of Confucius to convey the idea of men being superior to women. You are indeed like your mother playing me? After hearing so much classical Chinese, Li Zishuan subconsciously wanted to recite a sentence of his own, but Cui Shanyu was dumbfounded when he heard it. Li Zishuan realized that something was wrong and quickly changed his words. Yanhuang College has always chosen people based on their ability. If Professor Cui is not satisfied with my appointment, you can compete with Ink Girl in knowledge. Why should we bring this small matter to the court and delay His Majesty and the other officials from dealing with the world's affairs? In fact, when he said, you are indeed like your mother's play, he forcefully translated the modern, are you *king kidding me, into the classical version. It was normal for Cui Shanyu to be confused after hearing it. When Cui Shanyu heard that Li Zishuan wanted him to compete with Mo Lingwei, his face couldn't help but turn black. He said, ridiculous. This old man is a doctor of the Imperial College. How can I compete with a woman? Marquis Yong, and don't try to change the topic. As a woman, Mo Lingwei shouldn't be a professor at Yanhuang College. What you're doing now, not only will I not agree, the millions of disciples in the world will not agree. No one would cheer for you if you won, but if you lost, people would say that you bullied a woman. Cui Shanyu knew this very well, so he wouldn't accept it even if he was beaten to death. There was a buzz of discussion in the civil officials' camp. Li Zishuan sneered. In the end, Professor Cui, are you looking down on women? Then let me ask you, do you have a mother? Meaning, do you have a mother? He was addicted to talking nonsense today, and some disgraceful words came out of his mouth. This time Cui Shanyu understood. He said angrily, of course I do. Marquis Yong, and please show some respect. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and said, respect? When was I disrespectful? You, on the other hand, were disrespectful to your mother. Cui Shanyu was stunned, and then his expression changed. When have I ever been disrespectful to my mother? The ancient times emphasized filial piety. If he was labeled as unfilial, he would really be cursed by tens of thousands of people. Cui Shanyu was not willing to take the blame. Li Zishuan replied, Professor Cui, you said so much just now. Didn't you want to tell me that men should be superior to women in this world? Isn't your mother a woman? You know the teachings of the saints better than me. If I remember correctly, the saints once said, a gentleman upholds the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are born from the Tao. A filial brother is the foundation of benevolence? Professor Cui, you just said that men are superior to women. Aren't you looking down on your mother? Are you also insulting the saints' knowledge? You can't even meet the basic requirements of the saints. What right do you have to criticize me? The principles of a gentleman come from the Analects of Confucius. The meaning of the whole sentence is, a gentleman focuses on the fundamental matters. Once the foundation is established, the principles of governing the country will be established. Filial piety to parents, respect to brothers, this is the foundation of being a man. Cui Shanyu's face turned pale. He knew that Li Zishuan was digging a hole for him again, but he couldn't find a strong argument to refute Li Zishuan in a short time. This was because he was at a disadvantage in terms of mental strength. In terms of mental agility, 10 of him couldn't compare to Li Zixuan, who had a strong mental strength. In the civil officials' camp, the officials who were whispering before couldn't help but frown after hearing Li Zixuan's argument. Fang Xianling secretly nodded. In this hall, he was one of the few officials who agreed with the idea of equality between men and women, because he and his wife were true love. Sophistry. Sophistry. Marquillon, and don't slander me. I never said anything about men being superior to women. Cui Shanyu felt the burning pain on his face, but he still defended himself. You shouldn't admit it. Professor Cui, you're only this promising. Li Zixuan looked at Cui Shanyu with disdain and said, anyway, Yanhuang College teaches engineering. It's a matter of course to appoint all the excellent engineers to teach students. This is also an internal matter of Yanhuang College. Professor Cui, as an outsider, you don't seem to have the right to interfere, right? That's right. Little Xin is the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Does he need to ask you for permission to appoint a professor? Cui Shanyu, I'm afraid you're interfering too much. Qing Yaojin couldn't help but step forward and interrupt. The reason why the old man kept silent today was because he felt that with Li Zixuan's current fighting power, fighting Cui Shanyu would be a piece of cake. Now that he spoke up, he was just beating a drowning dog. Sophistry, Marquillon, and you're insulting. Enough. Everyone shut up. Cui Shanyu wanted to refute again, but Li Zixuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, was getting impatient. Today's matter was already very clear. Li Zixuan appointing Mo Lingwei as a professor was indeed inappropriate, but the Confucian defenders led by Cui Shanyu found it difficult to argue against Li Zixuan. The other civil officials were also unwilling to jump out and join the battle. After all, no one would be able to accept being called, "You have a mother." Mo Lingwei is a key figure in the construction of the astronomical telescope. Although she is a woman, her talent is enough to be a professor. Moreover, as far as I know, she's only in charge of experiments and not teaching. There's no such thing as misleading students. Li Er paused for a moment, then made the final decision. Chapter 1033. Moreover, we have also heard that the Marquis of Yong and had appointed Mo Lingwei as a professor. This matter will end here. In Taiji Palace, Li Er had completely settled the matter of Mo Lingwei becoming a professor of the academy. He then turned to Cui Shanyu and sternly said, Cui Shanyu, I see that you are quite proficient in Confucian classics. Staying in the Imperial College will be a waste of your talent. Therefore, I have decided to transfer you to the Hongwen Library as a scholar. You will be in charge of writing history. Are you willing? Cui Shanyu's heart instantly sank. He anxiously said, Your Majesty, this subject's life goal is to pass on the Tao and cultivate talents for the Great Tang. This subject still wants to teach students in the Imperial College for a few more years. Your Majesty, please grant my wish. He was no fool. Although becoming a scholar in the Hongwen Library was the same rank as his current Imperial College professor, going to the Hongwen Library to write history was basically an idle job. He understood that Li Er found him annoying and wanted to chase him away. Li Er's eyes instantly turned cold. The temperature in the hall seemed to have turned cold as well. Cui Shanyu inexplicably shivered, regretting his rashness. Make the best use of people and materials. Ever since we ascended the throne, we have always used people based on their abilities. Beloved official Cui, you have a belly full of wisdom. Do you think that we have made an improper arrangement for you to write history? Li Er's cold voice traveled into Cui Shanyu's ears, causing him to shiver once more. Your Majesty, this subject, don't speak. Let beloved official Kong speak. Cui Shanyu still wanted to save himself, but Li Er didn't give him a chance to speak. He turned to Kong Yingda and said, Beloved official Kong, beloved official Cui has served in the Imperial College for so many years. You must understand his abilities the best. Tell me, is beloved official Cui suitable to write history in the Hongwen Library? When Kong Yingda heard Li Er call him, he couldn't help but frown. Cui Shanyu immediately looked over, praying that Kong Yingda would let him off the hook. But reality was merciless. After a few moments of silence, Kong Yingda clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Academician Cui is familiar with the classics and history. He is indeed suitable to write history in the Hongwen Library. Actually, not only was Li Er fed up with Cui Shanyu, Kong Yingda had long been fed up with him as well. Yesterday afternoon, Cui Shanyu had submitted a petition to impeach Li Zixuan, but Kong Yingda did not know about it. Kong Yingda didn't support Mo Lingwei's appointment as a professor in Yanhuang College, but he wouldn't oppose it either. Although Li Er was the dean of Yanhuang College on the surface, everyone knew that it was only in name. Li Zixuan was the real master of Yanhuang College. Kang Yingda understood that Li Zixuan had appointed a professor to his academy. Even if he objected, he had no right to do so. Besides, Kang Yingda had always felt guilty towards Li Zixuan. He felt that if Li Zixuan had stayed at the Imperial College, the college would have become more and more glorious. The reason Li Zixuan had left the Imperial College was because Cui Shanyu had contacted others to secretly impeach him. Now, a similar thing had happened again. Kang Yingda was really disappointed in Cui Shanyu. He might as well follow Li Er's wishes and send him to the Hongwen Library. Cui Shanyu's heart finally turned cold when he heard this. At this moment, his mind inexplicably echoed what Li Zixuan had said before the morning assembly. Professor Cui, I advise you to be kind. Otherwise, you will learn from Cui Shanfu's mistakes. What was karma? This was called retribution in this lifetime. In less than an hour's time, Li Zixuan's seemingly careless words had actually become reality. Cui Shanyu really hated Zheng Huaibua and the other scholars who had urged him to impeach Li Zixuan. Minister Cui, are you willing to go to the Hongwen Library to study history now? Li Er nodded with satisfaction. If he could send Cui Shanfu to Lingnan, what could Cui Shanyu do? In any case, Li Er would definitely support the new study of engineering. If he did not take advantage of his strong control over the Tang Empire to let engineering take root, when his descendants ascended to the throne, engineering would be instantly strangled by Cui Shanyu and the other Confucian defenders. After this year of witnessing the power of engineering, Li Er believed that if the Tang Empire wanted to last forever, it could not be separated from engineering. This subject is willing. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cui Shanyu sighed as if he had accepted his fate. He bowed towards Li Er. At this point he knew that there was no use in struggling. At this moment he seemed to have aged a few years, but his heart was even older. The rest of the ministers did not come forward to intercede for Cui Shanyu, including Wei Zheng, who had always liked to nitpick. First, Li Er's appointment was righteous and no one could find fault with it. Second, Wei Zheng and his wife's situation was similar to Fang Xianling and his wife's. He was also a person who respected and loved his wife. Cui Shanyu's previous remarks about men being superior to women made him feel a little uncomfortable. Official Cui is a righteous person and has worked hard for the country. He is truly a role model for all the officials. I will reward him with 10 bolts of brocade and 100,000 yuan. Li Zixuan thought to himself, at least you know what's good for you. But on the surface, he looked like a wise ruler treating his subjects kindly. Li Zixuan, who was standing below, curled his lips. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cui Shanyu stepped forward and bowed again. Then please report if you have any matters to discuss. If not, the court is dismissed. Li Er nodded and looked at the officials below. None of the officials spoke. Today they had seen Li Zixuan's current favor. They could not help but sigh at Cui Shanyu's overestimation of his abilities. Just based on Li Zixuan's position in Li Er's heart, as long as it was not a crime of treason, no one could overthrow him. Court is dismissed. Li Er stood up and waved his hand. This Marquis of Yong, and is truly different. Who would have thought that a 7-foot-tall man like him would speak up for a woman? Although some of his words were a little crude, they were not without reason. In the imperial harem, Empress Zhang Sun was chatting with concubine Yang and concubine Yin. The topic of their conversation was the scene that happened in the court earlier. Concubine Yang, who usually did not smile, revealed a rare smile upon hearing this. Isn't that so? Since ancient times, scholars have always said that only women and villains are difficult to deal with. But today this great scholar, the Marquis of Yong, is actually speaking up for us women. How interesting. Concubine Yin pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Looking at the actions of the Marquis of Yong, and in this year, it does not seem like something those pedantic scholars would do. Especially his wedding at the end of June. Even now, many people were still talking about it. If you ask me, that girl from the Han family is also very fortunate to have married someone of her own. Who knows how many girls in Chang and city are envious. Li Zixuan, who had just left the palace, was completely unaware that a small morning court session had turned him into the legendary friend of women. His position in the hearts of women had instantly risen by several levels. Chapter 1034. Xiao Xian, you are indeed like your mother. What do you mean by that? After leaving the imperial city, Qing Yaojin suddenly patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and asked. Li Zixuan was stunned. After a while he said helplessly, Ahem, Uncle Qing, that was just a joke. It doesn't mean anything. Qing Yaojin glared at him and said unyieldingly, Hey, don't try to play dumb with me. Although I don't know much about literature, I know that this sentence is definitely not as simple as what you said. Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. Uncle Cheng, why do you have to ask this? He did not like to swear in front of his elders. Qing Yaojin chuckled and said, I just think that this sentence is quite easy to say. What's wrong with asking? Easy to say? If this old fellow learned it, he might even greet everyone he met with, you're just like your mother playing tricks on me. TSK, that would be a beautiful scene. Ahem. Uncle Cheng, do you really want to hear it? Li Zishuan looked around and asked when he saw that there was no one around. Hey, of course. If you don't want to hear it, why would I waste so much effort to ask you? Actually, the meaning of this sentence is, are you King kidding me? After Li Zishuan said that, he quickly slipped away. But Qing Yaojin was stunned on the spot. Chonyo, come here. After returning home, Qing Yaojin waved at Cheng Chumo in the front yard. Cheng Chumo ran over and asked, Dad, you called for me? Qing Yaojin made a sound of agreement. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky with a profound expression. Just when Qing Chumo thought that his old man was going to instill some principles of life into him, Qing Yaojin finally turned his eyes to him and said, You really are like your mother playing me? Jie? Cheng Chumo's face and heart were immediately in a state of confusion. Firstly, it was the first time he had seen his old man speak so eloquently. Secondly, he didn't understand what Cheng Chumo meant at all. Sometimes being uncultured was really scary. You stinking brat, you've wasted your time in the academy. You can't even understand a single sentence. In the future, you're not allowed to go out and fool around during the holidays. Stay at home and study hard. Do you hear me? Qing Yaojin slapped Cheng Chumo's head in exasperation. With a straight face, he ordered Cheng Chumo to go back to his room. Cheng Chumo rubbed the back of his head gloomily and replied, Sir, I'm sorry about yesterday's news. In the afternoon, Li Yu arrived at the Li mansion. After finding Li Zishuan, she immediately apologized. Li Zishuan was stunned. Little Yu, what's wrong with the news? Why are you apologizing to me for no reason? Little Yu looked up and said, Sir, I heard that someone is impeaching you in front of His Majesty because of yesterday's news. This is all my fault if not for... Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He waved his hand and interrupted, Ha! So that's what happened. Little Yu, you don't have to blame yourself. What you did was right. Besides, aren't I fine now? But, no buts. I agreed to let you publish that news. And regardless of whether that news is true or not, the news of Ink Girl being appointed as a professor at the academy will spread sooner or later. When the time comes, those who should come will come. After all, some people are willing to be cheap and look for trouble. You can't stop them. Li Zishuan said half-jokingly. In fact, when he asked Little Yu to publish the news of Mo Lingwei being appointed as a professor, he had a deeper intention. That was to show that Mo Lingwei was treated well and widely respected for making telescopes. This was to stimulate people's enthusiasm for science in this era. This was to create momentum for public opinion. In his previous life, although the era he lived in was technologically advanced, there were still some unsatisfactory aspects. The one that left the deepest impression on him was when a teacher asked a student when he was young, Student XX, what is your dream? Under normal circumstances, the student would answer, Teacher, I want to be a scientist when I grow up. Or, I want to be a soldier when I grow up and protect my country. But what would happen when he went to university? Little kid, what is your dream? Uncle, I want to be a celebrity when I grow up. Or, Uncle, I want to be an internet celebrity when I grow up. Now that Li Zishuan had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he didn't want the Tang dynasty to develop like that in the future. He felt that his Datang daily needed to use public opinion to stimulate the enthusiasm of the people to advocate science and technology. He wanted everyone to feel that scientists, like Mo Lingwei, were honorable and worthy of respect. Perhaps his power was just a drop in the bucket and couldn't really affect the overall situation, but some things were better done than not done. Some things needed someone to take the lead. Hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's words, Little Fishy couldn't help but laugh. She said, Sir, if Professor Cui heard this, wouldn't he be furious? Li Zishuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, What does it have to do with me whether he's angry or not? Little Fishy, in the future, Datang Daily has to write more of this kind of news. We have to let the people know how great our Yanhuang College is. Moreover, the teachers of the college have always been contributing their wisdom to the Tang dynasty. They are worthy of everyone's respect. Little Fishy nodded vigorously and said with anticipation, Yes, yes. Sir, don't worry, I will. Actually, little fishy really wants to become someone as amazing as Sister Imo, but I can't understand the principles and formulas that Sister Imo talks about. I know that I'm still far from Sister Imo. However, it should be a very interesting thing to let more people worship people like Sister Imo. Little fishy is willing to do it. Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed. Little fishy, what Ink Girl did is indeed great, but what you're doing now isn't bad either. You can use the pen in your hand to create a spiritual idol for the people. Little fishy asked doubtfully, Sir, what's a spiritual idol? Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, it's someone who can inspire you, encourage you, and let you find your way when you're lost. They can all be called spiritual idols. For example, the ink girl that you worship, little fishy, can be considered your spiritual idol. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Little fishy smiled and thanked Li Zixuan. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said, Oh, by the way, sir, thank you for speaking up for Sister Imo in the imperial court. Perhaps you don't know, but now all the women in Jianghu are saying good things about you. I'll take my leave first. Little fishy playfully stuck out her tongue, then bid farewell and left, leaving behind a black-faced Li Zixuan. Chapter 1035. Cui Shanyu was entrusted with an important task by Li Er and was sent to the Hongwen Library to revise history. The group of supervisors at the Imperial College did not dare to cause any more trouble. For this reason, the Zheng clan of Xingyang even sent someone to warn Zheng Huaibo to behave himself. Not only did Li Zixuan have the emperor's heart, but the power that was related to him was also deeply rooted. It was almost equivalent to half of the entire Tang Empire's military power. Most importantly, Li Zixuan might be hiding something extremely terrifying in his hands. Back then, the 7 cultivators sect of Snake Spirit Mountain was destroyed in a single night. The aristocratic families still remembered this in their hearts. The Zheng clan was not willing to provoke Li Zixuan. It was not that the Zheng clan was afraid, but that they did not have any deep grudges with Li Zixuan. It was not worth it to fight to the death with him. Aristocratic families were all profit-oriented. The days suddenly became leisurely. For several days, no one came to disturb Li Zixuan. As the end of the year approached, the weather became colder. Although it was not snowing yet, Jianghu was located in the north of China. Once winter came, the north wind would often howl. The wind was like a knife to the face. Recently, Li Zixuan had been wondering if he should let the students of the academy have their winter break in advance. After all, the weather was indeed a little cold. The cold weather made Lan who usually liked to go out and play, unwilling to go out anymore. The little girl stayed at home all day, wrapped in a thick fox fur coat and wearing cotton clothes inside. Her chubby appearance made her look even cuter. Take note, cotton clothes were not cotton clothes. Although there was cotton in the Tang dynasty, it was only used as an ornamental flower. At this time it was not used to make cotton clothes. The so-called cotton robes were made from extremely high-grade silk. This type of silk was also known as bai. It was mainly used to make cotton robes. In the Book of Songs, the saying Chiwe has no clothes, so he robes with his son, referred to this type of robe. This kind of robe made of silk had excellent insulation properties. Of course, it was also quite expensive to make. Only wealthy families could afford it. However, for the poor, wearing a robe with a bai on it was a luxury. Basically, they would wear a bai robe. The so-called bai robe was a robe filled with a type of low-grade silk, and its ability to resist the cold was extremely poor. Even when some famous people were not successful, they would cause a lot of trouble because of this. For example, the famous Zheng Zi of the Warring States period, when he was not successful, he wore this robe. When he rolled up his sleeves in the middle of winter, his elbows would be exposed. Of course, in addition to silk materials, animal fur clothes were also necessary to keep out the cold. However, high-grade fur clothes were basically the patent of the rich and nobles. Of course, the common people could not count on them. It was conceivable that winter was a difficult season for most people in an era without cotton. Just listen to the great poet Du Fu's poem and you'll know. The cloth quilt has been cold as iron for many years and the proud child is evil. Even the blankets were as cold as iron. Was this the Du Fu family in late autumn? What was the colder winter like? Just thinking about it made one shiver. Therefore, Li Zixuan could not help but sigh recently. Who knows how many poor people would freeze to death in an ordinary winter? Brother, look at how cold it is, hurry up and think of something. Lan clung to Li Zixuan and said pitifully. It was cold outside, but it was also cold inside the house. Although there was a charcoal brazier at home, she did not know why her brother went crazy and said that the charcoal brazier had to be ventilated at home. But this way it would really be ice and fire. The front would be hot from the fire and the back would be cold from the cold wind. At this time she began to envy Li Zixuan. Although it was cold outside, Li Zixuan had internal energy and only wore a few layers of clothes. However, his big hands were always so warm. Therefore, whenever Lan saw Li Zixuan at home, she always liked to put her hands in Li Zixuan's palms to warm them up. "Ha! You little girl. Hot summer and cold winter is a natural cycle. How can your brother change the weather for you?" After hearing the little cutie's cute request, Li Zixuan was a little amused. Lan blinked and said cheekily, "Hee hee. Brother can't change the weather, but there must be other ways. Brother is the best." "Ah, you little girl, you call it cold when there is a charcoal brazier? Why don't you go out and see? Is there anyone in the Li family outside who can afford charcoal?" Mrs. Li said to her daughter in a bad mood. Lan pursed her lips and did not say anything. Li Zixuan said happily, "If you want to talk about that, it's not like there's no way. Young master, Faubert sent someone to deliver a furnace and a batch of strange-looking charcoal balls. He said that he wants you to try it." An idea popped up in Li Zixuan's mind. San Bao suddenly came in and bowed. "Oh, ah, you came at the right time. Where are the things? Quickly bring them in." Li Zixuan's face lit up with joy as he said loudly, "Ever since the last batch of bauxite, Fubin sent people to deliver a few more batches of iron ore, sulfur ore and coal. The furnace in the workshop was almost completed recently, so Faubert started to study how to make honeycomb briquettes. As for the furnace used to burn honeycomb briquettes, the structure was too simple. Faubert directly asked his trusted craftsman to build it. Li Zixuan gave Faubert a very detailed method of making honeycomb briquettes. It only took 2 to 3 days for the first batch of honeycomb briquettes to be ready. How could Li Zixuan not be happy when he thought that he had brought a very practical modern item to the Tang dynasty? "Young master, it's all in the yard. I'll bring it in for you now." Seeing that his young master was happy, San Bao was naturally happy as well. He smiled and replied. The rest of the family did not understand why Li Zixuan was suddenly so happy. Old Lady Yi smiled and asked, "Xiao Xian, isn't this just a furnace? Do you have to be so happy?" "Yi, Grandma, this is not an ordinary furnace. You'll know in a while." Li Zixuan smiled and kept them in suspense. After a while, San Bao and Ah Fu worked together to move the furnace and honeycomb briquettes into the yard. Li Zixuan went forward to take a closer look. A familiar feeling instantly rushed to his heart. This was because from the appearance, this furnace and honeycomb briquettes were very similar to the ones he used at home in his previous life. "Brother, can this thing warm me up?" Lan looked at the furnace that was almost as tall as her and asked crisply. Li Zixuan rubbed her little head and smiled knowingly. Lan, you guessed right, but there's no reward, ha." After that, he did not care about the little girl's coquettishness and went forward to personally pick up the fire tongs. This was something that existed before the 3 kingdoms. He clamped a piece of honeycomb briquettes to death and put it into the charcoal basin. Then he lifted his head and said to Old Lady Yi, "Grandma, this thing is made of briquettes. I call it honeycomb briquettes. You'll know the magic of this thing in a while." Chapter 1036. The black and heavy honeycomb briquettes were set up in the blazing charcoal fire. The originally very warm charcoal basin suddenly became not so warm after some of the sparks were blocked. "Xin, we don't lack charcoal at home. Why did you bring so many briquettes over? It's very difficult to burn them." Li Jingma frowned. Although the briquettes that Li Zixuan picked up were a little different in shape, coal was still coal. In Li Jingma's opinion, no matter what shape it was, it would not be as easy to burn as charcoal. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Father, it's true that our family can afford to burn charcoal, but most of the commoners' families can't. Your son is doing good deeds. Moreover, this honeycomb briquettes are not only used to heat the fire. Just watch." Li Jingma saw that his son was going to be stubborn to the end. He shook his head and stopped trying to dissuade him. However, Madame Li was very attentive. She asked softly, "Xin, are your honeycomb briquettes and stove are specially designed for the poor commoners? If that's the case, Mother supports you. Who knows how many commoners freeze to death in Chang, and every year. You are doing a great deed." Women generally believed in karma. Moreover, ever since Li Zixuan was saved by spiritual master Lingshu, Madame Li had become a loyal Taoist believer. At the end of every month, she would go to the Xuandu temple to pray for peace for her family. "Little Xian, grandmother also supports you. As the saying goes, there are 3 good deeds in a day and in 3 years there will be blessings. There are 3 evil deeds in a day and in 3 years there will be disasters. The Li family is now a wealthy family. Only by doing good deeds can we continue to be wealthy." Old Madame Yi patted Li Zixuan's arm and smiled kindly. The Yi family had 4 generations of Taoists. Under old Madame Ye's influence, many of the teachings of Taoism were already engraved in her heart. She believed in the cycle of karma more than Madame Li. Ah, thank you, mother. Thank you, grandmother. Li Zixuan smiled. He didn't really care about karma or how good deeds would be rewarded. He only did good deeds to give himself peace of mind. Gradually, after a short while, the blue-yellow flames of the charcoal came out of the coal hole. The inner wall of the coal hole was also burning red. Li Zixuan looked slightly excited as he shouted, "It's done." Then he used a pair of tongs to pick up the honeycomb briquette in the charcoal basin and carefully placed it into the coal stove. Then he piled another honeycomb briquette on top of the honeycomb briquette. The coal holes between the 2 honeycomb briquettes overlapped. After everything was done, he looked at Li Jingma and said with a smile, "Father, what do you think? This honeycomb briquette doesn't burn any slower than charcoal, right?" Before Li Jingma could say anything, Yi Guozhong stared at the honeycomb briquettes on the ground in surprise and exclaimed, "This is amazing. This seemingly useless piece of coal, after little Shen's fiddling, actually burns so easily. This can really be considered as turning stone into gold." The price of charcoal in the Tang dynasty wasn't cheap at all, especially at the beginning of the Tang dynasty. There was a record in the old Tang book. Tens of thousands of volunteers gathered in the capital. Firewood was expensive but cloth was cheap. This was referring to the early Tang dynasty, when the country was just established. All the volunteers gathered in the capital, causing the price of firewood to rise. Although the price of goods during the Jingguan era was cheap, the price of charcoal was basically maintained at 700 to 800 copper coins per stone, 100 caddies. Good quality smokeless willow wood was even more expensive. Although 7 to 8 copper coins per caddy of charcoal didn't seem expensive, it was a consumable item. How long could 1 caddy of charcoal burn? For a wealthy family like the Li family, they naturally didn't care about the cost of charcoal, but for the common people, burning charcoal was equivalent to burning money. How many families could afford to burn charcoal? The late Tang dynasty Taoist poet Chao Tang described the kitchen in a fairyland in his 98 Little Traveling Immortal Poems. What do the kitchen maids cook? The stove is full of smokeless jade and red charcoal. In Chao Tang's view, using charcoal to cook was just a beautiful fantasy in fairyland. This poem proved the reality of the use of charcoal at that time. For the common people, using charcoal for cooking was an extremely difficult thing to do. In fact, during the Tang dynasty, the consumers of charcoal were mainly the upper class of society. During that time, the relatives of the imperial family and the 1st to 5th rank officials in the capital were provided with charcoal as part of their salary. During the Tianbao era, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang even set up positions in the imperial court to be responsible for matters related to charcoal. In the imperial court, there was also the position of charcoal envoy to be in charge of related matters. It was because of this that Yi Guozhong said that Li Zixuan's honeycomb briquettes were the means to turn stone into gold. After all, those briquettes were difficult to burn in the past. How was it different from stone? But now, after Li Zixuan did this, it completely turned waste into treasure, turning stone into gold. There was a huge amount of wealth behind this honeycomb briquettes. What do you mean by turning stone into gold? This is obviously a meritorious deed. Xiao Xian, this honeycomb briquette should be cheaper than charcoal, right? Old Madame Yi patted Yi Guozhong's arm, then looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. Of course it's cheaper, and it's cheaper by a lot. Grandma, even if this honeycomb briquettes are sold for only 1 copper coin, I won't lose out. He was now a real nouveau riche. For honeycomb briquettes, he only needed to consider the cost of manpower and transportation. The cost of each honeycomb briquettes was even lower. 1 copper coin per piece, he really wouldn't lose out. Yo, 1 copper coin per piece? That's really cheap. Old Madame Yu was also a discerning person. She estimated that each honeycomb briquettes weighed at least 1 caddy. The price of 1 caddy was less than 1 copper coin. Compared to charcoal, it was simply too cheap. Ah, brother. The honeycomb briquettes on top are also burning. It's so warm. Lan Er stared at the coal stove for a long time. At this moment she suddenly shouted. Her little hands touched the outside of the coal stove to warm herself up, and her little face was full of excitement. Li Zixuan looked at it, then picked up a piece of honeycomb briquettes from the ground and put it into the coal stove. In the end, he said, this stove usually needs 3 honeycomb briquettes at the same time, so that the heat can be transferred to the stove. Now that the 2 briquettes below are already burning, the one above will burn even faster. Xiao He, go to the kitchen and get me a copper kettle and fill it with water. Yes, young master. Xiao He responded and hurriedly pushed open the door and went out. Yi Fashion guessed Li Zishuan's intention and asked, "Cousin, are you going to boil water on this stove?" That's right. The honeycomb briquettes, other than being used for heating, are also used to boil water and cook rice. And its advantage in this aspect is something that even charcoal can't replace. Li Zishuan replied with a smile. After a while Xiao He came back with a copper kettle. The kettles of this era were made of pottery and copper, but their appearance was still very different from the modern kettles. Li Zishuan was too lazy to care about these things now. To him it was fine as long as it could be used to boil water. He placed the copper kettle on the stove and opened the lid of the ventilation hole of the coal stove. After a while the fire in the stove became more vigorous. In less than a quarter of an hour, there was a chi-chi-hoo-hoo sound coming from the kettle. Mrs. Li said in surprise, "This honeycomb briquettes boil water really fast, much faster than firewood." Li Zishuan replied, "Mother, not only does this thing boil water quickly, it also lasts for a long time. Don't look at the 3 honeycomb briquettes inside. If you only use them to boil water, 1 honeycomb briquettes can burn for 6 hours at most. You need to change 4 honeycomb briquettes a day. If you only want to keep the coal fire burning and leave a small hole in the ventilation hole, 1 honeycomb briquettes can burn for about 12 hours. You only need to change 2 pieces of coal a day. This way you can avoid the trouble of starting a fire every time. Combustion requires a certain environment, combustible, oxygen, and temperature. A single honeycomb briquettes can't be burned because they can't maintain the temperature. Honeycomb briquettes can only burn normally in the stove, and at least 2 honeycomb briquettes are needed in the stove. A normal household stove needs 3 honeycomb briquettes at the same time to boil water and cook. Li Zishuan said all this from his experience. In his previous life, his family burned honeycomb briquettes for at least 10 years, so he knew the characteristics of honeycomb briquettes like the back of his hand. Beside him, Yi Yuzhu, old Madame Yi, and the others were all stunned when they heard Li Zishuan's words. Burning a full day of coal in the stove only requires 4 honeycomb briquettes, which is 4 copper coins. If they burned charcoal for a day, it would cost at least a few hundred copper coins. 4 copper coins versus a few hundred copper coins, this was a difference of nearly 100 times. Even if you don't use charcoal, you still need firewood. The people outside Chang and city can go up the mountain to cut firewood, but the people in the city have to pay for the firewood. Calculating the cost of firewood for a day, it was about the same as burning coal. It has to be said that this honeycomb briquettes really save money. Moreover, this thing doesn't have smoke, so it's many times better than firewood. Little Xian, this is a good thing. You don't know how much effort it will take to boil water and cook with this stove and the honeycomb briquettes. If this thing is sold, the people, regardless of whether their family has money or not, will rush to buy it. Madame Li beamed with joy. When she had married Li Jingma in her early years, she had changed from a rich young lady who had never done any household chores to a virtuous wife who was capable in both the hall and the kitchen. She knew the difficulties of the kitchen the best. Before coal and oil were developed and used on a large scale, there was almost no energy source that could compare to the importance of firewood. Firewood was the main source of firewood for cooking. That feeling of being burned by smoke and fire was really a kind of pain. "Cousin, how much does this stove cost?" Yi Fashion suddenly asked. Li Zishuan muttered, "This stove is made of pure iron, so it's naturally more expensive. The cost of each stove is about 150 copper coins. But the lifespan of each stove is at least 5 years, so there shouldn't be any problems within 5 years. 150 copper coins, 5 years. If you calculate it carefully, using a stove and honeycomb briquettes to boil water and cook is indeed very cost-effective. But I reckon that many poor people won't be willing to fork out so much money to buy a stove." Yi Fashion, who matured early, knew many more things than his peers. He immediately understood what the biggest obstacle was if the coal-burning method was to be implemented on a large scale. "Little Xian, can we sell this stove to the people at a loss? Anyway, we don't lack money now, so we can treat it as doing good." Madame Li was a kind person. After listening to Yi Fashion's words, she couldn't help but suggest to Li Zishuan, "Mother, although I don't care about money, this isn't the way to do good. There are millions of poor people in this world. Even if we spend all our money, it won't make much of a difference. In my opinion, doing good has to be sustainable. We can't just do it once and there won't be a next time. Regarding the price of the stove, I will find another way. Mother, you don't have to worry." Li Zishuan shook his head. In his previous life, those world-class tycoons such as Bill Gates donated almost all their wealth to a fund under their name for charity. At that time, they had even persuaded Mr. Ma to donate all his assets like them, but Mr. Ma did not agree. This was because Mr. Ma felt that if money was donated to the poor, it would be dead money. Once the poor finished using it, that portion of money would be completely gone. However, the money in his hands was living money. It could be used to create more jobs, help more young people start their own businesses, and even help more poor people. Li Zixuan felt that Father Ma's approach was very clever. Although he was rich now, he wasn't rich enough to help all the poor people in the world. Only by constantly accumulating strength could he continue to do good. Little Xian is right. There are too many poor people in this world. If we risk losing money to help all the poor people, it's tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It won't last long. But little Xian, you said that there's a better way. What is it? Li Jingma had been a businessman for half his life. Of course he understood the stakes. He first agreed with Li Zixuan's opinion, then asked. In the family except for Lan, everyone's eyes were on Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan frowned and thought, then smiled and said, "This method, wait until I come back from a trip to the palace tomorrow. Now that we have the stove, let's eat hot pot tonight." In the middle of winter, the whole family eating hot pot together around the stove was probably the happiest thing in winter. Li Zixuan's mind couldn't help but recall the scene of his family eating hot pot during the new year in his previous life. He felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. Hot pot? What's hot pot? Can it be eaten? Yi Guochong had lived for a long time, but this was the first time he heard the term hot pot. He couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan was stunned. He thought to himself, is there no hot pot in this era? After searching the memory of his predecessor, he quickly changed his words. Ahem. This hot pot is similar to antique soup, but the hot pot that I make is even better. Wife, let's go and help your husband prepare some food. According to the Book of Wei, in the Three Kingdoms era when Xiao Pai was the emperor, there were already hot pots made of copper, but it wasn't popular at that time. During the northern and southern dynasties, people used hot pots to cook pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, fish, and other kinds of meat. Later, with the increasing economic and cultural development of the country, cooking technology was further developed, and all kinds of hot pots appeared one after another. During the northern Song dynasty, hot pot was already available in the taverns of Kaifeng in Bianjing in winter. However, the hot pot at that time wasn't called hot pot, but antique soup, which got its name from the gudong's sound when the ingredients were added to the boiling water. It was an original delicacy in China. In Baiji's poem, Asking Lu 19, green ants, new fermented wine, red clay, small stove. Late night for snow, can we drink a cup of none? He vividly described the scene of eating hot pot at that time. Husband. Han Yushi smiled, then quickly got up and followed Li Zixuan to the kitchen. Chapter 1037. Wife, help me fry some sesame seeds. And husband. Xiao He, go and find someone to peel some garlic for you. Yes, young master. Xiao Shi, don't I remember that we have peanuts at home? Go get some and peel them. Yes, young master. And Xiao, do we have mutton at home? Yes, young master. It's just that the mutton smells a bit strong. Young master, do you really want it? Yes. Not only mutton but also fish. Today I'll show you my knife skills. He planned to cut some mutton rolls and make some fish balls. In the kitchen, Li Zixuan had put in a lot of effort for this hot pot. He planned to use all the seasonings at home, because the key to whether or not the hot pot was delicious was whether or not the dipping sauce was good. He planned to use sesame sauce mixed with peanut butter, then sprinkle some garlic, soy sauce, salt, vinegar, chives, and mustard. Although there was no chili, the overall taste would definitely not be bad. Sesame and garlic were both introduced into China during the Western Han Dynasty. Of course, there were these things in the Tang Dynasty. As for peanuts, this was a bit more complicated. Modern scientists generally believed that the origin of peanuts was in South America. After the great geographical discovery in the 15th century, it spread from South America to Europe, Africa, and Asia. However, there were also scholars who believed that China was also one of the origins of peanuts, based on two archaeological discoveries in the 50s and 60s of the 20th century. In 1958 and 1961, a number of peanut-like plant kernels were unearthed from the Wuxing Qianshan ruins in Zhejiang and the Xiushui Shanbei ruins in Jiangxi. Among them, the unearthed specimens in Jiangxi were more complete. After identification, it was confirmed that they were peanut kernels, and they existed around 2000 BC. However, archaeology was very strict when it came to certain conclusions. Out of the two discoveries, only one of them could be confirmed as a peanut specimen. This kind of isolated evidence was far from enough to prove that peanuts were originally from China and were not introduced from America after the great geographical discovery. Therefore, there is still debate about the origin of peanuts in the academic world. This book tentatively assumes that peanuts existed in the Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan cut up a few large plates of mutton rolls. Everyone in the kitchen was dazzled by Li Zixuan's miraculous knife skills. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had internal energy. If he had transmigrated into the body of a weakling, who could not even truss up a chicken, he would not have dared to play like this. Seeing that Han Yushi had finished stir-frying the sesame seeds, Li Zixuan asked his wife to start stir-frying the peanuts. He personally ground the stir-fried sesame seeds into powder. As for the peanuts, he would do the same later. When the time came, the two sauces would be mixed together according to the ratio. Together with the seasoning, it would basically be done. As for the hot pot dishes, other than the lamb rolls, there were also Li Zixuan's special fish balls, chicken slices, pork rolls and other meat dishes. As for the vegetarian dishes, there were only bean sprouts and tofu. The vegetables in his greenhouse hadn't even grown yet. This was also the only regrettable thing. After preparing the ingredients and the dipping sauces, Li Zixuan returned to the main hall. He picked up the wind-chasing sword that could cut iron like mud and began to modify the table. He actually dug a circular hole in the middle of the square wooden table. It was exactly one size bigger than the diameter of the coal stove. Old Man Li frowned as he watched. In his heart, he thought that his son was really a prodigal son. After everything was done, Li Zixuan placed the coal stove under the table. By raising the coal stove, he made the coal stove extend out of the hole in the middle of the table. "All right. Wife, serve the dishes. Sanbao, go to the kitchen and bring the pot over. Also bring some water." Li Zixuan clapped his hands and said. Speaking of which, he really put in a lot of effort in order to eat hot pot in the Tang dynasty. After a while, the washed and cut ingredients were all placed on the table. A big pot was placed on the coal stove that passed through the dining table. In front of everyone was a gray dipping sauce sprinkled with chopped green onions and garlic. It looked very tempting. "Xiaoxian, how do you eat this? Don't tell me that after the vegetables are cooked, you still have to take them out to dip them in?" Yi Guozhong stared at the bowl of dipping sauce in front of him and asked in puzzlement. Sometimes he was also very curious and wished that he could pry open Li Zixuan's head to see what was inside. Who asked this guy to come up with new tricks every once in a while? Good. Grandfather's eyes are really sharp. Actually, if you directly put all the ingredients into the pot and cook them, some things won't taste good if they're overcooked. The most authentic way to eat hot pot is to pick up the fresh vegetables and put them into boiling water. After boiling for a while, you take them out and dip them in the seasoning. It's fresh and delicious. At this time, the boiling water in the pot was already boiling. The bottom of the pot was actually just some seasonings like ginger, salt, green onions and oil. It was very simple. As Li Zixuan spoke, he picked up a few pieces of mutton rolls and stirred them twice in the pot. The bright red mutton rolls turned dark gray in a short while. Li Zixuan directly put the boiled mutton into the dipping sauce bowl and dipped it in it. He smiled and said, "Although raw mutton has a strong rank odor, after it's boiled and dipped in the dipping sauce, not only will the rank odor be reduced, but it will also be very delicious. Grandmother, try it first." After saying that, he put the dipped mutton into old Madame Ye's bowl. Old Madame Ye beamed with joy and said, "Good, good, good. My good grandson. Grandmother will try it." Yi Guozhong, who was beside her, could only stare helplessly. The old man was very depressed in his heart. He could only follow Li Zixuan's steps like a child and boiled mutton for himself with a pair of chopsticks. Delicious. This mutton is so fresh and tender. The dipping sauce tastes so good too. I've lived for so long, but I've never eaten such delicious mutton. Old Madame Yi put the mutton in the bowl into her mouth and chewed lightly. The freshness of the mutton rolls mixed with the fragrance of the sauce. In an instant, the taste buds on the tip of her tongue began to absorb the delicious taste of the mutton rolls like a person who hadn't eaten for 3 days. Lan also wants to eat the boiled mutton. Brother. Lan shouted after hearing old Madame Ye's evaluation. Come, brother will help you. Father, mother, wife, grandfather, everyone, let's start eating. Li Zixuan called out to his family as he boiled the mutton for Lan. Ah. Everyone eat. This mutton is really delicious after being boiled like this. Yi Guozhong also tasted the freshness of the boiled mutton and said excitedly. Soon the atmosphere in the house began to rise. Eating hot pot was all about one person and many people. Only then would it be lively and warm. Yo. Why are you eating so early today? Looks like I came at the wrong time. Chapter 1038. Oh, this mutton is so delicious. How can good meat not have good wine? Xiaoxian, quickly get someone to bring the wine. I'll have a good drink with your father and grandfather. Everyone said that there was a Qing Yaojin who appeared out of nowhere, but Li Zishuan ate a Qing Yaojin in the middle of the hot pot. The old demoness had come here to see how the Li family's greenhouse vegetables were growing, because his family's farmstead and Qin Xiong's farmstead had recently started to introduce greenhouse vegetable planting technology. The result? The old man did not even look at the greenhouse vegetables. The moment he entered the house, his eyes were fixed on the mutton, fish, and dipping sauce on the table. After interacting with Qing Yaojin for so long, how could Li Zishuan not understand what this old man was thinking? Thus, he did not say anything and directly, tactfully, invited Qing Yaojin to eat hot pot together. In any case, with this old man's status, he did not have to worry about Wu Ho arresting him for the curfew when the sky turned dark. Qing Yaojin gave Li Zishuan a look of approval, then sat down and started eating. As the saying goes, eat big pieces of meat and drink big bowls of wine. After eating for a while, Qing Yaojin felt that something was wrong, so he shouted for Li Zishuan to bring the wine. Li Zishuan had no choice but to let San Bao go to the wine cellar to get a jar of immortal drunken wine. After the wine was served, the atmosphere became even more lively. Qing Yaojin was a straightforward person. In this year he had become quite familiar with Father Li. Yi Guozhong had been in a high position for a long time, so he was also experienced and knowledgeable. The three of them had a lot of common topics to talk about. Li Zishuan felt that Qing Yaojin's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. Moreover, he only wanted to eat hot pot and didn't really want to drink. Therefore he didn't join them. He ate happily with Madame Li and old Madame Yi. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Qing Yaojin burped and returned with the smell of alcohol. Before he left, the old man did not forget to tell Li Zishuan, "Burp, Xiaoxian. Your family's hot pot burp is too delicious. Later I'll send my chef over. Burp, you have to get someone to teach him. I old Qing haven't eaten so much in a long time. Burp, I drank so much." The old man had completely forgotten his original intention of coming to the Li family. The only thing he remembered was the hot pot. It had to be said that in a situation where there was no war, the desire for good food was old Cheng's greatest pursuit now. The next day near noon, Li residence. Feiji, take these blueprints to the workshop, and give them to Faubert in the next 2 days. Li Zishuan called Pang Feiji over, took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them over. Yes. Marquis. Pang Feiji left. Li Zishuan asked people to carry a coal stove and a basket of honeycomb briquettes into the carriage. The coal stove was still burning, and then he rode the carriage to the palace. He wanted to see Li Er. As for the blueprints that he just gave to Pang Feiji, they were the radiators and heating pipes that he had just drawn in the morning. The structure was quite simple, and he had already measured the dimensions in the morning. As for the dimensions of the house in Yunshan Villa, he had drawn the blueprints of the villa, so naturally there was no need to measure them. Li Zishuan planned to install self-made heaters for his residence and Yunshan Villa at the same time. Anyway, now that he had the honeycomb briquettes and the coal stove, he just needed to set up a pot and arrange some pipes, and it was basically done. This was made by imitating the self-made heaters in the villages in his previous life. The principle was also very simple: a big boiler that boiled water. The furnace was double-layered and the top and bottom were closed. The top was connected to a steel pipe, and the water pipe went up from the flue to the heater water supply. This point was the lowest point of the water pipe, and the heater end was the highest point. There was an exhaust valve, and the slope was 1%. The bottom level was connected to the heater return water, and the top of the return water pipe was connected to the heater water supply pipe. The height of the return water pipe was higher than the highest point of the supply pipe, and there was a water supply tank at the back. The bottom of the return water pipe was the lowest point of the heater, and the slope was 1%. The water in the furnace was heated and turned into steam, and through the water pipe, it dissipated to the highest point and turned into a mixture of hot water and steam. The hot water entered the radiator to dissipate heat, and its temperature decreased, density increased and volume decreased. It entered the boiler through the return water pipe, and thus formed a circulation circuit. The slope of the water pipe for self-made heaters was very important. If the slope was reversed, it would not be hot. The water layer in the furnace had to be thin, 1 to 3 millimeters, because the thick water layer would consume coal. The exhaust valve at the highest point had to be opened, or else the whole system would be closed and there would be an explosion. The reason why Li Zishuan had only started to install a heater now was because he didn't have honeycomb briquettes or a coal stove. It was very inconvenient to boil water because charcoal could not last as long as honeycomb briquettes. Now that he had created the honeycomb coal and coal stove, he had to quickly install the heating in his house. In the imperial palace, Li Er returned to the Lijiang Hall in Shiyuan right after the morning court session, because there were charcoal braziers and heaters here. Although he was an emperor on horseback in new martial arts, he was far from being invulnerable to cold and heat like a martial arts grandmaster. In this kind of weather he would also feel cold. Li Er had just spoken for a while with Empress Jiangsun in the Lijiang Hall when an attendant from the Yellow Door came to report, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience." Li Er was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "Oh? When did this brat take the initiative to look for me? Did he say what happened?" Ever since Li Zishuan entered the officialdom, most of the time he would only enter the palace when Li Er summoned him. It was extremely rare for him to take the initiative to enter the palace like today. Replying to Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and said that he is here to present a treasure. That attendant replied cautiously. "Present a treasure? Today new things are happening one after another. Let him wait at the Suite du Hall first. I will be there soon." Li Er's curiosity was piqued. He didn't care about the cold weather outside. He put on a fox fur coat and prepared to go to the Suite du Hall to meet Li Zishuan. After all, this was the imperial harem, and Li Zishuan was already an adult and a married man. Of course he couldn't let him come here. If it was at the beginning of the year before Li Zishuan was married, Li Er might have met him in the imperial harem. But now it was absolutely impossible. "Your Majesty, this concubine also wants to see what treasure the Marquis of Yong and is offering. I wonder if I can go with Your Majesty?" It was Empress Jiangsun who was also interested. She asked Li Er, "Ah, since Maid Guanyin is interested, then let's go together. But it's very cold outside. Maid Guanyin, you have to wear an extra layer of clothing." Li Er laughed and agreed very straightforwardly. "Thank you for Your Majesty's concern. This concubine knows." Empress Jiangsun's heart warmed. A palace maid helped her put on a mink fur coat before the husband and wife left. Chapter 1039. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Suite du Hall, Li Zishuan saw Li Er and Empress Jiangsun walking out from the back of the hall. He quickly retracted his gaze and bowed towards the two. "Rise." Li Er waved his hand and couldn't wait to get straight to the point. "I heard that you are here to present a treasure, but why don't I see the treasure?" Although Li Zishuan was young, he was extremely cunning. Usually it was hard to take advantage of him. Today he actually took the initiative to present himself. Li Er really wanted to know what surprise Li Zishuan brought. Li Zishuan said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the item that I brought today is a little big. It is still outside the hall. May Your Majesty allow me to get someone to bring it in?" "Quick. Zhao Song, get someone to bring the item that Duke Yong and brought in." Hearing this, Li Er immediately said, "A little big?" Now he was even more curious about what Li Zishuan brought. Zhao Song received the order and left. Moments later, he brought in 4 eunuchs carrying a coal stove and a basket of briquettes. Seeing the eunuchs carrying in a lump of metal and a basket of black items, Li Er couldn't help but frown. Because these 2 items didn't look high and mighty at all. Feeling slightly unhappy, Li Er walked down from above and looked at Li Zishuan unkindly. "This is the treasure that you want to present to me? What a special coal stove." Halfway through his sentence, Li Er realized that there was a fire burning in the stove. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this isn't a coal stove. This is a coal stove. Inside is burning coal." "Coal? How can coal fire be so strong?" Li Er wasn't the kind of emperor who didn't know about worldly affairs. Hearing this, he immediately frowned in disbelief. At this moment, Zhang Sun also walked down from above. She carefully sized up the honeycomb briquettes in the bamboo basket and said after a moment, "Your Majesty, the briquettes brought by the Marquis of Yong and are very special. Not only are the coal briquettes of the same size, there are also many holes of the same size in the middle. This concubine guesses that it is because of this that the fire in the furnace is so strong." Li Zishuan was stunned. Then he turned his head to look at the bamboo basket. As he looked, he asked, "Li Zishuan, is what the Empress said true?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, the Empress has sharp eyes. Just as the Empress said, the reason why the charcoal balls are so easy to ignite is because of its special structure. Because these briquettes were shaped like honeycombs, I call them honeycomb briquettes. Today, the treasures I present to Your Majesty are this coal stove and the honeycomb briquette." Li Er calmed down and nodded. To be able to turn useless coal into this kind of easily flammable honeycomb briquette, it is indeed a treasure. In that case, the imperial court might be able to consider mining a few coal mines next year. "But how did you make these honeycomb briquettes?" Seeing the honeycomb briquettes, Li Er felt as if he had seen a pile of gold. The Great Tang had discovered many coal mines in the Hedong Road area, but because the raw coal was hard to burn, the mining value was not high. But now it was different. Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Your Majesty. This honeycomb briquettes were made by smashing the coal briquettes, adding a binder and casting it through a mold. Today I present these two items to your Majesty. First, I want to show your Majesty the advantage of combining the honeycomb briquettes and the coal stove. Second, I want to discuss something with your Majesty." Advantage? What advantage? Could it be that this honeycomb briquettes are easier to burn than charcoal? Li Er asked. Li Zishuan repeated what he had told his mother and grandmother yesterday about the advantages of using honeycomb briquettes to boil water and cook rice. Before Li Er could say anything, Zhang Sun couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. 4 honeycomb briquettes can boil water and cook rice for an entire day? Marquillon, and is what you said true?" Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, "Absolutely true. And a normal family cannot boil water and cook rice for an entire day, so the actual consumption of honeycomb briquettes is definitely less than this." Ah, good stuff. This is really good stuff. Li Zishuan, let me ask you, how much does this honeycomb briquettes and the coal stove cost? When Li Er heard this, he could not help but feel that the honeycomb briquettes were more convenient than the coal briquettes. He laughed and asked. Li Zishuan replied, "The cost of a honeycomb briquettes is less than a copper coin. As for the coal stove, it is about 150 copper coins. But a coal stove can be used for at least 5 years." Li Er nodded, "That's right. That's right. It's cheap and practical. The commoners will definitely like it. This is really a treasure that benefits the country and the people. Ah, I also like it." Empress Zhang Sun had a worried expression. "Your Majesty, although the honeycomb briquettes are cheap, the price of the coal stove is on the expensive side. Not everyone can afford it. To fully promote the use of coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes, I'm afraid there are still many difficulties." Li Er's face instantly darkened. Clearly he agreed with what Empress Zhang Sun said. Li Zishuan bowed and said, "Your Majesty is right. This is also the second reason why I came to find your Majesty today." Li Er's gaze darkened and he said, "Speak." "Your Majesty, now that the Tang Empire has been stable for less than 10 years, the price of charcoal in the eastern and western cities has always been high. Burning charcoal is no different from a fantasy to the commoners. But in winter the weather is cold. Other than boiling water and cooking rice, most people also need a fire to keep warm. Chang, and is the capital of the Tang Empire. Every year many poor commoners freeze to death, not to mention the other remote areas. There will definitely be more people freezing to death. And now that there are cheaper and more durable honeycomb briquettes, the price of charcoal will definitely continue to drop. Correspondingly, there will be more and more people who can afford to burn coal. But to the commoners the price of coal stoves is indeed too high. But without coal stoves, the use of honeycomb briquettes is extremely limited. And now that it is winter, there are still many poor commoners who are suffering from the cold. So, honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves must be promoted to the commoners together. And in order to help the commoners survive the winter, I can sell the honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves at cost price to the poor commoners without earning a single cent. But my power alone is ultimately limited. So, I have a small request and I hope your Majesty will allow it." Li Zishuan said slowly with a sincere face. Hearing this, Li Er was silent for a moment and he said, "It's good that you still have this kind of heart. I really didn't misjudge you. Actually, since the beginning of winter, I have been thinking about how to reduce the number of commoners who freeze to death. But in Chang, and alone, there are tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of poor commoners who are suffering from the cold. The money in the national treasury cannot be used now. If you have a way, quickly say it. As long as your request is not too much, I will allow it." Chapter 1040. Inside the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er and his wife stared eagerly at Li Zishuan, because Li Zishuan had just mentioned a problem that they were very concerned about, which was the problem of the poor people freezing in winter. In fact, in the previous dynasties of the Tang Empire, no matter which dynasty, many people would freeze to death every year. In the era where cotton had not been planted on a large scale, the price that the people had to pay to wear warm clothes was too high. "Your Majesty, I wish to set up a public welfare organization to help the poor people." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said the idea that he had been brewing in his heart these days. Public welfare organization? Marquillon, and what is public welfare? Empress Zhang Sun was puzzled. Li Er also looked at Li Zishuan curiously, thinking, why does this kid always pop new words out of his mouth? Could it be that he learned all these from that dream? Your Majesty, the so-called public welfare is related to the welfare and interests of all the people of the Tang Empire. I set up this public welfare organization mainly to call on the rich people to donate money, then I will use this money to help the poor. At that time, every time I receive a donation I will donate 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes to 4 poor families. My workshop will not earn a single cent and will just treat it as doing a good deed for the people of the Tang Empire. Li Er's face was bewildered as he said, "This is for no reason at all. Why are you suddenly so kind?" Li Zishuan let out a sigh. In order to make old Li believe him, he could only pretend to sigh deeply and say, "Your Majesty, many people are very poor. My heart aches when I see it. I remember that I read a poem 2 days ago and was deeply moved. I wonder if Your Majesty and Your Majesty are willing to listen to it?" Li Er was even more suspicious. "Poem? What poem? Read it." Empress Jianghu's face also revealed an interested expression. Li Zishuan saw that the time was right and did not keep them in suspense. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "This poem is said to be written by a teacher from a village outside the city. The old teacher passed away 2 months ago and left this posthumous work. I saw it by chance. I am a dignified man, but after reading it I could not help but want to cry. Get to the point." Li Zishuan began to fabricate an empty yet reasonable main character for the story. Li Er, on the other hand, seemed a little impatient. His face darkened as he said unhappily. Li Zishuan hurriedly cut to the chase and recited in a deep voice, "Ahem." The poem went like this. "In August, the wind roars angrily, rolling up my house to the 3 layers of reeds. Mao flew across the river and sprinkled on the outskirts of the river, openly hugging Mao into bamboo, lips parched and mouth parched, unable to breathe. Returning home, leaning on his cane, he sighed. The cotton quilt has been cold as iron for many years, Jiao Air has been treading on the bed and cracking inside. Since she lost her sleep, the long nights have been soaked with sweat. Building thousands upon thousands of mansions, great protection for all the poor people of the world. Wind and rain do not move, as calm as a mountain. Whoosh. When did I suddenly see this house before my eyes? Even if my house is broken, I will still be able to freeze to death." Du Fu's, the song of the thatched house being broken by the autumn wind, which was also a must-memorized poem in middle school, was affectionately recited by Li Zishuan in this kind of situation. A miserable scene of the house leaking on an autumn night, wind and rain intertwined, the cotton quilt was like iron, Jiao Air has been treading on the bed and getting wet all night, unable to sleep, suddenly appeared in the minds of Li Er and Empress Jianghu. But a poem by a dignified poet would not be so simple. Showing the misery of one's life was only on the surface. The deeper meaning was in the latter half of the poem. The last few sentences of the poem had a change of style. For Li Er and Empress Jianghu, the image of a stooped old man who was in a difficult situation but still worried about the country and the people. The sharp contrast between the front and back made this image particularly distinct. It simply pierced the depths of one's soul. Empress Jianghu covered her mouth, the rims of her eyes were somewhat red. Only to hear her murmur in a low voice, "The cotton quilt has been cold as iron for many years, Jiao Air has been treading on the bed and cracking inside. Building thousands upon thousands of mansions, great protection for all the poor people of the world. Marquis Yong, and you just said that the old man who wrote this poem has passed away?" Li Zishuan bowed and said, "According to the news I received, the old man is indeed no longer in this world. It seems that he froze to death." This fellow was secretly muttering in his heart, "Great poet Du, don't blame this junior for stealing your poem. This marquis is also to realize your dream of great protection for all the poor people of the world." Empress Jianghu, who had always been graceful, strong, virtuous and magnanimous, showed a rare weak side at this moment. Her face was mournful and pale. The old man was destitute and dejected but still worried about the country and the people. Such a person actually froze to death at home. It is really the misfortune of the Tang Empire. Li Er didn't say anything, but his face didn't look too good. After hearing Li Zishuan recite the poem, he first felt that he was a bit like a fatuous ruler. Otherwise, how could there be people under his rule who were full of wisdom, but didn't get the chance to use their talents and finally froze to death in poverty at home? However, he quickly calmed down and felt that there were many suspicious points. The biggest suspicious point was that according to Li Zishuan's range of activities in the past 3 months, he could determine that the old man he spoke of was in a village near Chang'an City. However, since that village was very close to Chang'an City, if there really was such a talented old man in the village, how could there not be any news in Chang'an City? As long as there was a slight movement, his subordinates would definitely be able to find out. Therefore, in the end, Li Er's heart was already 70% to 80% sure that the old man that Li Zishuan spoke of at the beginning was completely nonsense. However, even if he was sure, what could he do? Inside and outside Chang, and there were indeed many people who suffered from the cold every year, just like what was described in the poem. Although those people might not have the profound consciousness and lofty ambition to build thousands of houses and shelter the world from the cold, they were still Li Er's people. They should not be frozen to death. It is indeed a good poem. The person who wrote this poem is also a great talent. The thousands of thoughts in Li Er's heart could only turn into a long sigh. At this time, Li Zishuan struck while the iron was hot, and said, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the original intention of this official to set up the public welfare fund was to gather everyone's strength to help those poor and destitute people, or people like the old man who had talent but had no opportunity and was in a difficult situation. Only in this way tragedies like the old man's would become fewer and fewer." Empress Jiangsun took a while to calm down her emotions. She turned her head and said to Li Er, "Your Majesty, Marquis Yong'an's method of setting up the public welfare fund is really novel. This is the first time I have heard of such charity. However, it will not bring pressure to the national treasury. Your Majesty, why don't you approve?" Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and nodded, "Yes, I approve. I allow your public welfare fund to be set up in the name of the imperial court." Li Zishuan smiled and cupped his hands, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chapter 1041. Inside the Sweet Dew Hall. After Li Er agreed to Li Zishuan establishing the Warm Tang Public Welfare Foundation in the name of the imperial court, Empress Jiangsun said happily, "Marquis Yong, and, if your public welfare organization is established, remember to tell Bengong. Bengong also wants to contribute her meager strength." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Empress, you misunderstand. What ability does this official have to shoulder such a heavy responsibility? What this official means is that the president of this public welfare organization should be Empress. This official will not hold any position in this public welfare organization." Empress Jiangsun couldn't help but be startled. This answer was completely out of her expectations. However, after a moment she still smiled and shook her head, saying, "Hee hee. Marquis Yong, and you're even scheming against Bengong? That won't do. Bengong usually has many things to do. Bengong can't take care of your public welfare organization. When the time comes and the important matter of saving the people is delayed, Bengong will become a sinner." Although she didn't understand why Li Zishuan would make such a decision, she had always been a low-key person. This kind of public appearance that would easily attract attention was something she definitely wouldn't do. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "As the master of the imperial harem, it's normal for Empress to have no time to care about other things. However, as the president of the public welfare organization, Empress doesn't need to take care of it every day. The other people in the public welfare organization will naturally help Empress resolve her worries and difficulties." Li Er seemed to have understood something at this moment. He looked at Li Zishuan with a smile that wasn't a smile, then waved his hand to interrupt Empress Jiangsun, who was about to speak, saying, "All right. In Zhen's opinion, Guanyin maid, you should accept the position of president. Although this kid doesn't hold a position in it, he probably already has plans for the other positions in the public welfare organization. Guanyin maid, you don't have to worry. The matter was already very clear. Li Zishuan wanted to establish a public welfare organization to help the people, but he was worried that he would gain too much prestige among the people and cause the officials to impeach him. Thus, he took the initiative to invite Empress Jiangsun to be the leader of this public welfare organization to shoulder the prestige of the people. In this way, he could do good deeds in peace and avoid being suspected by the king because of his high popularity among the people. Li Zishuan didn't say it out loud, but he was still a little unhappy with Li Zishuan's measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own yardstick. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask himself, "Am I so petty in this kid's heart?" Oh. Hearing this, Empress Jiangsun seemed to have understood something. She looked at Li Zishuan and said with a smile, "Since this non-profit organization has a president, there should also be a vice president, right? I wonder who in Marquis Yong'an's heart is willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility?" Cough cough. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and said with slight embarrassment, "This subject wants my humble wife to take on the position of vice president. Does Nyang think this is possible?" Li Er's guess was right. He really didn't want to cause too much trouble because of charity. Moreover, he did charity for his own happiness, not for the people to be grateful for his kindness. Of course, since this charity organization was proposed by him, it couldn't be that it had nothing to do with him, right? It wasn't that he was blowing his own trumpet, but this charity organization really couldn't become popular without him operating it. It just so happened that his wife had always wanted to find something to do so he could let her participate in the management of this charity organization. Hearing this, Li Er's face showed an as expected smile. Empress Jiangsun blinked and said with a smile, "Since you proposed the candidate, I certainly have no objections. It's just that this charity organization should have a name, right?" To be honest, she really didn't have time to take care of this charity organization. Li Zishuan was willing to let Han Yushi be the vice president, and Zhang Sun couldn't wait. Because Han Yushi was here, if something happened to the charity organization in the future, would Li Zishuan have the nerve to stand by and watch? Therefore, she was happy to see Li Zishuan's candidate. Li Zishuan pondered and said, "Why don't we call it the Nuantang Charity Fund? Your Majesty, what do you think?" Nuantang. Good. Let's call it Nuantang. Li Er's eyes lit up and he clapped with a smile. It's indeed a good name, the meaning is good. Empress Jiangsun also praised. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since your Majesty and your Majesty have no objections, then let's call it Nuantang. I will personally invest 20,000 strings of cash, and these 2 days I will also use Datang daily to gather the rich folk to donate money, and strive to let all the poor people in Chang and city be able to use coal stoves and burn coal before the new year. As for the other provinces and counties, time is too tight, I'm afraid there won't be enough time this year." Empress Jiangsun hurriedly said, "Since I'm the president, how can I not contribute money? Marquis Yong, and I will take out 3,000 strings of cash to use for the Nuantang Foundation." She thought that with some of her own private money and some gold and silver jewelry, she should be able to gather 3,000 strings of cash. The virtuous Empress Jiangsun never thought of letting Li Er use the national treasury or the palace treasury's money for personal matters. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Guanin's servant, there's no need for that. I'll take 5,000 strings of cash from the palace treasury and donate it to the Nuantang Foundation in your name." After that, he turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis Yong, and I have no objections if you want to establish the Nuantang Foundation to do good deeds. I also believe that with your personality, you won't embezzle the donations, but you have to control your subordinates. My money isn't that easy to take." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll be careful. I'll make sure that every donation of the Nuantang Foundation is properly spent." As a modern person, he knew better than anyone how important honesty and fairness were to a charity foundation. The incident with a certain Mimi in his previous life had directly lowered the social credibility of a certain 10-word association to a freezing point. "That's for the best," Li Er said faintly. Seeing that there was nothing else here, Empress Jiangsun said goodbye to Li Er and left. In the hall, only the two of them were left. Li Er clasped his hands behind his back. After a long time he said slowly, "You little brat. I'll tell you one more time, I'm not Liu Bang and you're not Han Xen." After saying this sentence that had no head or tail, Li Er snorted and left in a huff. It was obvious that he was very unhappy. "I'm just too lazy to mess around. Otherwise, even if you're Liu Bang, I'll still be able to pull you down." Li Zishuan curled his lips as he fantasized in his heart. He understood what Li Er meant, but he didn't regret doing so, because he was a person who didn't like trouble in his bones. However, just because he didn't like trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Just as he thought, if Li Er was really an emperor like Liu Bang who killed meritorious officials, he, Li Zishuan, wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Whoever didn't let him have a good life, he wouldn't let them have a good life. Chapter 1042. Marquis Manager Fu said that the things you want will be ready in 2 days. When the time comes, he will send someone to deliver them to you. After returning home from the palace, Li Zishuan met Pang Feiji at the entrance. Pang Feiji cupped his fist. "I understand." Li Zishuan nodded lightly. He was secretly happy. It seemed that he would be able to use the heater in a few days. What a corrupt life. When he returned to the main hall, his family was waiting for him to eat. Seeing that he had returned, Han Yushi hurriedly ordered the dishes to be served. Because the food cooled quickly in winter before Li Zishuan returned, the cooked food was kept warm in the pot. From this, one could see Li Zishuan's important position in the Li family. He was the proper head of the family. During the meal, Li Zishuan told his family about the Warm Tang Foundation that he had told Li Er and Empress Jiangsun in the palace. Sure enough, old Madame Yi, Madame Li, and Han Yushi immediately became enthusiastic. "Good. This is a good thing." Old Madame Yi put down her chopsticks and looked at Li Zishuan. She said enthusiastically, "Xiao Xian, I didn't bring much money this time, but I still have some valuable jewelry. If I pawn it, it can be exchanged for 1 or 2,000 strings of coins. When the time comes, I will donate it to your Warm Tang Foundation. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Madame Li hurriedly said, Mother, what are you talking about? You can keep your jewelry. If you want to donate money, take it from your daughter. How can I let you pawn it? As the son-in-law, Li Jingma naturally had to show off in front of his mother-in-law. He also said, Mother-in-law Yu Zhu is right. You two are now in Chang'an. No matter what, we can't spend your money. This 2,000 strings of coins will be paid by your son-in-law. Old Madame Yi patted Yu Zhu's hand and smiled. Yu Zhu Jingma, this old woman is doing a good deed. How can I use your money? This will make it seem like I am not sincere in my heart and will be punished. You two don't fight. If you really feel bad, you can also donate some money to Little Xian's Warm Tang Foundation. Li Jingma still wanted to argue, but Yi Guozhong directly waved his hand and said, Enough. There was no need to persuade him anymore. The Yi family still has a shop in the capital, so there's no need for you to pawn it off. Tomorrow I'll go to the shop and withdraw 2,000 strings of coins. In any case, the Yi family was a prominent family. How could they not have any property in Chang'an? No matter what, there were still 1 or 2 small shops. But in the end, it was mainly because Yi Guozhong, who had been cultivating all his life, wanted to do charity. Otherwise, he would not have used his family's wealth. When Madame Li heard Yi Guozhong's words, she didn't try to persuade him any further. She turned to Li Zishuan and said, Then Xian, her mother and your father will also donate 2,000 strings of coins as a token of our appreciation. Although Li Zishuan was in charge of the family, Mrs. Li and Li Jingma still had their own private savings. Husband, I will also donate 2,000 strings of coins. However, you should find someone else to be the vice president of the Nuantang Foundation. I'm afraid that I'll ruin your plans. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment and said to Li Zishuan. When she heard that the president of the Nuantang Foundation was Empress Jiang's son, she immediately panicked. She could manage the family's internal affairs, but to be Empress Jiangsuan's assistant, she had no confidence at all. That was the high and mighty mother of a nation. Li Zishuan patted his wife's hand and said softly, Wife, let me ask you, do you know how to read the accounts? This, of course. Han Yushi didn't understand, but she still answered. Then do you know how to use people? I know a little. After being the mistress of the Li residence for so long, she naturally knew how to use people. Then it's fine. Li Zishuan clapped and said with a smile, Wife, don't think that the vice president position is so complicated. As long as you know how to read the accounts and know how to use people, there won't be a problem. Besides, your husband will help you from behind. What are you afraid of? Li Jingma also said, Yushi Xianer is right. This old man knows that you also want to do something for the Nuantang Foundation, but because the Empress is also in it, you might feel some pressure. However, if you don't do some things, it will always be a big mountain in your heart. Only when you try it will you realize that it's not difficult at all. Li Jingma, who was old and experienced, already understood the hidden purpose of Li Zishuan pulling Empress Jiang's son into the Nuantang Foundation. Old man Li was very pleased with his son's wise decision, so he also hoped that his daughter-in-law could participate. That was why he tried his best to persuade her. Yes. Yushi, don't worry, Xianer will support you. Mother will also support you. Now that I have nothing to do at home every day, I'll help you manage the Nuantang Foundation. Madame Li persuaded with a smile. When Han Yushi saw this, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Most importantly, she was willing to accept this responsibility. Therefore, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, All right. Husband, I'll be the vice president. Thank you, father, thank you, mother. Your daughter-in-law won't let you down. Sister Yushi, don't be afraid. When the time comes, Lan will also help you. The little cutie Lan joined in the fun. Instantly, everyone laughed. 15 minutes later, after lunch, everyone dispersed. Only Li Zishuan, Yi Fashion and Lan were left in the main hall. Yi Fashion came over to Li Zishuan and said, Cousin, Fashion also wants to do something for the Nuantang Foundation, but Fashion only has 20 strings of money. Can you lend me some first? When Li Zishuan heard this, he thought to himself that his cousin's worldview was extraordinarily righteous. No wonder he could become an immortal revered by millions of people in the future, and eventually become the leader of the world's Taoist sects. Fashion, doing good doesn't matter if it's big or small. As long as you put your heart into it, it's true good. A good heart will be immortal. 100 lanterns will shine brightly for 1,000 miles. Yi Fashion was silent. After a while, he saluted and said, Thank you for your advice, cousin. Fashion will donate all the strings of money in a while. However, fashion still wants to do something. I wonder if fashion can help with the Nuantang Foundation in the future? Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course." Yi Fashion expressed his thanks and left in satisfaction. Lan was not to be outdone. She said, "Brother, cousin Fashion has already donated money. Lan also wants to donate money. Lan saved up 50 strings of money. Lan wants to donate all of it." "Lan, where did you get so much money from?" Li Zishuan was shocked. "I'm not telling you. Anyway, Lan wants to donate money," the little rich lady said proudly. Chapter 1043. The next day, Datang daily threw out 2 bombshells, and Chang and city was once again bustling with noise and excitement. From today onwards, Curious Pavilion will launch a honeycomb-shaped coal ball and a matching coal stove. Using honeycomb-shaped coal to boil water and cook rice, you only need to consume 4 pieces of honeycomb-shaped coal each day. Each piece of honeycomb-shaped coal only costs 1 copper coin. The coal stove only costs 200 copper coins. Moreover, a coal stove can last for at least 5 years. A coal stove sold to the rich would definitely not be sold at cost price. There are so many workers in the workshop who need to eat too. First, there was an advertisement in the newspaper that piqued the curiosity of the people. In the layout of Tang Dynasty Daily, apart from the headline in the middle of the first page, another important position was the position of the first article at the beginning of the article. Under normal circumstances, advertisements would not be placed there. This time, Li Zishuan was abusing his position for personal gain. Honeycomb-shaped coal? Coal stove? What the hell is this? Is it really as amazing as the advertisement says? When the people saw the advertisement, their first reaction was to ask questions. Hey, other shops' products might be fake, but Curious Pavilion's products are definitely not fake. The advertisement says that 4 coal balls cost 4 copper coins and can boil water and cook rice for an entire day. It must be real. That's right. Curious Pavilion's products have always been authentic. They have never boasted before. Wow. If that's the case, then burning honeycomb-shaped coal is much more cost-effective than burning charcoal. Yeah. When the East Market opens, I'll go to Curious Pavilion to buy a coal stove and some honeycomb-shaped coal. Although honeycomb-shaped coal is cheap, the coal stove is not. Each one costs 200 copper coins. Didn't you read the newspaper that a coal stove can last for at least 5 years? On average, it's only 40 copper coins a year. How is this expensive? It's still cheaper than burning charcoal. Hee, that's true. I wonder if honeycomb-shaped coal is as good as charcoal. I'll go take a look later. If it's really good, I'll only burn coal this year and not charcoal. Let's go together. Let's go together. After the early risers of Chang and saw the new news announcement in the newspaper, it didn't take long for people to gather in groups to buy coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. This was the current status of the pavilion in people's hearts. They always believed that no matter what the pavilion produced or how high the price was, it would always be the best. This was similar to the modern Apple. No matter what new product Apple launched, no matter how expensive it was, countless fans would rush to buy it. The only difference was that the items in Strange Interest Pavilion were usually worth the price. Compared to the items themselves, the prices were not considered expensive. However, no one would have expected that the introduction of honeycomb coal would completely change the energy structure of the Tang dynasty. The era of using coal as the main energy source would soon be gone, and the change in the energy structure would provide the most solid foundation for the transformation of social production methods. In his previous life, the reason why the British Empire was able to launch the first industrial revolution in the 18th century was mainly because of the power revolution brought about by the steam engine. And the energy used by the steam engine to generate power was coal. Yo. Quick, look at today's headlines. Just as the people were about to go to Strange Interest Pavilion to buy honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves, someone discovered the second bombshell of Datang Daily. What's wrong? What's wrong with the headlines? Well, from today onwards, the Imperial Court will officially establish the Warm Tang Charity Foundation. The Empress will be the foundation's president, and the Marquis of Yong will be the vice president. In the near future, the Warm Tang Foundation will be launching a 2-month warm winter campaign. Every time the foundation receives a sum of money, the Marquis of Yong will donate 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes to poor people who can't afford coal. The Warm Tang Foundation's headquarters will be located in the former workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. From today onwards, it will accept donations from wealthy people. All donations will be used to help the people in need. The Warm Tang Foundation is willing to accept the supervision of the people and promises that every donation will be recorded and verified in the future. In addition, the Emperor and Empress are extremely benevolent. They will donate 5,000 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation to help the poor. The Marquis of Yong and will donate 20,000 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation. The Marquis of Yong and will donate 2,000 strings of cash. The Marquis of Yong and Anne's mother will donate 2,000 strings of cash. The Yi family of Nanyang will donate 2,000 strings of cash. Kindness will taint the heart and never die. The Warm Tang Foundation appeals to all citizens of the Tang Empire who are able to afford to donate a portion of your love. Not a single copper coin is missing and not a lot of money. Every single copper coin you donate will be sent to the people in need. Let us use our love to warm Chang'an City. Someone read out the headline of Datong Daily. Those who were lucky enough to hear the news were stunned. Charity foundation, donation, these were terms that had never appeared before or rarely appeared. All of a sudden they all appeared, catching people off guard. The news of Li Heir and Empress Jiangsun donating 5,000 strings of cash was even more shocking. It made the people's scalps tingle. Since ancient times, the dynasties of the Central Plains changed every few hundred years. However, there had never been an emperor who used his own money to help the poor people. Many emperors were high and mighty. They had never stepped out of the palace in their entire lives. They had no idea what the suffering of the people was. As a result, there was a Jianghu emperor in history who said, "Why not eat meat?" However, ever since Li Heir ascended the throne, not only did he implement benevolent policies, he even wanted to use his own money to help the poor. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, this was extremely rare. Many old people who had experienced the chaos of war couldn't help but kneel in front of the palace and chant, "His Majesty is benevolent. Long live Tang Empire." After a long while, some citizens couldn't help but comment, "The Marquis of Yong and is also very benevolent. He actually donated 20,000 strings of cash." Isn't that obvious? The Marquis of Yong and has always been benevolent to the citizens. Didn't you see that his wife and mother donated money? That means that the Marquis of Yong and alone donated 24,000 strings of cash. Wow! The Marquis of Yong and is really a philanthropist. You're still saying that it's too little. Don't you know the relationship between the Yi family of Nanyang and the Marquis of Yong? The previous head of the Yi family is the Marquis maternal grandfather. He's currently living in the Marquis residence. Then doesn't that mean that the Marquis of Yong Anne's family donated 26,000 strings of cash? Of course. Right? Didn't you guys notice that the newspaper said that the Marquis of Yong and would give 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes to the poor every time he received a donation? According to the price of honeycomb briquettes and coal stoves, that's worth 1,000 copper coins. That means that the Marquis of Yong and will have to fork out 200 copper coins every time the foundation receives a donation. I'll say it again. Back then, money was equivalent to 800 copper coins. Hiss? Without a doubt, I'll definitely support the Marquis of Yong Anne's business in the future. Why wait until the future? I'll go to Chitsu Pavilion to buy some coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes later. It's just nice that the weather has been cold recently. I can use them. I'll go too. I'm going to donate money to the Warm Tang Foundation. I don't have much, but I can still donate 300 to 500 copper coins. I'll donate 300 to 500 copper coins too. I'll donate 10 strings of cash. Wow. Boss Lou is generous. I'll be eating noodles at your noodle shop from now on. Yes, I'll definitely come here often in the future. A storm of public charity was about to sweep through the city. Chapter 1044. This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring of the human world, this is the source of life. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful human world. Outside there was a storm of charity, but in the Marquis Yong and manor, there was an intermittent singing. Listening to the lyrics and the tune, it was obviously the famous modern song, The Dedication of Love. The voice of the singer was also very sweet. That crisp voice was like the chirping of an oriole in the valley, pleasant to the ears and intoxicating. This voice was not Han Yushi's, nor was it Xiao He or Xiao Shi's. She was not anyone in the Li manor. Yes. Not bad. That's the tune. In the main hall, Li Zishuan sat on the seat of honor. On his left sat Han Yushi, and on his right sat a beautiful lady. That lady only wore a jade green dress in the middle of winter, and a green pleated skirt with scattered flowers and mist. Her body was covered in a thin green veil. Her shoulders were cut, her waist was slim, her skin was smooth, and her aura was like an orchid. Her long black hair was only tied up with a delicately carved plum hairpin. Her beautiful eyebrows were wide and delicate, and her green hair was dyed with the mist of spring. She had a spiritual energy that was like the clouds and mist of Mount Wu, but if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that there was a faint sadness that seemed like self-pity within her. At this moment, her hands were still on the strings of the zither, and Li Zixuan opposite her was applauding. As for Han Yushi, although she was smiling, no one knew what she was thinking. Then Fian, can you sing the complete song for Marquis and Madame again? The lady stood up and bowed, then asked softly. Her voice was as beautiful as the spring water, making people feel comfortable and relaxed. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded, okay. Miss Yan'er, please sing. Speaking of Miss Yan'er, Li Zixuan had never seen her before, let alone know her. However, Qing Chumo, Li Huiran, and the other rich playboys who liked to walk their dogs and hang around the brothels would definitely know her. This woman was the famous courtesan of 100 Flowers Tower in Chang, and City, Fang Fian. She was the goddess of countless men's dreams. Many rich young men could not get close to her even if they spent a lot of money. At most, they could only get a smile from her. But even so, there were still countless people who flocked to her. Today, Li Zixuan had asked Pang Feiji to invite back a girl who could sing the best in Chang'an. Pang Feiji did not know what Li Zixuan wanted to do. At first he hesitated. He hesitated about what kind of girl he should find for Li Zixuan. Then he felt a little conflicted. He felt that if he found a girl for Li Zixuan, he would be letting down Han Yushi, the mistress of the Li mansion. Later, this fellow secretly found Xiao He and asked her to send this news to Han Yushi of the West Courtyard and let her make the decision. He did not have to wait for long before Han Yushi's reply came. Her reply was very simple. There were only 2 words, do it. Pang Feiji thought about it and ran to 100 Flowers Tower. He found the so-called Mother Hua and asked her to invite Fang Fian out. Under normal circumstances, 100 Flowers Tower did not receive guests during the day. Moreover, Fang Fian was not someone who could be invited by ordinary people. However, Pang Feiji was from the Marquis Yong, and Marquis Mansion. He represented Li Zixuan, the most dazzling new noble in the Tang dynasty. He was also the god of wealth in the eyes of businessmen. Mother Hua did not dare to offend him. She quickly asked someone to invite Fang Fian out. Then the rest of the matter was logical. Oh, it was not logical. After Fang Fian arrived at the Li mansion, she was actually received by Li Zixuan in the main hall of the Li mansion. This made her feel a little ridiculous. Logically, if a man admired her and invited her to his house, shouldn't they talk about romantic affairs? How could they talk about romantic affairs in the main hall of a mansion? However, what happened next was even more illogical. Li Zixuan invited her over just to teach her how to sing. Moreover, it was a song with such straightforward lyrics without any literary talent. Alright, since Li Zixuan was still polite to her, Fang Fian could only sing along. However, after singing once, she was attracted by the beautiful melody of the song and could not help but start to compose the music for the song. Later on, she was also conquered by the lyrics that she had always looked down on. Because although the lyrics were straightforward, the purest and most selfless feelings as well as the truth, goodness and beauty of the world, were the most touching. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. What a beautiful vision this was. At this moment, Fang Fian's jade-like fingers were gently stroking the strings of the zither. Her fingers were like butterflies dancing on the strings as she softly sang, "This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring breeze of the human world." The sound of the guqin and the singing were like thin and bright silk. They were smooth and dense as they quietly stretched out. They stretched out and stretched out again. Just like this, they passed through the main hall, passed through the main door of the Li residence and floated above Yongla Lane. They were all pervasive and drilled into people's hearts. "Xiao Shi, do you think the young master has fallen in love with this vixen?" Outside the main hall, Xiao He sat on the stairs in front of the door. She rubbed her chin and said to Xiao Shi beside her with a depressed expression, "Xiao He, we have never met Miss Fang before. How can you say that about her?" Xiao Shi patted Xiao He's arm and said softly, "Did I say something wrong? Look at her wearing so little in the middle of winter. She must be trying to seduce the young master. It's over. If the young master is really seduced by this vixen, the young madam will be in trouble." Xiao He said worriedly. Xiao Shi shook her head and said, "No, the young master is not that kind of person." Xiao Shi, what do you know? You don't know how many men in Chang and have been seduced by this vixen. The young master is also a man. How can you be sure that the young master will not be seduced? I believe in the young master. The young master only asked Miss Fong to come over and sing. Xiao He, you must be thinking too much. Actually, not only were the two of them arguing, Madame Li in the east courtyard was also guessing what her son was trying to do today. Old master, do you think Xin wants to take in a concubine? Take in a concubine? Even if he wants to take in a concubine, he can't take in a brothel girl. Not to mention that our family is now a big family. Even in the past, this old man would not allow him to take in such a dirty woman. Old man Li snorted. Jingmo is right. Xiao Xian can take in a concubine, but he definitely can't take in a brothel girl. This was Yi Guozhong's voice. Actually, these people were thinking too much. Front courtyard, main hall. The song ended and the crowd dispersed. Li Zixuan stood up to send the guests off and said, Miss Yan'er, when you go back, you must teach this song to the other sisters in your brothel. Also tell your Mama Hua that for the next month, it's not that the 100 Flowers brothel can't sing other songs, but this song must be sung 10 times a day. Otherwise, I will definitely settle the score with her. Chapter 1045. Li Zixuan did not look down on the women in the brothel, but he did not like them either. Fang Fian was indeed beautiful, but he was not the kind of loser who could not move when he saw a beautiful woman. To be honest, ever since Fang Fian entered the house, he was only admiring her voice and beauty. He did not have any improper thoughts about Fang Fian. This was because he felt that women who lived in that kind of environment would not be simple. She was not his cup of tea, and he would find it troublesome to marry her. He did not like trouble. He liked a simple woman like Han Yushi. Besides, Han Yushi's beauty might not lose to Fang Fian's. Li Zixuan was very satisfied with his current life. He asked Fang Fian to come over because he wanted to bring the song, Dedication of Love, from his previous life to Tang Dynasty and spread it all over the country. This was because this song could evoke the kindness in many people's hearts. My lady, we are in luck this time. Fang Fian left the Li residence in a carriage and headed to Peace Square. On the way, her personal maidservant said happily, What kind of luck? Fang Fian was still intoxicated by the melodious melody. After hearing the maidservant's words, she asked subconsciously, Now that the Duke of Yong has taken a liking to you, you don't have to worry about being taken advantage of by those stinky men anymore. Isn't this considered luck? The maidservant said with a smile. Fang Fian suddenly came to her senses. Her cheeks immediately turned red. She rolled her eyes at the maidservant and said, Don't talk nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that the Duke of Yong was interested in me? If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Then I won't talk about it, I won't talk about it. The maidservant thought that her lady was shy and hurriedly begged for mercy with a smile. However, Fang Fian knew herself best. She did not see any lust in Li Zixuan's eyes when she was in the Li Zixuan's house. Moreover, Li Zixuan had treated her to the main hall of the mansion, which explained the problem. From the beginning to the end, Li Zixuan did not have the slightest interest in her. Others might not believe it, but Li Zixuan's purpose of inviting her over was most likely to simply let her learn the song, Dedication of Love. To be honest, Li Zixuan was young, promising, handsome, talented, and knew how to take care of women. After all, he had the title of Friend of Women. Fang Fian was a little attracted to him. However, from Li Zixuan's cool and clear eyes, Fang Fian understood that it was impossible between them. Moreover, she was just a prostitute in a brothel. She was not worthy of marrying into a big family like the Li family. Therefore, Fang Fian could only smile bitterly in her heart when she heard Kair's words. Since ancient times, beautiful women were often ill-fated. As a prostitute, she felt that the best ending for her was to obtain her freedom and live out the rest of her life peacefully by herself. The first news of the day on Datang Daily had completely aroused everyone's interest and curiosity about coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. As soon as the East Market opened, the commoners flocked to the Strange Taste Pavilion. In an instant, there was a very long line in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Shopkeeper's son didn't disappoint his customers. He placed 7 to 8 coal stoves in front of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Each stove was filled with 3 burning honeycomb briquettes. On top of the stove was a kettle that was boiling hot water. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. It is extremely convenient to use them to boil water and cook rice. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look first before you decide whether to buy or not. Shopkeeper's son yelled at the top of his lungs. So this is what a coal stove looks like. It looks like it is very convenient to boil water. It is said that it can burn for a day at most 4 pieces of coal. I don't know if that is true. Hearing someone ask this question, shopkeeper's son smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be at ease. Our strange taste pavilion has never sold fake goods, nor have we ever boasted. Actually, when you use this coal stove, you will find that it saves more coal than you think. Furthermore, this coal stove is especially convenient when you want to change honeycomb briquettes. Your words alone are no proof. This old man will give everyone a demonstration." After saying this, shopkeeper's son asked someone to bring over a pair of fire tongs. He found a coal stove that had been burning for a long time, lifted the kettle from the top, and then inserted the fire tongs into the stove. The crowd only saw him press down hard, and a burst of crackling sounds could be heard. That was the sound of the honeycomb briquettes being crushed under the stove. Shopkeeper's son took out the fire tongs and removed the ventilation cover under the stove. Then he used the fire tongs to dig out the crushed coal. After that, he picked up a new honeycomb briquettes and placed them into the stove. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, changing coal is as simple as that. Shopkeeper's son handed the fire tongs to the servant and turned around to look at the customers in the queue with a smile. The whole process didn't even take half a cup of tea's time. Seeing this, everyone was shocked again and again. This coal stove is really too convenient. That's right, these 200 copper coins are really worth it. Shopkeeper's son, don't say any more, quickly start selling. No matter what, I want to buy a coal stove today. How can Strange Taste Pavilion's products be bad? Even if it's bad, I still want to buy it. I'll just treat it as supporting Marquis's charity. At the back of the queue, a large man impatiently shouted. Immediately, countless people followed behind him and responded, "That's right. Shopkeeper Lu, don't say any more, quickly start selling. The people in front aren't willing to buy it, but we are." That's right. They don't believe in Strange Taste Pavilion's products, but we do. Whether it's good or bad, we still want to buy it. Who says I'm not buying? Shopkeeper Lu, quickly start selling. I want to buy a pair of stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes. Seeing this, Shopkeeper Lu decisively announced the start of the sale. This time, the workshop had started preparing the stoves and honeycomb briquettes a few days in advance. They had prepared a sufficient supply, so he didn't have to worry about running out of stock. Speaking of which, the workshop's blast furnace had already been completed 4 days ago. On the same day they had started refining steel. The iron ore, coal, and sulfur ores in Yifang County were all being transported to the workshop in an unending stream. Now, the new workshop had basically said goodbye to the predicament of a shortage of raw materials. With the raw materials, the workshop could produce the stoves and honeycomb briquettes at full capacity. The production speed was terrifying. Every day they could produce at least a few hundred stoves and hundreds of thousands of honeycomb briquettes. Moreover, as the process matured, the production speed would only increase. As for the production of bicycles, the workshop had temporarily put it on hold. Firstly, the stoves and honeycomb briquettes were life-saving items. Secondly, it was winter now, so there weren't many people willing to ride bicycles. If they produced more bicycles, they might not be able to sell them. Of course, the last reason was completely based on Li Zishuan's own subjective assumptions. In fact, even in winter, the number of people who wanted to buy bicycles didn't decrease at all. Every morning, there were still people riding bicycles in the cold wind, blindly comparing themselves, on Vermilion Bird Street. Chapter 1046. Datang Daily's second piece of news today completely aroused the enthusiasm of people to do charity. The original workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion was completely surrounded today. As today was the first day of the Warm Tang Foundation's establishment, Empress Jianghu, as the president of the foundation, naturally had to make a trip. Under the protection of the palace guards, Empress Jianghu led a group of palace maids into the workshop of the curious pavilion slowly. This place had already been cleaned up yesterday. And now, the original materials and equipment in this workshop had all been transferred to the new workshop in Plum Village. A few families that were close to the Li family had also sent people to help. For example, Madame Cheng of the Cheng family, Madame Yuchi of the Yuchi family, Madame Qin of the Qin family, and so on. Basically, the matriarchs of the families had personally come. These noble women usually had nothing to do at home. It was rare for a public welfare foundation to appear in Chang'an City, and the person in charge was someone they knew. This kind of work that could not only help acquaintances but also accumulate virtue and do good deeds, and the work was not complicated, how could they not come? They all rushed over as soon as they heard the news in the morning. With them by the side to help command and dispatch, the burden on Han Yushi's shoulders instantly became much lighter. So much so that when Empress Jianghu arrived, everything that should be prepared in the workshop was already prepared, and they were just waiting for people outside to donate money. Greetings, Your Majesty. Empress Jiangxuan's phoenix carriage arrived, and Han Yushi and a group of noble women in the workshop all bowed and saluted. Empress Jiangxun smiled and said gently without any airs, "No need to be so polite. It's so lively today. All the Duchess madams are here." Madame Qin smiled and said, "We're all idle people at home. We heard that Yushi has a work that can accumulate virtue here, so we discussed it and all came to help." Madame Qing agreed and said, "Although I often go to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha, after hearing about this Warm Tang Foundation, I still feel that this is more practical. In the future, I won't have to go to the temple every few days." Empress Jiangxun nodded and said, "Compared to the illusory heavenly merit, the Warm Tang Foundation's actions of directly helping the people can be seen and touched. It is indeed more practical. This Empress thanks the Duchess madams for coming to help today." "Your Majesty is too polite. This is what we should do," everyone hurriedly said. Empress Jiangxun smiled, then turned to Han Yushi and said, "Yushi, I usually have many matters to deal with in the palace. In the future, you will have to take responsibility for many matters here. If there's anything you're unsure of, just send someone to inform me." Han Yushi was still a little reserved in front of Empress Jiangxun. After all, they didn't interact much. Moreover, the other party was the high and mighty mother of a country. Hearing this, she bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Empress Jiangxun walked over and grabbed her hand. Smiling gently, she said, "You little girl, I am now the president of the Warm Tang Foundation, and you are the vice president. In the words of men, we are colleagues. Why do you need to be so reserved? You're Marquis of Yong, and isn't as obedient as you are in front of His Majesty and this princess, ha." Li Zixuan, who had just walked through the gate of Yanhuang College, inexplicably sneezed. This fellow couldn't help but think to himself, "Looks like the weather is indeed getting colder. This young master, have the strength of a martial arts master, but I still can't withstand it." In the original workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Han Yushi heard Empress Jiangxun say this, and the reservations in her heart instantly disappeared by half. She smiled slightly and said, "Your Majesty is right. Yushi doesn't know much about the world. In the future, I hope Your Majesty can give me more guidance." Empress Jiangxun smiled and said, "Speaking of experience, although the Marquis of Yong and is young, he is like an old fox who has lived for who knows how many years. On this point, why do you still need to consult this Empress? Alright, no more jokes. From now on, this will be the headquarters of the Warm Tang Foundation. Yushi, if you lack manpower, just tell this Empress. Now, let the people outside who are waiting to donate money quickly come in." Han Yushi smiled and agreed. To be honest, she really did lack manpower right now. If it weren't for the Cheng family, Yuchi family, Qin family, Niu family, and Li Jing family's madams bringing people over to help, with the current situation with the people she brought from the Li family, she really wouldn't have been able to handle it. However, these dukes' madams definitely couldn't come over to help every day. Now that Empress Jiangxun said this, Han Yushi's heart immediately calmed down a lot. She ordered the servants to open the door of the workshop, and the people outside consciously lined up and began to donate money one by one. Small donations like a few hundred copper coins and a few strings of coins were basically counted in person. As for large donations like 100 strings of coins, they would be specially brought to another place and counted on the spot by a dozen or so experienced warehouse workers. This wasn't done for the sake of special treatment, but to save the entire line's time. "My master wants to donate 10,000 strings of coins. The money is all in the cart behind. Please send someone to count it." The moment the manservant at the front of the line spoke, he immediately shocked everyone. Han Yushi, Empress Jiangxun, Madame Cheng and Madame Qin, who were standing in the corridor and talking, all looked over in unison. 10,000 strings of coins. Just looking at the number might not move all of them, but what was this 10,000 strings of coins used for? This was for charity, not for business. To put it bluntly, it was a gift. Other than people like Li Zixuan who were extremely wealthy and didn't think much of money, there probably weren't many people in the entire Tang Empire who would be willing to take out 10,000 strings of coins to give away for no reason. "This little brother, may I ask who your master is?" In the courtyard of the workshop, there were several tables set up today, and the people naturally lined up in several lines. The person in charge of the line that the manservant who said he wanted to donate 10,000 strings of coins was Wang Zhong. Old Wang stared and asked. That manservant was still considered polite. He cupped his hands and then replied loudly, "Steward Wang, my master's surname is Chao and he avoids literary works. He can be considered old friends with the Marquis of Yong, and my master said that the current emperor is so considerate of the people, and the Chao family is also willing to share the emperor's burdens." So it's Boss Chow. Boss Chow is deeply righteous. This old man admires him. This little brother, please come in. There will be someone in charge of counting the coins. Wang Zhong came to a realization and then had someone bring the manservant to the backyard. Chow Wendong? This empress has heard of him. I didn't expect there to be such a deeply righteous person among the merchants. In the corridor, Empress Zhang Sun whispered softly. Then she looked at the time and said, Yushi and the Duke's madams, this empress still has some matters to attend to, so this empress will leave first. Thank you for your hard work here. No one had any objections. Empress Zhang Sun led her people and left through the back door of the workshop. Chapter 1047. After Empress Zhang Sun left, Han Yushi, Madame Qin, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Although Empress Zhang Sun appeared approachable, it was inevitable that they would feel pressured when they were with her. Yushi, this Boss Chow is really generous. He actually took out 10,000 strings of cash all of a sudden. Compared to him, Godmother is really stingy. Madame Qin lamented. After they saw the newspaper this morning, not only did they come over to help, but they also followed behind to donate some money. Most of them were hundreds or thousands of strings of cash. Although it was not a small amount, it paled in comparison to Chow Wendong's 10,000 strings of cash. Godmother, you can't say that. My husband once told me that no matter how good or small it is, as long as there is sincerity, then it is true kindness. Once the heart is touched by kindness, it will be immortal. Han Yushi held Madame Qin's hand and explained with a smile. Ah, sister, listen, this child Xiao Xian is really talented. Everything he says is so reasonable. Unlike my family's Chonyo, who is always reckless. Madame Qing patted Madame Qin's arm and said with a smile. Andy, you must be joking. Big brother Chonyo is a person who values friendship and righteousness. He is also my husband's good brother. How is he reckless? Han Yushi hurriedly said. Madame Qing immediately beamed and said, Ha, Yushi, don't speak up for that kid. As his mother, how can I not know what kind of person he is? Although she said this, the smile at the corner of her eyes could be seen by everyone. After a while, everyone's good impression of Han Yushi couldn't help but increase. This was also a popular policy among the ancient aristocrats. Through the friendship between the mistresses, the relationship between the two families would become stronger. As they spoke, many people had already donated their money. According to the rules set by Li Zixuan, anyone who donated money to the foundation, no matter how much they donated, would receive a special certificate from the Nuantang Foundation. In fact, instead of calling it a certificate, it was more appropriate to call it a donation certificate. However, Li Zixuan gave it a better name, the Certificate of Honor for Doing Good. Before today, the workshop had prepared a lot of templates for the Certificate of Honor. The name, donation amount, and donation date were all left blank. After receiving the donation, the staff of the Warm Tang Foundation would fill in the donation information on the Certificate of Honor template and ask the donor to sign and put their thumbprint on it. Then the foundation would stamp it with a special seal. There were 2 copies. One would be given to the donor as a souvenir, and the other would be kept in the foundation's records for monthly audit. In fact, every donation received was recorded in detail in the foundation's account books. The reason why the foundation kept records was to keep an extra evidence for future audit. This way, not only could it prevent people from falsifying the accounts to a certain extent, but it would also make people more convinced. After the citizens donated their money and received the Certificate of Honor from the Warm Tang Foundation, not only did they not feel the disappointment of losing money, they even felt a trace of satisfaction. Hey, this little thing was quite pretty. But what were the words written on it? What kind of honor? Honor? Wang Matzi, you're so embarrassing. That's the Certificate of Honor for Doing Good. You can't even read. What's the use of that thing? Why don't you give it to me? Tui? Why should I give it to you? I can't read, but my Sanmao can. I'm going to give this to that kid to prove that his father did a lot of good in the past. After donating their money, the citizens were delighted with the Certificate of Honor for Doing Good. They now had something to brag about. At this moment, a scholar-looking middle-aged man suddenly said to Wang Zhong and the others. His Highness the Crown Prince donated 3,000 strings of cash. Steward Wang, please have someone count it. Once this was said, the surrounding people were shocked again. His Highness the Crown Prince? His Highness the Crown Prince also sent people to donate money? Ah! His Majesty is benevolent, and the Crown Prince is also benevolent. Our Tang dynasty will only get better and better. The citizens' happiness instantly soared. But what happened next made the commoners' hearts burst with happiness. Princess Chengel donated 3,000 strings of cash. King of Wei donated 3,000 strings of cash. King of Han donated 1,000 strings of cash. Hajin County donated 5,000 strings of cash. Concubine Yang, Concubine Yin, Concubine Yang, and Concubine Wei donated a total of 4,000 strings of cash. After finding out about the existence of the Warm Tang Charity Fund, all the important figures in the royal family sent people over to donate money. This was because even their boss, Li Er, had donated money, so how could they not do anything? Moreover, this was a great opportunity to raise the reputation of the royal family. Apart from the royal family, the wealthy merchants also donated generously, especially the members of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce. They donated the most money. Needless to say, Chao Wendong donated 10,000 strings of cash. Apart from that, Feng Zhihua donated 5,000 strings of cash, Liao Shifan donated 3,000 strings of cash, Zhang Jingyang donated 3,000 strings of cash, Lin Wenyuan donated 3,500 strings of cash, and Wang Renbiao donated 10,000 strings of cash. These merchants and landowning households were the first to stand with Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan established the Warm Tang Charity Foundation, they were also the first to respond to the call. The effect of them taking the lead was undoubtedly very beneficial to the foundation's development. Under the influence of Li Er and the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, many commoners who were not from wealthy families had also come to donate money. Although it was a small amount, many a little makes a mickle. There were over 1 million permanent residents in Chang'an City. If these people worked together to do something, then the accumulated power was definitely not something to be ignored. This was not the end. In the afternoon, at the original workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, the headquarters of the Warm Tang Charity Foundation, there was a small wave of people who came to donate money. This was because when the civil and military officials heard about the charity storm in Chang'an City, they all sent people to express their sincerity, regardless of whether their families were rich or not. Because Li Er had taken the lead in donating money, if they did not do anything, wouldn't that be not giving old Li face? Of course, the political environment in the early days of the Tang dynasty was very clear, so there were still many civil and military officials who sincerely wanted to do good. Duke Xiao donated 3,000 strings of cash. Elder Xiao donated 2,000 strings of cash. Left Minister Wei donated 100 strings of cash. Among the thousands of strings of cash, 100 strings of cash suddenly popped out. Everyone was stunned, but strangely, no one mocked the donor for being stingy. Wow! Left Minister Wei is so generous this time. He actually donated 100 strings of cash. Yeah. I remember when Marquis Yong An's wedding, Left Minister Wei only donated 5 strings of cash. Looks like Left Minister Wei really cares about the commoners. Of course. Chapter 1048. South of Chang'an City, Anla House, Lin family's front yard, main hall. Dad, why did we only donate 3,500 strings of cash? I heard that the Chow family donated 10,000 strings of cash. Lin Hao said with a hint of dissatisfaction. From his tone, it was clear that he was disdaining his father for donating too little money this time. He was truly the foolish son of a landlord. Lin Wenyuan's face darkened when he heard that. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Bastard. So what if it's 3,500 strings of cash? Is 3,500 strings of cash too little? Our 3,500 strings of cash can definitely be ranked in the top 20 of the donations received by the Nuantang Foundation today. Lin Hao was not afraid of his father. He pursed his lips and said, "No, Dad. What I mean is that since our family is doing business in Tang Dynasty, we should do something for the people of Tang Dynasty. We have to be a righteous merchant in the eyes of the people. Only then will the people take care of our family's business. Dad, look at the reputation of the world's righteous merchant that His Majesty personally bestowed upon him." Lin Wenyuan's face darkened. He immediately felt that his son's words made sense. In today's era where Datang Daily could quickly transmit information, if he could leave his name on the newspaper by donating money and it reached Li Er's ears, he might even be bestowed the title of Righteous Merchant of the World. Even if Li Er did not give him the title, his benevolence and righteousness would spread to the ears of thousands of people through the newspaper. At that time, the Lin family would have a reputation. Would they still have to worry about their business? But, have you finished the homework Han Xiao gave you a few days ago? If you haven't, then hurry up and do your homework. If you can't get into Yanhuang College next year, you'll see how this old man will deal with you. Lin Wenyuan was silent for a moment, then scolded Lin Hao with a straight face. "Dad, if you want to do homework then do it. Why are you being so fierce? Besides, when it comes to exams, man proposes and God disposes. There's no point in forcing me. Don't hit me. I'll go, okay? Lin Hao still wanted to pester his old man for a while longer, but he saw that Lin Wenyuan was about to get up and hit someone. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Immediately, this guy didn't say anything and turned to leave. Stinking brat. Lin Wenyuan clapped his hands and snorted. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed, alas. This old man also wants to donate more money. However, the current Lin family did not have that much money in their accounts. Only this kid is carefree and doesn't know the taste of worry. A large portion of the Lin family's wealth was now spent on the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce's business. But up until now, Lin Wenyuan had only received 4 bicycles from the Chamber of Commerce, which only added up to a few hundred strings of coins. Compared to the money he had invested, the rate of return was too low. Therefore, most of the Lin family's wealth was tied up in the Chamber of Commerce. There was not much cash flowing in their accounts. Lin Wenyuan had really tried his best to raise 3,500 strings of coins this time. However, Lin Wenyuan was not worried about his family's business. He was waiting for the next cycle of bicycle production. When that time came, just by selling bicycles he would be able to recoup his costs. Master, why did you donate 10,000 strings of coins all of a sudden? Even if you're doing a good deed, you shouldn't do it so generously. In Chao Wendong's house, Chao Wendong's wife was complaining unhappily. Madam, this old man has his own plans. You don't have to worry about this. Chao Wendong was unmoved and frowned. The woman wanted to say something but was interrupted by Chao Wendong. Madam, let me put it this way. This old man donated 10,000 strings of coins to do a good deed and also to test my luck. Test your luck? What luck? Ah. Madam, don't forget who the president of the Warm Tang Foundation is. That's the current empress. If this old man is noticed by the empress because of this 10,000 strings of coins, His Majesty will be happy and reward our Chao family with the title of Righteous Merchant of the World. Then, Madam, do you still think this 10,000 strings of coins is not worth it? Chao Wendong slowly explained his plan. Previously, Feng Zhihua had been rewarded with the title of Righteous Merchant of the World by Li Er because of his meritorious service at sea. Chao Wendong was no exception. Although his family was richer than Feng Zhihua's family, the title of Righteous Merchant of the World was not something that could be measured with money. Scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants were destined to have a low social status. If they could get the official title of Righteous Merchant of the World, their status would be different. Madame Chao was also tempted, but she hesitated. But what if Her Majesty and His Majesty don't reward us? Chao Wendong said expressionlessly, then just treat it as a good deed. Also, with this 10,000 strings of coins, we can show our faces in the newspapers, right? When the news of the Chao family's benevolence spreads, it will be good for our family's business. He had a good plan. People like Chao Wendong were not purely doing charity. However, Li Zixuan had already expected this type of person, and he did not dislike it. So what? As long as someone is willing to fork out money, no matter what their goal is, the Warm Tang Foundation will receive the donation. With money we can help even more poor people. Do the three of you think this is not a good idea? Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College early in the morning. After reading today's Datang Daily, Ma Zhou, Yan Silu, and Li Gang came to Li Zixuan to ask about the details of the Warm Tang Foundation. During the conversation, Li Gang suddenly raised his concern about the motives of the rich people who donated money. Ma Zhou also agreed, but Li Zixuan did not mind it at all. But this way, those with impure intentions can use this opportunity to gain fame and fortune. Yamacho, you can't encourage this kind of evil trend. The upright Li Gang could not stand such hypocrisy. He frowned and objected. Li Zixuan smiled. Mr. Li, you're wrong. I don't agree. Back then, Zigong did a good deed and did not accept any reward, but he was beaten up by the saint. Zilu saved people and received a cow as a gift, but was praised by the saint. I think these two allusions should be appropriate to use here, right? The two allusions came from the Analects of Confucius. Zilu saved people from drowning and received the gratitude of the cow. Confucius said, the state of Lu will save people from trouble. Zigong redeemed people and did not accept the Jianghu mansion. Confucius said, the state of Lu will not redeem people. Zilu accepted and persuaded virtue. Zigong gave and stopped kindness. This was Li Zixuan's attitude towards charity. People who do good should be rewarded. This way more and more people will join the ranks of doing good deeds. As for some rich people who put on a show by doing good deeds, Li Zixuan did not think it was a problem. As long as they paid the money, they could show off however they wanted to. Not only that, Li Zixuan would also provide a platform for those people to show off as much as they wanted. Because this was the only way to receive a large amount of donations. Chapter 1049. Fine. Looks like I've been too stubborn. It's for the good of the poor. I have no objections. In Yanhuang College, Li Gang finally sighed and accepted this reality. Yen Silu stroked his beard and smiled. Ah, I told you, Wenji, you're too focused. Everyone in this world is for profit. If we don't give some benefits to those who do good, how can this kind act be sustained in the long run? Li Gang nodded in agreement. Ma Zhou sighed. Marquis foresight. I'm impressed. I can foresee that before long, the Warm Tang Foundation scale will grow bigger and bigger. When that time comes, millions of people will benefit from Marquis' decision. Li Zixuan smiled and said, the most important thing now is not to discuss the Warm Tang Foundation but to prepare for the Academy's final exams. I've already told the three of you that I want to bring forward the final exams. Have the questions been prepared? The reason why the final exams were brought forward was because the weather was getting colder and colder. The Academy's teaching buildings were made of cement, so it was still quite cold in the winter. The other reason was that Li Zixuan wanted to let some of the students participate in the Warm Tang Foundation's Warm Tang operation. It was a kind of experience for the students. Yen Silu nodded and replied, the questions for each subject are out, but the students haven't had time to revise yet. Yamacho, do you want to consider delaying the exams for a few days? Actually, the Academy's classes for this semester were basically over. The only problem was that the students had not started revising for some of the classes. Li Zixuan shook his head. No need. It's to see how well the students understand the various subjects. It's better if they don't revise. It'll show their true level. Today is Tuesday. Inform the students that the final exams will begin the day after tomorrow. Yen Silu was a little confused. What kind of twisted logic is this? Li Gang smiled. Ah, Kongue, you don't have to worry about the students. If they don't want to revise, then so be it. Besides, what Yamacho said might not be completely wrong. Since Li Gang said so, Yen Silu had no choice but to agree. Li Zixuan said again, Mr. Yen, give me the test papers for each subject later. I'll take them home tonight and look at them. Yes, Yamacho. After Li Zixuan left, Li Gang and Yen Silu immediately called for a meeting of the subject leaders. They conveyed the news that Li Zixuan was going to hold the final exam in advance the day after tomorrow to the subject leaders of the various departments. Wang Ji, Mo Huai, Su Hongji, Xiao Dian, and the others were not particularly surprised. This was because when Li Gang asked them to come up with the questions 2 days ago, they had already guessed this possibility. However, they did not expect it to come so soon. The meeting was very short. After Yen Silu conveyed Li Zixuan's message, he announced the end of the meeting. All that was left was for the leaders of the various departments to relay the news to their respective homeroom teachers. As a result, when school was about to end in the afternoon, all 16 classes of Yanhuang College received this unfortunate news almost at the same time. What? The final exam is the day after tomorrow? Sir, we just finished all the courses last week. That's right. We just finished studying last week. We didn't even have time to revise. How can we take the exam? F***CK. Isn't this a scam? Who came up with this rotten idea? The students were all in an uproar. However, no one could change Li Zixuan's decision. After realizing that the exam would be held as scheduled the day after tomorrow, the students gradually quieted down. Silence meant acceptance of reality. Many students had already secretly planned to work overtime to revise for the next 2 days. Sure enough, when it was time for dinner today, the students ate exceptionally quickly. After dinner, most of them returned to the teaching building and took advantage of the fact that it was not yet dark to read for a while. When it was dark, they returned to the dormitory. Without washing their feet or faces, they took out their books and immersed themselves in reading. F***CK. It must be Yamacho who set us up. Only Yamacho would be so evil. In the dormitory, Ching Chumel muttered as he flipped through the classics textbook. Alright Chonyo, it's useless to say more now. Why don't you read for a while before the lights go out? Qin Huayu advised. Look. There are 5 courses in just 1 day. Even if I don't sleep, I won't be able to finish them. So I guess I'm done for this time. I just hope the final results don't come out before the new year. I still want to have a good new year. The far-sighted Ching Chumo had already considered the problems after the exam. One could not help but admire his big heart. Qin Huayu shook his head and said, Chonyo, it's not good for you to give up on yourself like this. It's not like you're the only one who didn't revise. All the students are in the same situation. If you can read more before the exam, you'll have a better chance. You should hurry up and study. To put it bluntly, he was saying, don't give up on treatment. You can still be saved. Ching Chimo thought about it and felt that it made sense. He laughed and said, why what you said makes sense. Alright, I'll study. I might not be the one who gets the last place. Qin Huayu was speechless. So this guy's pursuit was to be satisfied as long as he didn't get the last place? Sun Zifan and Li Tai, the two guys who usually like to insult others, did not mock Ching Chimo tonight. That was because the two of them were fully focused on their revision. Similar scenes were happening in almost every dormitory. The dormitory, which was usually bustling with noise and excitement after school, was exceptionally quiet today. That was because the academy had a rule that when it was 9 o'clock, all the dormitory lights had to be turned off and the students had to go to bed. If anyone violated the rule, the consequences. Actually, many students had experienced the consequences of violating the rule. Those who had experienced the collective punishment of standing up that night would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the students wished they could break the quarter hour into half to use. Who would have the time to gossip? As night fell, tens of thousands of lights lit up one after another. Because of the curfew in Chang'an, there were only patrolling marquises and night watchmen on the streets. Peace Square was the most special square in Chang'an City. It was the only square that did not have a curfew. It was brightly lit every night. Meng Jiao wrote in after passing the imperial examinations, the past was filthy and unworthy of praise, but the present is debauched and unrestrained. Flushed with success, the horse gallops swiftly, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a day. He wrote about how proud he was of becoming the son of heaven's disciple. Speaking of which, this old man was also a refined person. After becoming a grand scholar, the first thing he did was to ride a fast horse to admire the flowers. He didn't admire peonies, nor did he admire morning glories. Instead, he went to Peace Lane to look for beautiful girls in the brothel. Tonight at Peace Lane, there was no proud scholar like Meng Jiao, who had just passed the imperial examination. However, tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. Chapter 1050. Mama Hua, when will Miss Yen come out today? Yes. Usually Yen would have come out by now. What's wrong today? Is Miss Yen sick? Mama Hua, I know an old imperial physician with superb medical skills. If you need, 100 Flowers Tower was a 4-story wooden building. It was brightly lit and crowded. In the hall on the first floor, many unrestrained young masters were hugging girls and revealing clothes with one hand and roaming around with the other. It was an unbearable scene. However, there were also many men in the hall who did not care about those common women. Instead, they were asking the procuress for Fang Fian's whereabouts. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait for a moment. Miss Yen learned a new song today and is dressing up now. She'll be out soon. The brothel keeper of the 100 Flowers Tower laughed so hard that her body trembled. It was a pity that she was already over 40 years old. If she were 10 years younger, she might have also charmed all the lechers in the tower. A new song? Great. We're going to have a good time today. Ah, that's right. We didn't come here in vain. Being able to listen to Miss Yen sing a song is really worth coming to this world. Everyone was excited when they heard that Fang Fian had a new song. They must have heard Fang Fian singing before. The waiting time was unbearable. The young masters drank the fine wine, but they felt that the wine in their cups had lost its flavor. However, they did not like the ordinary women beside them, so they could only drink cup after cup of wine into their stomachs. Fortunately, Fang Fian did not make them wait for too long. After about 15 minutes, Fang Fian's graceful figure finally appeared behind the stage on the first floor. She was wearing a light pink dress with a pure white veil over it, which accentuated her graceful figure. Her long hair was casually draped over her back. There was no decoration on her head except for a light blue ribbon that gently tied a lock of hair. She wore a pearl necklace on her neck. The pearls shone slightly under the light in the hall, making her skin as white as snow. She looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Her hands were soft, her skin was creamy, her collar was smooth, her teeth were like a gourd, her eyebrows were like moths, her eyes were beautiful, her eyebrows were like emerald feathers, her teeth were like shells, and her waist was like a bundle of silk. The lower half of her beautiful eyes were covered by a white, silk-like veil, but it still couldn't hide her alluring face. Her gaze was pure like water, occasionally carrying a hint of melancholy, giving people a feeling that they could only look at but not touch. It was intoxicating and it was beautiful to the extreme. Lady Yin, I love you. Lady Yin, I love you too. As soon as Fang Fian appeared, all the flowers in the hall paled in comparison. Compared to her, the other girls could only be considered as ordinary women. She was so pure and holy that people could only look at her from afar, not daring to take a step closer. The young masters in the hall immediately let out a burst of wailing and howling. Such a peerless beauty, it was rare for them to fight over her. Due to the veil, people could not see whether Fang Fian was happy or angry. People cheered and shouted, but she just stood on the stage quietly with her hands crossed under her abdomen, motionlessly looking at the crowd in front of her. After a long time, the cheers finally died down, and at this time, there were a few more tables on the stage. They were brought up by the servants in the brothel during the cheers just now. On the tables, there was a dark red, high-quality guqin made of paulownia wood and catalpa wood. Next to the guqin, there was also a green hollowed-out glass cup. Fang Fian bowed slightly to the crowd, then she opened her red lips and said, "Young masters, Fian accidentally learned a song today and I'm here to perform. If I don't sing it well, I hope you won't laugh at me." Her voice was very soft, and as sweet as honey, flowed into the ears of the crowd like aged peach wine. The young masters below the stage were intoxicated. "Lady Yin, you're too modest. If you don't sing well, then no one in Chang can sing well. Lady Yin, will love whatever you sing." "That's right. Lady Yin, quickly sing." In Sima Xiangru's Ode to the Upper Forest, there was a saying, "Long eyebrows are continuous, a slight smile is disdainful, and the soul is captivated and the heart is happy." This was the current state of this group of people. The person they liked was the best no matter what she did. So what if she didn't sing well? As long as she was beautiful, everything would be fine. Fang Fian nodded slightly, then slowly knelt in front of the tables. Her white, jade-like fingers first plucked the strings. After she felt that the sound was mellow, she took a deep breath and began to sing. A beautiful and mellow melody spread from the center of the stage. Suddenly, there was no other sound in the hall except for the sound of the guqin. On the tables, green smoke curled up from the glass cup, exuding the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. This fragrance and the elegant sound of the guqin drifted out of the window with the wind and flew into the clouds. On the stage, Fang Fian was kneeling beside the guqin. Her jade-like fingers danced and plucked the strings of the guqin. Her jade-like slender hands danced rhythmically on the strings, making it seem as if a fairy was playing the guqin. After the beginning of the melody, she finally opened her mouth and sang, "This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring of the world, this is the source of life. As long as everyone gives a little bit of love, the world will become a beautiful world." Compared to the dedication of love, sung by the modern Wei, Fang Fian's singing was more beautiful and lovely. This had nothing to do with her singing skills. The main thing was that Fang Fian's voice was mellow and pleasant to listen to, as clear as a silver bell. The original version's voice belonged to the lingering sound type. It was hard to say which was better, but Fang Fian's voice was more pure and lovely. In the modern world, she would definitely beat all the pure and innocent female celebrities. Since Fang Fian opened her mouth, the rich young men below the stage couldn't close their mouths. They didn't even realize that their saliva was flowing out. Firstly, it was because Fang Fian's voice was beautiful. Secondly, it was the first time they heard such a song that was different from the ancient songs. But they had to admit that it was really nice. Although the lyrics weren't very literary, the meaning in it was very thought-provoking. Everyone was intoxicated by the beautiful world described in Fang Fian's song. Even Fang Fian herself was intoxicated by it. As long as everyone gives a little bit of love, the world will become a beautiful world. What a beautiful hope. Unknowingly, the song soon came to an end. When the last note of the guqin sounded, the hall finally fell into complete silence. However, this was just the calm before the storm. Not long after, a wave of cheers erupted in Hundred Flowers Tower. "Beautiful. It's so beautiful. This song is so beautiful." The song was just like the person. The song was beautiful and so was the person. "Miss Yen, sing it again." "Yes. Sing it again." Chapter 1051. In Hundred Flowers Tower, Fang Fian sang Devotion of Love 3 more times in response to the crowd's strong demand. During this time, the Hundred Flowers Tower was filled with thunderous cheers and excitement. Many people in Ping Kong Square heard the music and came to watch the fun. As a result, the number of customers in Ping Kong Square increased by several times today, making the other brothels in Ping Kong Square jealous. The name of this song is Dedication of Love. Only with love can you accept others. Only with love can you respect each other. If everyone has love, they can forgive and not blame others. Love is silently contributing, not caring about whether there is a return. Love is resolving disasters, not bearing grudges. Today, Jianghu and city's Warm Tang Foundation is officially established. Fian hopes that everyone can contribute their love. Just like the song says, as long as everyone contributes a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Good people will be rewarded. In the Hall of 100 Flowers Tower, Fang Fian sang Dedication of Love 4 times in total. After the 4th time, she stood up and spoke slowly to the crowd. As she spoke, she could not help but feel a wave of sadness in her heart. If the Warm Tang Foundation was established 10 years earlier, her father would not have frozen to death in the winter of that year. She and her mother would not have been left to live alone in the world, and she would not have ended up in a brothel. If her father was still alive, no matter how poor her life was, she would still be the daughter of an innocent man. But now that things had come to this, the only thing she could do was to promote the Warm Tang Foundation so that more poor people would not end up in her current situation. When the torch was passed on, what others conveyed was the spirit, but what she conveyed was the love of the world. Good. Miss Yen is not only beautiful but also kind. I have nothing to say. Tomorrow I will donate 10 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation. I will donate 100 strings of cash tomorrow as well. I will donate 100 strings of cash as well. I will donate 1,000 strings of cash. Waves of cheers came from the crowd. However, the procuress of 100 Flowers Tower was secretly stomping her feet. If these people donated money to charity, wouldn't the money spent on her tower correspondingly decrease? This kind of thing did not benefit 100 Flowers Tower at all. Instead, it had hidden disadvantages. Fortunately, Fang Fian didn't say anything else. She just thanked him and left. After that, the stage was given to the other girls in the 100 Flowers Tower. After all, Li Zixuan had given Mother Hua a political task. The girls in the tower had to sing Devotion of Love 10 times a day. The next day, on the front page of Datang Daily, it was no surprise that the Nuan Tang Foundation's donation was published yesterday. The top 20 donors were directly highlighted and praised. The headline, no one knew if it was an accident or a coincidence, but it turned out to be, as long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Just these 20 donations added up to nearly 150,000 strings of cash. Of course, the Marquis of Yong'an's family donated more than 20,000 strings of cash. Ugh, so much money. According to the usual donation of 4 coal stoves and 200 honeycomb briquettes, how many coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes will the Marquis of Yong'an donate this time? There are at least several 100,000 of them. But for every 4 coal stoves donated, the Marquis of Yong'an will lose 200 copper coins. No matter how you look at it, the Marquis of Yong'an has paid a huge price. Sigh. Who said it wasn't? But the poor people of Jianghu and city are lucky this year. They definitely won't be cold anymore. Of course, this is all thanks to the Emperor and the Marquis of Yong'an. Hey, speaking of which, did you buy the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes at Chitsu Pavilion yesterday to test them? We tried them. It's so convenient to use them to boil water and cook. And a piece of coal can burn for a long time. From yesterday afternoon until now, the coal stoves at home have only burned 2 pieces of coal. Ah, that's right. I also want to say that the coal stoves are good. My second brother said that he's going to buy some coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes today. While the ordinary people were talking about the Nuan Tang Foundation and the honeycomb briquettes, some elegant people were shocked when they saw the headline. What the F***CK? Am I seeing things? Why is the headline the same as the lyrics of the new song that Miss Yen sang last night? Wow, it's true. Could it be that the person who wrote the news also went to 100 Flowers Tower last night? What 100 Flowers Tower? What Miss Yen? What new song? Brother Lu, Brother Chow, what are you talking about? Brother Yin, you didn't go to 100 Flowers Tower last night? I didn't go, something happened at home. I think your tigress didn't let you go, right? Bullsh*T. I'm the head of the family, how can that woman control me? Don't talk nonsense, tell me what happened. Keep bragging. But it's a big loss that you didn't go to 100 Flowers Tower last night. What? Because Miss Yen sang her new song last night, and it was really good. You don't know, but almost everyone in Peace Lane who was awake went to listen to it live. It was really a heavenly sound. What was it? Wasn't it just a song? Did it have to be so good? Besides, what does this song have to do with today's news? Hey, it has a lot to do with it. The title of this news is a line from yesterday's song. Don't you think it's a coincidence? That person picked up the newspaper, looked at the headline and muttered, "As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful place." Brother Chow, how did you sing that song? Can you sing it for me? The young master opposite him instantly became proud. Hee, you've asked the right person. I heard Miss Yenair sing it 4 times last night, so I already knew how to sing it. Listen. Cough cough. After that, he cleared his throat and started singing, "This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring of the world, this is the source of life. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful place." Ah. Stop. Stop F asterisk king it's too bad. Shut up. No, I haven't finished singing. Stop singing. I'll go to 100 Flowers Tower personally tonight. Listening to Brother Chow's singing is really terrible. Damn. What do you mean? Which part of my singing is not good? Come on you. But to be honest, the tune of this song is quite special, I've never heard it before. And the lyrics are not bad. I'll go to the Nguyen Tang Foundation later to donate some money, just take it as a bit of my love. Yo. Our great young Master Yen still has such awareness? When did he become so kind? Damn you. I still have a conscience, unlike you, whose heart has already turned black. Damn. You're the one whose heart is black. I was already planning to donate money later. Chapter 1052. Husband, the total is out. Yesterday, our Nguyen Tang Foundation received a total of 250,000 strings of cash. The warehouse at the Chitsu Pavilion workshop is almost half full. In the morning, after breakfast, Han Yushi held an account book and said happily to Li Zixuan. This could be considered her first career. She had always been walking on thin ice in her heart. In the end, after the first day, not only did she not make any mistakes, but she also gained a lot. This made her very happy. Li Zixuan pretended to sigh sadly. Sigh. 250,000 strings of cash. How many coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes do we have to give away for free? Han Yushi said angrily, "Husband, aren't we doing a good deed? Besides, you were the one who suggested this idea before. What? Are you regretting it now?" Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Ha, I'm just teasing you. How can I go back on my word?" Han Yushi rolled her eyes. She thought for a moment and said to Li Zixuan seriously, "Husband, now that the donation has been paid, our workshop has to hurry up and prepare the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. Otherwise people will say that we only accept money and don't do anything." Li Zixuan nodded slightly. He stood up and said with his hands behind his back, "Don't worry, my wife. The workshop is already producing coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. Moreover, Faubert is still recruiting workers these few days. The farmers near Chang and City who are free have basically all been recruited to help. There are also some refugees from other places who are also being recruited to the workshop. Although those people don't have much skill, they don't need skill to make honeycomb briquettes. They only need strength." Han Yushi smiled and said, "Yes. This way, not only can we speed up production but we can also increase the income of the people. Husband, you are doing a good deed." Li Zixuan said half-jokingly, "Hee. Wife, don't you think your husband is comparable to the great philanthropist of 9 lives now? Even if I want to die, the king of hell would probably be too embarrassed to accept me, right? Ba. Why are you talking about death for no reason? Hubby, you promised this concubine that we would be together for the rest of our lives." Han Yushi panicked and hurriedly covered Li Zixuan's mouth as she said angrily. Li Zixuan removed his wife's hand and laughed. "Ha, fine. But is a lifetime not enough? That's 2 lifetimes. Cough cough. While the two of them were speaking shamelessly, a dry cough suddenly came from behind them. Li Zixuan turned his head and saw Yi Fashion standing behind with an awkward expression. "Cousin, I have something to talk to you about. I wonder if it's convenient for you now." Only God knew how Yi Fashion, who had just finished his breakfast, was feeling at this moment. However, it was impossible to tell what the child was thinking just by looking at his face. "It's convenient?" Of course it was convenient. "Monk, come and have a seat." Li Zixuan had high hopes for this little cousin of his. Some important people had already shown that they were different from others when they were young. Yi Fashion belonged to this group of people. Han Yushi was a little shy at first when she was caught speaking sweet nothings. However, when she saw that it was Yi Fashion, her expression quickly returned to normal. After Yi Fashion came in, Han Yushi turned around to pour a cup of hot water. She smiled and said, "Monk, let's sit down and talk. Come, it's cold. Drink some hot water." Yi Fashion took the cup and was flattered. Thank you, cousin-in-law." "Han Yu," she said, "you're welcome." Yi Fashion then looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Cousin, after yesterday the Nuan Tang Foundation should have received a lot of donations, right?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Oh, that's right. Preliminary calculations show that it's about 250,000 strings of cash." Even though he was mentally prepared when he heard this number, Yi Fashion could not help but be shocked. He widened his eyes and said, "So much? Then cousin, when do you plan to use this money to officially do good deeds?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and answered, "In 2 days." "What? Monk, do you have any suggestions?" Yi Fashion shook his head and said, "I don't have any suggestions. Cousin, you have more experience in this area than I do. I just want to help you run some errands when the time comes. This can be considered as doing good deeds." "Ah, no problem. Actually, when the time comes, there will be a lot of things to do. For example, investigating the poor farmers in the villages, delivering coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to them, and recording the accounts. All these require manpower. Monk, if you're willing to come and help, that's the best. I'll do my best." In the morning, when the morning court was about to end, Li Zishuan took the carriage and went to the palace again. After the eunuch reported his arrival, Li Zishuan met Li Er in the Ganlu Hall. "What's wrong? You've been running to the palace recently. In the past, when you saw me, you couldn't wait to take a detour. What's wrong with you now? Have you changed?" Li Er raised his head and joked with him. Li Zishuan's face was instantly filled with black lines. He said gloomily, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. You have a lot of things to do every day. You're responsible for the entire Tang Empire. If I were to disturb you for no reason, wouldn't I become a sinner of the Tang Empire?" Li Er laughed and said, "You're such a smooth talker. All right, let's cut the small talk and get down to business." Li Zishuan then said seriously, "Your Majesty, the Warm Tang Foundation received a total of 249,816 strings of coins yesterday. I plan to distribute coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the poor in 2 days' time." Li Er was stunned and said in surprise, "Almost 250,000 strings of coins? That much?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "This is only yesterday's amount. I think there will be more in the future." Li Er came back to his senses and said, "Do you have enough manpower? Do you need me to send some people over to help you?" Li Zishuan replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I have enough people under me. However, when the time comes to distribute coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes, I will need the help of the county magistrates." Although Xiao Yu was in charge of the Ministry of Civil Affairs and managed the household registration of the entire Tang Empire's people, it was more convenient to find the local county magistrate. After all, a county magistrate was better than a county magistrate. There were more than 20 counties under Chang and city. In terms of rank and merit, Li Zishuan was indeed higher than those county magistrates. However, everything had to be done properly. Without Li Zishuan's special permission, those county magistrates had no obligation to cooperate with Li Zishuan. That was because they did not have a direct subordinate relationship with Li Zishuan. Li Er nodded and said, "I'll give you an imperial edict. You can take this imperial edict and get all the county magistrates near Chang and city to cooperate with you." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Is there anything else?" Seeing that Li Zishuan had no intention of leaving, Li Er took the initiative to ask. Chapter 1053. Inside the Hall of Nectar. Li Zishuan said again, "Your Majesty, I have an idea but I don't know if I should say it." Li Er said unhappily, "If you have something to say, just say it. Since when did you know how to do this?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I think that if we want the people to do good for a long time and let the Warm Tang Foundation continue to operate, we have to give out some rewards to encourage the people and rich merchants to donate money. Back then, Zilu was praised by Confucius for saving people from drowning, and Zigong was criticized by Confucius for not receiving gold for saving people. It's not completely unreasonable." Li Er couldn't help but say, "Didn't you give the people who donated a certificate of honor? Isn't that a benefit?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is just a small benefit. If we want the rich people to donate money willingly, we have to give them some sincere and tangible benefits. For example, some special treatment? Bastard. Are you asking me to become Lu Hong and sell my official position?" Li Er suddenly guessed something and immediately slammed the table and stood up in anger. The Lu Hong he was talking about was Emperor Ling Han, a fatuous emperor who pushed selling officials to the extreme. Some emperors before Lu Hong had also sold officials, but most of them only did it occasionally, and the money they received was usually for the urgent needs of the country. Only this comrade Lu Hong was able to push this shady business of selling official positions to the extreme. The most ridiculous thing was that this comrade had actually opened an official exchange in the West Garden. He had clearly marked the price and openly sold officials. Regardless of talent, character, integrity, as long as one had money they could buy officials. And the money from selling officials would all go into Emperor Ling Han's own pocket. This guy even unified the market price of officials and personally set the rules for selling officials. He set the price of an official's position to be 10,000 times the official's annual income. For example, an official's position with an annual salary of 2,000 shur was priced at 20 million. His method of selling officials was very innovative, and he was not willing to let go of any opportunity. Even Jianghu and the others who had made great contributions and had a high reputation, had to first pay enough money to the emperor to buy an official position before they could ascend to an official position. Li Erjing had thought of the possibility of him selling his position, so he scolded angrily. Li Zishuan stared blankly, thinking, "When did I ask you to sell your official position? Is it because your imagination is too rich? Your Majesty, I have no such intentions. This official's idea is that every year, we should select 3 people from the people who donated money and give them the title of righteous merchants of the world." It was just a title. Not only would it not damage the prestige of the imperial court, but it would also stimulate the enthusiasm of the wealthy citizens to donate. Moreover, there were precedents before. It's just a few more, right? In order to prevent old Li from misunderstanding again, Li Zishuan directly told him his plan. "Just a title? You brat, it's easy for you to talk. Do you think the title of righteous merchant is so worthless?" Li Er said with a dark face. "Your Majesty, I didn't say that it was worthless. According to my preliminary estimates, if a wealthy businessman wants to be selected, he will have to donate at least 50 to 60,000 strings of cash. This wasn't cheap at all. Moreover, all the land under the heavens belongs to the emperor, and all the people who live on the land are the emperor's subjects. Businessmen are also your Majesty's subjects. Why should your Majesty be so biased against them?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but say. Li Er frowned and didn't say anything. After a while, he said meaningfully, "Ha! You're here to persuade me today. The division of scholars, farmers, workers and merchants has existed since the spring and autumn period, and it has been like this for generations. How do you want me to change it?" Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "This official has never thought of changing the status of the merchants, but this official feels that giving the title of righteous merchant of the world to some merchants who have made outstanding contributions to the Tang dynasty should be harmless. For example, Feng Jihua from before." Li Er thought for a moment and finally waved his hand and said, All right. I'll give you a place every year." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "This official thanks your Majesty on behalf of the millions of merchants and poor citizens of the Tang dynasty." Li Er waved his hand and motioned for a certain someone to scram. "Your Majesty, does this year count?" "Scram? Hey, I didn't say it doesn't count, I just said, scram. That means it counts this year too." Sitting in the carriage, Li Zishuan muttered to himself as he recalled the situation in the Sweet Dew Hall. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. Just as he was thinking, Li Zishuan suddenly heard someone humming a tune outside the carriage. He couldn't help but feel happy. He thought to himself that this modern song had spread quite quickly after it came to the Tang dynasty. However, he didn't know that the reason why this song, Dedication of Love, could spread so quickly was that, other than the special tune itself, the main reason was that the first singer, Fang Fian, was extremely charismatic and sang it very well. While listening to people humming along the way, he unknowingly arrived home. "Sir, you're finally back." He jumped out of the carriage and found Little Fishy waiting at the door. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "What's the matter? Are you looking for me?" Little Fishy took out the newspaper from behind and walked to Li Zishuan. She pouted and said angrily, "Sir, you're asking the obvious. Why did you insist that I change the headline to this yesterday?" Little Fishy pointed at the headline on Datang Daily with a hint of displeasure on her face. Li Zishuan suddenly understood, but he said, "Oh, this headline. Little Fishy, don't you think this headline has a better meaning?" Little Fishy said angrily, "Humph. Sir, you're still pretending. I did think so yesterday, but I only realized today that I was fooled by you. This headline is exactly the same as the song that was being sung at 100 Flowers Tower in Ping Kong Fong last night. Now, everyone in the editorial department is asking me if I went to Ping Kong Fong last night to listen to that song. Even Steward Ma asked me this morning. Damn it. Li Zixuan wanted to laugh when he heard that, but he quickly held it back. He held back his laughter and said with a straight face, "Ahem. Coincidence. It's definitely a coincidence. Those people in the editorial department are really too much. Little Fishy, you're a pure and innocent girl. How could they say that you went to that kind of place? The next time I go to the workshop, I'll definitely give them a good scolding." Little Fishy's face suddenly turned bright. She said, "That's right. Sir, you must give them a good scolding. I didn't go, but they insisted on slandering me. I did want to listen to that song, but there was no one to accompany me. These people are really despicable." Li Zixuan was stunned. He didn't get Little Fishy's anger at all. What was this little girl thinking all day long? She actually wanted to visit a brothel. Oh my God, was she a demon? Chapter 1054. In the morning, when the doors of the Warm Tang Foundation opened, it welcomed even more donors than the day before. Of course, there were also quite a number of people who came to donate money after listening to the song, Dedication of Love. Speaking of which, the merchants who had donated money yesterday and received a certificate of honor for doing good, all of them had their certificates of honor framed and hung in the most conspicuous place in their shops, attracting the attention of the customers who came and went. When the shopkeepers who did not have a certificate of honor for doing good saw this, they were more or less unhappy, so they came today to get a certificate. Otherwise, if other people had one and they did not, wouldn't they lose out in terms of prestige? Li Zixuan was very happy to see this kind of behavior where people competed even when doing charity. He did not approve of people competing for power and influence, but he approved of people competing for charity. What he wanted was the kind of enthusiasm that if you donate 100 strings of coins, I will donate 200 strings of coins. The Warm Tang Foundation was still popular, but Curious Pavilion was not bad either. In fact, it was even more popular. The people who came to buy the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes yesterday were all believers of Curious Pavilion. They firmly believed that the things from Curious Pavilion were the best, so they bought them as soon as possible. However, after the first batch of testers tried it, people realized that honeycomb briquettes were indeed better than charcoal by a few hundred times. Therefore, basically, people who were not poor came to buy the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. These things were the best tools to survive the winter, boil water and cook rice. As for those who were really poor and could not afford the coal stoves, they were hoping that the Warm Tang Foundation would come to send warmth. This winter no one in Chang and city would be cold anymore. Yo, Uncle Hu, Uncle Nyo, Second Master Lu, why are you all here? In the afternoon, Li Zixuan went to the workshop in Plum Village to check on the progress of the production of the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. However, he saw Hu Hanyun, Lu Wanshan, and the other villagers of Plum Village outside the workshop. Moreover, there were also villagers from other villages in his fief. There were at least a few hundred people in total. Young master, it's been cold recently and there aren't many herbs in the mountains. It just so happens that you need manpower in your workshop. Since we farmers have nothing to do at home, we all came to help. Hu Hanyun was knocking on a piece of coal when he saw Li Zixuan coming over. He stopped what he was doing and replied. Fu Bin and his men were mining happily in Yifang County. Moreover, the goods route from Yifang County to Chang and had been completely opened. Basically, every 2 days a large batch of iron ore, sulfur ore and coal would be shipped here. The sulfur ores were naturally piled up in the warehouse, while the iron ores and coal ores were piled up outside the workshop. Because there were too many of them, they took up space inside. Yes. Young master, you're using the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to do good deeds. Even if we farmers donate money, we won't be able to donate much. If we help young master make honeycomb briquettes, isn't that the same as doing good deeds? Just nice, I can do some work in the winter to warm up my body. Second Master Lu was old, but his body wasn't old at all. He always looked hale and hearty, and it felt like some young men in their 20s or 30s weren't as strong as him. Li Zixuan listened and nodded. That's fine too. One more person means one more share of strength. Moreover, the farmers can also earn more money because of this. Not bad, not bad. At first, Li Zixuan didn't let Faubert recruit people from his fief. The main reason was that the commoners usually had to go into the mountains to gather herbs. Moreover, recently, every household was basically distributing bean sprouts. He expected that they wouldn't be able to free themselves. However, since the situation was like this now, he didn't have any objections. It was more reassuring to recruit people from his own side than outsiders. Young master, Xiaohu and the others refuse to accept wages no matter what. This old man has been trying to persuade them until my mouth is about to break. Just as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Faobert's voice came from behind. There's actually such a thing? Li Zixuan was startled. He immediately looked at Hu Hanyun and Second Master Lu and said seriously, Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu, this work is like doing business. How can you only contribute and not receive money? How can I have the face to ask the workshop to hire you to work like this? Old Hu said stubbornly, Young master. I, Old Hu, have never done business before and I'm not doing business now. We all owe young master a favor and we're all here to return the favor. We all know how young master usually treats us. At this time it's not a busy farming season and we have nothing to do at home. We're all here to help and put in some effort. How can we still ask young master for money? Don't you think so? Yes. Xiaohu's words are reasonable. We farmers don't know how to do business, but we understand the fickleness of human nature. What's the point of money? Now that everyone can eat, drink and wear warm clothes, it's enough. Why do we need so much money? Second Master Lu couldn't help but interrupt. That's right. We have to have a conscience. We can't accept this wage. Yes. We can't accept it. Young master, please don't try to persuade us anymore. My family has made a lot of money from selling bean sprouts recently. If we really want to calculate it, we should be the ones giving young master money, not the other way around. So we definitely can't accept this wage. At the side, the other farmers in Li Zixuan's fiefdom all shouted loudly. Li Zixuan smiled helplessly. These farmers were usually quite clumsy with their words, but now each one of them was better than the other. Moreover, their thoughts were very clear. He didn't know how to persuade them even if he wanted to. All right then. I'll accept the friendship of my fellow villagers. It's fine if you don't accept the wage, but everyone has to eat lunch at the workshop. It's best if you call your wives and children over to eat. There'll be enough food. Some friendships could not be measured with money. It would only be an insult to these friendships, so Li Zixuan decisively stopped trying to persuade them. Instead he said half-jokingly. Good. That's not a problem. Ah. I, Old Hu, can eat a few more bowls of rice to my heart's content. Hearing Li Zixuan's bold and unrestrained words, the other farmers also laughed heartily. When the other farmers who came to work saw Li Zixuan and the other farmers in the fiefdom, their eyes were filled with yearning. At this time they who could get paid, started to envy the farmers in the Han village, Plum village and Liujia village who couldn't get paid. This was because they also wanted to have such a kind-hearted master. Faubert, ask the people below to improve the food conditions of the construction site. At the very least, we must ensure that there's fatty meat in every meal. After entering the workshop, Li Zixuan said to Faubert. The corners of Uncle Fu's mouth twitched. This is really... Of all the construction sites in Great Tang, which one would provide meat for every meal? However, he also knew that Li Zixuan didn't lack money, so he didn't object. Yes, young master. Chapter 1055. That's right, Faubert. The workshop recently gave me 2,200 coal furnaces and 220,000 honeycomb briquettes. I have a use for them. Li Zixuan thought for a moment before speaking to Faubert. He planned to give 2 coal furnaces and 200 honeycomb briquettes to every farmer in his fief for free. Since the farmers were not willing to accept wages, he could only use this method to give them benefits. Furthermore, it did not add up to much, and he had already donated 20,000 strings of cash to the Warm Tang Foundation. There was no reason for him to only take care of outsiders and neglect his own family, right? Young master wants so many coal furnaces and honeycomb briquettes. Are you planning to give them to the farmers? Faubert thought for a moment and understood Li Zixuan's intentions. Furthermore, after interacting with Li Zixuan for so long, he had more or less figured out Li Zixuan's personality. He knew that Li Zixuan had always been very kind to his own people. Ah, that's right. We can't really let the farmers work for free, right? Li Zixuan said with a smile. Faubert shook his head and did not deny it. In any case, he felt that Li Zixuan was already very kind to the farmers. Even if he did not give them wages, there was nothing wrong with it. Faubert, can the workshop keep up with the iron smelting speed, the furnace speed, and the honeycomb briquettes production speed? Li Zixuan finally asked the question he was concerned about. Faubert nodded lightly. It can keep up. Now that the workshop has recruited close to 5,000 workers, there is no need to worry about the honeycomb briquettes production speed. The furnace is also smelting iron day and night, so we don't lack iron here. As for the furnaces, as long as there is no shortage of iron, the workshop's production speed can keep up with the consumption speed of the interesting pavilion. Now at night, the workshop was ablaze with flames. Because the blast furnace had to work day and night, there was no such thing as light pollution in this era. On the contrary, the people of Plum Village liked this scene and treated it as a unique landmark of Plum Village. Yes. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Li Zishuan nodded. Then he walked around the workshop again. After making sure that everything was running in an orderly manner, he went home. The next day, Thursday, Yanhuang College's final exam was held as scheduled amidst the cries of the students. At 7:45 a.m., the bell and drum sounded, and all the invigilators in the examination hall began to distribute the test papers. The arrangement of the examination venue and time was similar to that of the previous monthly examination. The only difference was that the invigilation was stricter. Entering the examination hall actually required a body search. Fortunately, all the students in the academy were male. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to search them. In addition, the inspection team from the previous monthly examination had expanded this time. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, and the other guards of the academy had also joined in. If you asked these guards to teach, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it. But if you asked them to inspect the exam, they wouldn't have any problem with it. Moreover, with their eyesight, they would be even better than the teachers of the academy if they were to invigilate the exam. With more people, it was natural that they would go to each examination hall more frequently. Basically, every half an hour, there would be an inspection team in front of each examination hall. As a result, no student would dare to cheat in such a strict environment. Li Zishuan didn't stay in the academy all the time this time. He came to the academy in the morning to take a look and then went back. First of all, now that every teacher in the academy had their own duties, the academy could run very well even if he wasn't there. His role was only to control the general direction of the academy's teaching. Moreover, he had something to do at home these 2 days, so he had to go back. This morning, Faubert sent someone to deliver the heating pipes and radiators that Li Zishuan had ordered previously. As for the heating boiler, it could be used after a slight modification of the one at home. Although Li Zishuan was eager to experience heating, he still went to the academy to inspect it. After that, he came back with a group of guards and servants to start installing heating in the house. The main hall in the front yard, all the bedrooms in the house including the maids' and servants' bedrooms and the 2 study rooms, all needed to be installed with radiators. Under Li Zishuan's command, Pang Feiji, San Bao, and the others started the large-scale renovation of the heating system in the residence. Feiji, take 5 people and carry these 8 radiators to the west courtyard. As for the pipes outside, you guys install them according to the method you used in the front yard, understand? Understood. Xiongde Xiong'er. You 2 brothers, get 2 more people to carry this boiler to the east courtyard. While you're at it, help me install the pipes on the boiler. Remember, the valve on the boiler must be opened. I'll go check later. If it's not done properly, run 10 kilometers. Yes, Mark. San Baofu. Take a dozen men with you and move the remaining pipes and radiators to Yinshan Villa. I'll be there in a moment. Yes, young master. Since Li Zishuan had explained the installation method of the heater to everyone in advance and explained the relevant terms to them, Pang Feiji and the others could still understand the modern terms that Li Zishuan mentioned, such as heater, heater pipe, valve, and other modern terms. Under his command, when it was close to noon, a total of more than 40 rooms in the Li residence that needed heating had all been installed with radiators. The heating pipes had also been preliminarily installed, and all that was left was to test run. Old Man Li, Madam Li. There were also the 3 members of the Yi family. They stood at the side stunned. They couldn't even get a word in because they had never seen such a thing before. They could only watch from the side as Li Zishuan ordered the people to get busy. Little Xian, with just this, you can make the house as warm as spring? Seeing that Li Zishuan was almost done with his work, Li Jingma walked over and finally asked the question that had been in his heart for the entire morning. The rest of the family also looked over. Obviously, they didn't believe that Li Zishuan had made the radiators sound so magical. Hey, father. If this thing is really heated, not only will it be as warm as spring, it won't even be a problem to make the house as hot as summer. Li Zishuan chuckled. Many things that were impossible in the eyes of the ancients were so natural in the eyes of a modern person like him. Go away. You're bragging again. If it doesn't work, I'll see where you're going to put your face. Li Jingma heard that his son was getting more and more ridiculous. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. There's no point in saying more. Father, you better watch carefully later. See if your son is bragging. Chapter 1056. Start burning. After personally inspecting all the heating pipes, Li Zishuan ordered. The servants in the house quickly placed the honeycomb briquettes that had been burned in advance into the stove. In order to maintain enough steam, the capacity of the stove was 10 times larger than that of ordinary honeycomb briquettes. Therefore, the amount of coal consumed every day was not to be underestimated. After a while, the sound of boiling hot water could be heard from the pot. Li Zishuan quickly ordered, "Feiji, quickly bring some people to check all the heating pipes in the house. See if there are any leaks. If there are, report to me immediately." Peng Feiji bowed and cupped his fists. "Yes, Marquis." After that, Brother Chicken immediately brought a group of guards and split up to check the heating pipes that had just been installed. Old Man Li, who was watching from the side, felt a little unbearable. He went back to the main hall in the front yard and squatted in front of the radiator. He wanted to feel if there was any temperature. Drip. He didn't feel any temperature, but he heard the faint sound of water dripping from the heating pipes. After a while, it became the sound of flowing water. It was the sound of flowing water. However, the radiator was still cold. Just as Old Man Li was suspecting that his son's heating was useless, a trace of warmth suddenly came from the cold radiator. At first he thought it was an illusion, but as time passed, that trace of warmth became more and more clear. In the end, it was even faintly hot. "How is it, father? You should believe me now, right?" At this time, Li Zishuan came in with his family from outside. Seeing his father's face full of surprise, he smiled and asked. Previously, Peng Feiji had brought people to check the heating pipes. After confirming that there were no leaks, Li Zishuan was completely relieved. This was because, generally speaking, as long as the pipes didn't leak steam, they could form a closed loop. There wouldn't be a problem with heating. This thing can actually transfer heat. It's just that our main hall is so big, Shen, or you only put two radiators. If it's far away, can you feel the warmth? At this time, Li Jingma already believed that radiators could indeed conduct heat, but he did not believe that 2 radiators could warm a room. Li Zishuan did not say anything, but Yi Guozhong spoke up. He had just come over to touch the radiators and heard him say, "Don't worry. Jingma, you really won't turn back until you hit a wall. Just based on how hot this thing is, as long as we close the doors and windows and let it continue to emit heat, the hall will definitely become warm. It's just a matter of time." Old Man Yi had been a Taoist all his life. Although he didn't know the law of conservation of energy, he understood the general meaning behind it. Sure enough, an hour later, when lunch was served, Li Jingma couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead and take off his thick fox fur coat because he actually felt hot. "Ah, mother. Lan is hot too." Lan ran to Madame Li and said crisply. Madame Li had no choice but to help the little girl take off her fox fur coat. The little girl's voice was filled with excitement. "This is great. Now I don't have to sleep under a thick blanket at night. Brother, this radiator you made is really amazing." Everyone laughed. To the little girl, the radiator's only advantage was that she didn't have to sleep under a thick blanket at night. Hee. Good. This way, as long as we stay in the house during winter, we definitely won't catch a cold. And this radiator is much more comfortable than a fire. Old Madame Yi said with a smile. Speaking of which, during this trip to Chang, and the 3 of them had seen a lot of new things. Of course. Grandmother, it's easy to get poisoned if you stay in the fire for too long, but this radiator won't have this problem at all. At most, it will make the air a little drier, but this problem can be solved by putting a basin of water in the house. Li Zishuan said with a smile. When it came to heating in winter, the most comfortable and natural method was the radiator. Even an air conditioner couldn't compare to it, let alone burning charcoal. Oh, it's really good. This time, our house can really be as warm as spring and winter. When it comes to enjoyment, the whole Tang dynasty added together can't compare to you, Shen. Old Man Li said with a sigh. You old thing, you're always saying weird things. Don't tell me you didn't enjoy the radiator? Li Zishuan's little face darkened, but Mrs. Li rushed ahead of him and spoke up for him. Yi Guozhong stroked his beard and said with a smile, Hee. Jingma, little Shen isn't doing this for his own enjoyment. With his current martial arts cultivation, normal cold won't be able to enter his body at all. He's creating conditions for us to enjoy. Old Man Yi finally said something fair. Li Jingma was embarrassed by his slip of the tongue. Li Zishuan didn't blame his father. Li Jingma was his father, so what if he said a few words? Hee. Don't just talk about it. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, let's eat. I'll go to Yunshan again in the afternoon and install radiators there. The next morning, almost everyone in the Li residence was in high spirits. Compared to a few days ago, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. If you ask why, of course it was because of the radiator. Sleeping in a heated room at night, they didn't even need to warm their beds. They could fall asleep after lying down for a while. However, before they went to sleep, they didn't forget Li Zixuan's suggestion and put a basin of water in their room. It was hard not to be energetic when they woke up in the morning. This radiator is really something. I never dreamed that the house could be as warm as spring and winter. Yeah. When I went back to my room last night, I took off all my clothes, but I didn't feel cold at all. This radiator that young master installed is really amazing. Young master is really good to us. This radiator must be very expensive, but young master installed it for us without even thinking about it. Damn it, there were 6 people who betrayed young master for money last time. Those people should be struck by lightning. That's right. Strike them to death. Now, even if someone wants my life, I won't betray young master and the Li family, let alone give me money. Yes. Even if we die in the future, we won't betray young master. The servants got up early to boil water, cook, and clean the courtyard. The most discussed topic was the radiator that they experienced last night. When they talked about this, the servants were all grateful to Li Zixuan. If the same thing happened in other people's homes, the master would definitely not let the servants enjoy such a good thing like radiators. At this moment, Liana was glad that she didn't betray Li Zixuan, but she also felt a little guilty that she almost betrayed Li Zixuan. She had mixed feelings. Now, all she could do was serve the master with all her heart, repay his kindness and atone for her sins. Chapter 1057. Li Zixuan didn't know what the servants were thinking. Yesterday he had installed a heater in the servants' room. It was just a humanitarian gesture. Although he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Zixuan still had some modern thinking in his bones. He respected every life form around him. In his dictionary, there was no distinction between upper class and lower class. After getting up and having breakfast, Li Zixuan went to the academy, while Han Yushi went to the Warm Tang Foundation. Both of them had their own careers now, and they were both in the rising stage of their careers. They could not stay at home every day and leave the academy or the foundation alone. Sitting in the carriage, Li Zixuan couldn't help but shake his head. His and his wife's current situation was very similar to most couples in the modern world. After breakfast they had to go to work. The only difference was that they were like bosses. Sometimes they didn't have to go to work. They had a lot of freedom. When they arrived at the academy, Li Zixuan was in Yan Silu's office, chatting with Yan Silu and Li Gang. These 2 days the students of the academy have been working harder than usual. I was in the cafeteria just now and I met a student who was eating and reading at the same time. It's really not easy. Yan Silu sighed with a smile. Li Gang shook his head. That's nothing. Last night, this old man had a sudden impulse and went to the student dormitory to check on the dormitory. I found that it was already 9:45 p.m., but some dormitories were still lit up. This old man went in to take a look and saw 6 people neatly lying under the lights, reading books. This old man originally wanted to punish them according to the rules of the academy, but when I thought of how hard they had worked, I directly let them turn off the lights and go to sleep. In the end, it's Yamacho's fault for bringing the exam forward so suddenly. The old man didn't blame Li Zixuan. He mainly cared about his students. At his age, fame and fortune were no longer important to him. The only thing he cared about was passing down his legacy. Yanhuang College was the place where knowledge was passed down. He had long regarded this place as his home and the students of the college as his own children. Sirs, in fact, people are forced to do so. The students are working so hard mainly because they feel a sense of urgency. They are still young and a little pressure can only be good for them. There is no harm. Li Zixuan explained. To Li Zixuan, who had experienced the college entrance examination in his previous life, this was not a big deal. Besides, the earlier the exam, the earlier they could enjoy it. Now that the weather was so cold, wouldn't it be great if a portion of the students could have a holiday after the exam? As for why it's only a part and not all? Oh right. Mr. Yen. After the exam this afternoon, tell the students not to leave in a hurry. I have something to announce. Li Zixuan suddenly added. Yes. Yan Silu nodded and couldn't help but ask, is Yamacho going to announce the duration of the holiday? Starting from the time of Emperor Wu of Han, there were officially established schools. This was the Imperial College recorded in the history books. The students who studied there were called Imperial College students. At that time, the students had already established a holiday system. The main ones were the farm leave and the holiday. It was a bit like the modern winter and summer vacations. The duration of the holiday was usually 1 to 2 months. Of course, for students who traveled long distances, The time spent traveling to and from school was not included. Yanhuang College's winter vacation was considered late. The Imperial College had already started their holiday half a month ago. More or less. In the future, our college will call this holiday winter vacation, and the farm leave in the summer will be called summer vacation. In a while, I will make some arrangements for the students. The college had a lot of new concepts and terms, so it didn't matter if there was an extra winter and summer vacation. However, when Li Zixuan talked about the arrangements for the winter vacation, why did the smile on his face look so creepy? After staying at the college for a while, Li Zixuan returned to the courtyard to rest. Yesterday afternoon he had brought some people to install a heater here. It was a good time to go in and enjoy himself. I have to find some time to install a heater in Li Gang's house too. The old man is so old, how can he stand the cold? After installing the heater, I will ask Priest Sun to give him a physical examination next year. Li Zixuan was inexplicably startled. He suddenly remembered that according to history, Li Gang had less than 4 years to live. Moreover, the old man was now 81 years old. Let alone the academy, even in the entire Great Tang, people of this age were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He absolutely had to be taken care of. Therefore, Li Zixuan planned to install a heater in Li Gang's courtyard. In addition, he was thinking of asking Sun Simiao to give Li Gang a physical examination. He sincerely hoped that his arrival could slightly change history and let Li Gang live a long life. Clang clang clang. In the afternoon, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly rang out in Yanhuang College. It meant that the students' 2-day final exam was finally over. Stop writing. Stand up. The teachers in the 32 examination halls gave the order at the same time and started to collect the papers. Regardless of whether the students had finished or not, they all obediently put down their pens and returned to their classrooms after handing in their papers. Then the students started to chat. Some compared their answers, some complained that they did not do well, and some looked forward to a better life during the holidays. Suddenly, the classrooms of each class became noisy. However, not long after, the students regained their silence. This was because their respective form teachers came and brought a notice. All students, gather at the sports field. The students did not find anything unusual. They guessed that Li Zixuan was probably going to tell them some things to take note of during the holidays. However, Li Zixuan's first sentence almost made the students kneel down. Students, although the final exam to test your results for this semester is over, your semester is not over yet. You have more important tasks to do next. Buzz, buzz. Without any pleasantries, Li Zixuan immediately laid out his plan. The students were still fantasizing that they could finally finish their exams and go home to relax during the holidays. They didn't expect that their dreams would be mercilessly shattered by Li Zixuan in one fell swoop. The students found it hard to accept and could not help but whisper to each other below the stage. Damn. Does Yamacho mean that they are not going to give us a holiday? No, it's going to be the Chinese New Year in about 20 days. What does Yamacho mean? Please don't give us a holiday. My house is far away. We have to leave early to go home. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time for the Chinese New Year. Isn't this too much? Chapter 1058. That's enough. Quiet down. The students whispered among themselves for a while before Li Zixuan used his penetrating voice to stop them. The rowdy crowd instantly quieted down. Li Zixuan continued, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to have a holiday, but there are more important things that you need to do. I'm also not saying that you're not allowed to go home for the new year. Those who live more than 200 miles away from Chang and can pack up and go home tomorrow. School will officially start on the 25th of the first lunar month next year. As soon as he said that, many of the students' faces lit up. Li Zixuan paused, then continued, as for those who live closer to Chang, and from tomorrow onwards, you will report to the Warm Tang Foundation. When school started, I told you that Yanhuang College does not nurture useless students who only know how to study. You must apply what you've learned to benefit the country and its people. Sending you to the Warm Tang Foundation is a very valuable opportunity for you to practice. At the same time, what you're doing is very meaningful. I hope that you'll cherish this opportunity. Yamacho, what does the Warm Tang Foundation do? Yeah. Why does the name sound so weird? After listening to Li Zixuan, many of the students were confused. They were not confused because they could not have a holiday, but because they had no idea what the Warm Tang Foundation was. On the day that the Warm Tang Foundation was first established, the students had received news that the final exams would be held on Thursday. Because of that, they did not even have enough time to study, let alone read the newspaper. This included Qin Tianhua and Liao Feiqian, the two part-time novel writers who did not have time to read the newspaper. Datang Daily's editorial department was still using the manuscripts that they had sent over last week. Therefore, more than 80% of the students had not heard of the Warm Tang Foundation that had recently become the talk of the town. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard the whispers of the students. However, he quickly recovered and cleared his throat. It seems that everyone has been studying hard recently. It doesn't matter if you don't know about the Nuan Tang Foundation. I'll ask Mr. Ma to tell you about it now. Other than being the leader of the Academy's economics department, Ma Zhou was also the head of the editorial department of Datang Daily. Among all the teachers in the academy, the one who knew the most about the Warm Tang Foundation was definitely Ma Zhou. Under Li Zixuan's invitation, Ma Zhou walked up to the rostrum. He did not prepare a speech in advance. If it were someone else, they would definitely be at a loss. However, Ma Zhou was someone who had seen big scenes. How could he be afraid now? Ma Zhou quickly organized his words in his heart. Then he looked at the students below the stage and said in a clear voice, "Students, the Warm Tang Foundation is a charity department that was personally established by the current emperor to empathize with the people. It uses the donations of the people to help the poor people." Ma Zhou was best at writing and strategy. Under his narration, Li Zixuan became the holy son of heaven who worried about the people day and night, and Li Zixuan became the great philanthropist who would rather use up all his wealth to help the poor. The students could not help but be greatly moved. At the same time, a strong sense of pride rose in their hearts. This was because Li Zixuan was their Yamacho. They felt proud that they were Li Zixuan's students. Alright, now you should understand what kind of department the Warm Tang Foundation is, right? Now let me talk about your upcoming tasks. After Ma Zhou spent half an hour introducing the Warm Tang Foundation, Li Zixuan continued, "The Warm Tang Foundation has recently launched a warm winter program. By distributing free coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the poor people in and around Chang and city, they will be able to afford warmth. Your task is to be responsible for distributing the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes. This task is actually not simple at all. First, you have to select the people who meet the requirements and confirm that there is no one who is pretending to be poor because they are greedy for our things. Then, you have to bring people to deliver the coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the people who meet the requirements. Finally, you have to make a record of every donation and summarize the accounts every 1 or 2 days. These tasks are indeed difficult for you, but there is nothing in this world that is impossible for those who set their minds to it. Among you, some of you will take part in the imperial examinations after you graduate from the academy and enter an official career. Some of you may stay in the academy and continue your studies. Some of you may only want to use the knowledge you have learned to settle down in a corner and become a rich man. But no matter what, you cannot forget that you graduated from Yanhuang College. Since you are a student of Yanhuang College, you have an obligation to do something for the Tang Empire and the people of Tang Empire. Many years later, when you look back on this holiday practice, you will definitely not regret the effort you have put in. Good and evil will be repaid and the heavens will reincarnate. Your good deeds will definitely be rewarded. I hope that you will put your heart into this holiday practice. I hope that you will use your love to warm this city. Use your love to warm this city." After Li Zixuan finished speaking, the entire field suddenly became quiet. At this time, no one had any complaints about Li Zixuan not having a holiday because Li Zixuan's words had touched them. Use your love to warm this city. The Tang people's sense of national honor was actually the strongest in the entire history of China. They loved this land and their people. Now that they had a chance to help their people, how could they not help because of their own selfishness? "Yamacho, I want to join too. I don't have to go home for the new year." On the field, among the silent students, such a voice suddenly rang out. This shout was like a fuse and it was followed by more and more similar shouts. "Yamacho, I don't have to go home for the new year. I also want to join this holiday practice." "Yamacho, I don't have to go home either." More and more students stood out. They were not locals of Chang'an, and they lived far away from the academy. Li Zixuan had also given them the opportunity to go home for the new year, but at this moment, they felt that some things were more important than going home for the new year. When Li Zixuan saw this, he smiled and said, "Good. Good. Good. I am very happy that so many people are willing to give up the opportunity to go home for the new year to help the Nuan Tang Foundation. But I still hope that you will think carefully before making a decision. Those who are willing to go home, I will support. Those who are willing to stay at the academy to do good, I will also support. Tonight, think about it carefully and tomorrow you will tell your final decision to your class teacher." Chapter 1059. The next morning, when Li Zixuan arrived at the academy, he found hundreds of students gathered in front of the school building. He glanced around and found that the number was about the same as the one at the field yesterday. He could not help but nod to himself. In fact, he placed great importance on the first batch of students from Yanhuang College. This was because the temperament and style of the first batch of students would determine the future of the academy. If they went astray, then the next batch of students would most likely go astray as well. At that time, it would be impossible to correct them even if he wanted to. Fortunately, the first batch of students from Yanhuang College went astray. Yamacho is here. Quick, stand still. Some students noticed Li Zixuan walking toward them. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Yamacho, other than 2 students who have urgent family matters, the rest of the students are willing to join the warm winter operation. Ma Zhou walked to Li Zixuan's side and said. Li Zixuan nodded, then walked to the front of the group of students. He paused for a moment before saying, I'm glad that most of you have chosen to stay. In the next half a month you will definitely get more than what you put in. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said yesterday. Let's go now. To the Warm Tang Foundation. Okay. The students answered loudly. And so, more than 600 students, led by Li Zixuan, left Yunshan and headed toward Chang'an City. At the headquarters of the Warm Tang Foundation, there were already people lining up at the entrance to donate money. Compared to the first and second day of donations, the amount of donations received every day had gradually decreased. This was something that couldn't be helped. When something new first appeared, there would be a period of popularity. After that, people would gradually return to their rationality. In fact, the current situation was enough for Han Yushi and the others to be busy. Collecting donations every day was easy. However, when it came to closing the accounts every night, it was not easy at all. This was because there were many people helping out, but few people knew how to calculate accounts. Most of the time, Han Yushi was the one who, personally, went into battle. Uncle Wang, arrange for someone to go to the workshop and get some more certificates of honor. I heard from Sanbao that we are running out of certificates of honor here. The workshop was originally a small room used to store blueprints. Han Yushi had transformed it into a study room. At this moment, she was sorting out the accounts while speaking to Wang Zhong. Yes, madam. Wang Zhong accepted the order and left. Han Yushi lowered her head again, but she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She thought for a moment and recalled what Li Zixuan had told her last night, so she quickly got up and walked out of the door. Sure enough, there were already hundreds of students in the front yard of the workshop. They were all dressed in scholarly robes. When they stood together, they looked really imposing. Those who were about to donate money couldn't help but whisper when they saw this scene. Wow! Where did these half-grown children come from? Are you here to help? They seem to be students from Yanhuang College. What? A student of Yanhuang College? Did Marquis bring these students to help? Ignoring these people's whispers, Li Zixuan was about to lead these students to the backyard when Han Yushi happened to come out. Greetings, madam. Before Li Zixuan could say anything, the group of students behind him shouted loudly. It was the first time most of them had seen Han Yushi. Sure enough, seeing was better than hearing about her. The students couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that Yamacho and Madame Yamacho were really a match made in heaven. Han Yushi smiled slightly and said, "No need to be so polite. I'll have to trouble you for the next few days." "It's no trouble at all." The students immediately responded when they heard this. Their voices were so loud that it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He thought angrily in his heart, a bunch of little brats. Why didn't I see you so energetic when I asked you earlier? Okay, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to the Drunken Wind Pavilion behind. Li Zixuan waved his hand and led everyone to the Drunken Wind Pavilion behind the workshop. It was his original office courtyard and also the place where he had invented the wireless telegraph. He planned to divide the work and make some strategic arrangements for the students there. Qingke, now the county magistrates of the 22 counties under Chang, and will cooperate with our work. From today onwards, you will be the first team leader of Operation Warm Winter. You will be responsible for bringing people to contact the county magistrates. You have to quickly draw up a list of the poor in each county. Tell them not to over-report or under-report. Otherwise, if I find out, I will definitely settle the score with them. More than 600 teachers and students were gathered in the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Of course, the house couldn't hold so many people. Li Zixuan simply held an impromptu meeting under a pavilion in the courtyard. Li Tai was the most suitable person to be in charge of contacting the local magistrates. With this little fatty around, how would the county magistrates dare to be sloppy? If you asked them to go east, they wouldn't dare to go west. Li Tai didn't expect good things to come so quickly. He couldn't help but feel energized. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Yamacho. I guarantee that we will complete the task. But how many people are there in the first team?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "I will allow you to have 100 people. You can choose your own people. Of course, the other students can also recommend themselves. But in the end, both sides have to agree. Okay? Qingke understands?" Li Tai nodded and replied. Li Zishuan continued, "Li Ku, I appoint you as the second team leader of Operation Warm Tang. Cheng Chumo will be the vice leader. Your second team's main task is to follow the list provided by Qingke and deliver the coal and honeycomb coal produced by the workshop to the poor people. You can arrange the transportation yourself or ask the students of the academy for help. But you must control the cost. The total operating cost of your second team must not exceed 500 strings of coins. I will allow you to have 400 people in your team. As for which students to choose, you can discuss it later." Li Zishuan felt that it was necessary to let Li Ku control the cost. Otherwise, this child could directly spend money to hire thousands of people to help deliver the goods. Then the rest of the students would be useless. This was not the way to do charity. "Yes, Yamacho." Li Ku frowned, but he still replied in the end. "Okay, Yamacho." Cheng Chumo was also a little excited. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan didn't cheat him this time. Li Zishuan then said, "Bruiser, I appoint you as the leader of the third team for Operation Warm Winter. Meng Wenhao and Li Yan will each be the vice leaders. I'll allow your team to have 138 members. You'll be responsible for keeping track of the accounts. First, you'll need to check the accounts of the Warm Tang Foundation every day. Second, you'll need to record every expenditure of the workshop. All the accounts must be done clearly, do you understand?" "Yes, master." "Yes, Yamacho." The three of them replied in unison. After everything was done, Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Well then, Operation Warm Winter will officially start from now on. Now you will all be in your teams. Everyone must choose a team. After you are in your teams, follow my instructions and start working." Chapter 1060. Inside the Drunken Wind Pavilion. The students were quickly divided into teams according to the size of their respective teams. The team leaders of each team were all well-known students in the academy. This way, at least they would not be in a situation where they did not know who was better. After the students had chosen their teams, the three teams immediately began to move. Li Tai divided his first team into 22 teams. They went to Chang'an County, Wanyan County, and the 20 counties outside of Chang'an City. He personally led a team to Chang'an County. Bruiser, on the other hand, led his 3rd Brigade to settle the accounts with the Warm Tang Foundation. Li Ku and Cheng Chumo led the second team out of the workshop to prepare the carriages. Because Li Zishuan had limited their activity funds, Li Ku and Cheng Chumo, who had been pampered since they were young, had no choice but to save money and bargain with others. "What? You charge 20 copper coins a day to rent a horse here? Why don't you go rob a bank? Do you think I won't sue you for running a scam?" This was Cheng Chumo's voice. The shopkeeper's face stiffened. He said in a muffled voice, "Little brother, the entire Shi city is like this. If you don't believe me, you can ask other places. Don't try to blackmail me." Cheng Chumo's mouth was smiling, but in his heart, he was cursing. It was not like he had not asked other places, but the prices of the carriages and horses were more expensive than this place. Otherwise, why would he be chatting with an old man here? "Oh my, you say I'm blackmailing you? Let this young master tell you, an old horse like yours can only earn 3 copper coins a day at most. Don't think I don't know anything about horses. I've seen the current emperor's white-hoofed shadow, and white-hoofed shadow with my own eyes. 3 copper coins a day is already too much for me." This idiot saw that the old man did not fall for his trick, so he started to boast. The hoofed shadow, green mantis, and Saliot purple that he mentioned were all top-notch BMWs that had accompanied Li Er on his expeditions. Other than these 3, there were also Jianmao Gu, Gua, Shifachi and Telugu, all of which were Li Er's mounts. In the middle of the Zhenguan period, in order to commemorate these 6 war horses, Li Er ordered Yen Lide and Yen Liban to depict the 6 war horses in relief, which were placed in the Zhao Mausoleum, and were known as the 6 horses of the Zhao Mausoleum in history. Hearing this, the old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Little brother, since you've even seen His Majesty's beloved warhorse, it means that you're either rich or noble. Tell me, why are you arguing with me over a few copper coins?" Cheng Chumo cursed in his heart again. "It's true that I'm rich, but I can't spend it now." Just as Cheng Chumo was about to go berserk and beat someone up, Li Ku walked over from the other side of the street. "Choax, what's wrong?" Have you reached an agreement? Li Ku asked after he came over. They had split up into several groups to look for carriages and horses. He had just finished talking with the owner of a carriage company and had come over. Not yet. The shopkeeper is stubborn. Little Ku, you only gave me so little money, there's no way we can talk about this business. It's better for you to talk to him. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and wanted to quit. When the old man heard Cheng Chumo say that he was stubborn, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He actually wanted to beat someone up now. However, he saw that although Li Ku was young, he couldn't hide his noble aura. He knew that Li Ku's background was not small. He calmed himself down and then cupped his hands to Li Ku, saying, "It's not that this old man is stubborn, but the price that little brother just said is simply impossible. 3 copper coins to rent a horse, not to mention Chang, and even in Bing Province and New Province, it's impossible to have such a price." The Great Tang had many horse farms in Bing Province and New Province, so the price of horses there was slightly cheaper than in other places. Li Ku didn't feel offended. He smiled kindly and cupped his hands to the old man, saying, "Shopkeeper, we are all students from Yanhuang College. This time we came out from the academy to help the Warm Tang Foundation, so we came here to look for some carriages to deliver honeycomb coal and coal stoves to the poor people who can't afford to burn firewood. So, can you give us a discount? After all, we didn't bring much money with us when we came out from the academy." Compared to Cheng Chumo's careless shouting, Li Ku's gentle and refined way of speaking was undoubtedly more comfortable. The shopkeeper only heard half of it and had a good impression of Li Ku. However, when he heard the purpose of Li Ku and the others looking for carriages, the shopkeeper couldn't remain calm. "Hey, so you're students working for the Warm Tang Foundation. You should have said so earlier. 3 copper coins, right? This old man will rent as much as you want. Just treat it as this old man doing a good deed." "Then thank you very much, shopkeeper." Li Ku smiled and cupped his hands. Cheng Chumo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. How the F***ck is this possible? Does that mean that all the effort I've put into talking for so long was all in vain? When he thought of this, Cheng Chumo looked at the old shopkeeper with resentment. As if he could feel Cheng Chumo's resentment, the old shopkeeper inexplicably shuddered. He looked at Cheng Chumo and smiled apologetically. "Little brother, you can't blame this old man for this. If you had told me your purpose from the beginning, this old man wouldn't have disagreed no matter what." Cheng Chumo snorted and ignored the old man. Li Ku couldn't help but laugh. "Shopkeeper, don't mind him. This brother of mine has always been like this. I haven't asked you how many horses you have here. We'll rent them all." The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Li Ku to have such a big appetite. "There are 32 horses in total. Little lord, are you sure you want to rent them all?" "I'm sure. Shopkeeper, will rent them for 20 days first. Here, the rent is 1,920 copper coins. That's the guarantor we hired." Li Ku quickly calculated the rent, and then pointed to a middle-aged scholar who was walking over. The old shopkeeper couldn't help but feel a toothache. If he rented all the horses to Li Ku for 3 copper coins a day, then his loss would be too great. However, he had already bragged earlier. At this time he couldn't regret it even if he wanted to. He could only accept the money and let the horses go. Ahem. "Little lord, since this old man rented so many horses to you at such a low price, can you let Datong daily mention this old man's good deeds in tomorrow's news?" After the handover, the old shopkeeper remembered that Li Ku was a student of Yanhuang College, and the Yamacho of Yanhuang College was the founder of Datong Daily. He had a little evil thought in his heart, so he eagerly asked Li Ku. Before Li Ku could speak, Cheng Chumo said in a rough voice, "No. Do you think it's so easy to get into Datong Daily? If you really want to do good, why don't you just give these horses to us for free?" Little Ku, ignore him. Let's go. Call someone else to take the horses.